Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Rapid Drivers Club 2.4 Boxing Day at the Nürburgring special, as sponsored by Wild Things Racing. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. It is Thursday, the 29th of December 2022. A Merry Christmas to you all, and we are back for the second of three special events over the Christmas period, where we're celebrating the Rapid Drivers Club, also Christmas, but also multi-class racing. And as you can see for our schedule tonight, we continue the theme of last week, but we've travelled across from the United States to Germany for another fantastic round of racing action, and let's take you through the specifics as follows. Times in Greenwich Mean Time, that's GMT, or Universal Coordinated Time at UTC. In just under 4 minutes time, we'll be getting underway with our qualifying session, 30 minutes in length at 7 this evening, and we'll see our three classes of car out of the circuit in their individual sessions. More on that in a very short moment. After that, we'll go straight into our race, of course, with the gridding procedure first, approximately 20 to 8 this evening, and it will be 2.4 hours of racing. Or to put it in layman's terms, 144 minutes of racing in the ever popular format, which has taken the world of Assetto Corsa competition by storm. Of course, this series, and also the official series hosted by Rapid Drivers Club, being hosted on the PC version of Assetto Corsa competition. A fantastic format, 144 minutes of racing action awaits us later on. And after that, we'll be taking a brief breather before returning approximately 10 this evening for our post-race interviews of our class winners across our three classes. In the commentary booth, you have myself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Paul Walsh, also known as TX141 or Britain a Spit, depending on what media you follow me on. And this broadcast is being brought to you live via two media platforms for your viewing pleasure. Firstly, if you are a YouTube user, you can go to youtube.com and search for TX141TX, alternatively Paul Walsh. Or if you are a Twitch user, you can go to twitch.tv/TX141 and tune in there. And of course, if you tune in via either media platform, if you do have access to the chat, do not be shy. Feel free to say hi and indeed wish others a Merry Christmas for the simple reason we can see all the chats and give us your thoughts and let us know who you're cheering on tonight in this one-off special event. Now, of course, this event being sponsored by Wild Things Racing, and we should not go any further without introducing Wild Things Racing. Wild Things Racing is the professional sim racing team as founded and owned by Denise Pope, which competes in both sprint and endurance series in the Assetto Corsa competition at the Pro, Silver and AM levels. And if you'd like to know more about Wild Things Racing, be sure to head to their official Twitter page today. That is twitter.com/Wild Things Race for all the details regarding the team, their latest achievements and what lies in wait going into 2023. And of course, their most notable achievements being their successes in the More Female Racers series as hosted by the SimGrid. I believe it was season 4 of the series, unless I'm very much mistaken. And they're not just the sponsors of the series, but also help in organising these one-off events. But speaking of organisation, let's take you through those rules before we do head trackside and we fast track away into that qualifying session. And in general, much like last time at Indianapolis, the default balance of performance shall be used for all car classes. That's the one that's available online when you go racing or Assetto Corsa competition, regardless of car class. Teams that enter in this event may consist of 1 or 2 drivers. So you'll see some drivers will be doing this race completely solo, others will be doing it as a pair, and only 3 tyre sets are available for the entire event. And we should clarify that is dry compound tyre sets. If there's any rain, our drivers will have an unlimited number of wet tyres, and you never know how many they're going to need. And we definitely saw that last week in the Christmas Day special, because at Indianapolis it was an absolute monsoon season. And will we see that again in Germany? Well, we'll find out in due course. In terms of qualifying, the qualifying session of 30 minutes is split into 3 equal sessions as follows. The first 10 minutes will be dedicated to the fastest class on the circuit today, and that will be the GT3 class, renowned for their engine power and also their aerodynamics. Then, after 10 minutes is concluded, we'll see the GT3s make the way in as the Porsche Cup class make the way out into circuit for what is the 10th minute through to the 20th minute, and that will be the Porsche 992 GT3 Cup class machine. Very close on pace to the GT3s, the only difference between the two cars really being in terms of the amount of aero available on the car and also the availability of traction control. Of course, the Porsche 992 Cup cars, as featured Assetto Corsa competition, do not have traction control available, and therefore our drivers need to thread the needle with regards to managing the throttle. And then we'll have our third class out on the circuit from the 21st minute onwards, all the way to the conclusion of the qualifying session, and that will be the slow but by means at least the GT4 class there. We'll see our drivers make the way around on the road cars turn road racers, and well, of course the GT4s being cars that you can normally pick up at a high-end dealership, but they will be heading on out. There was some minor aerodynamic refinements, particularly rear wings, and also race settings on the engines and a significant amount of weight reduction. But over the course of qualifying, drivers are permitted to use return to garage or RTG whilst out on circuit, so long as they do so in a safe manner. And as we go from the qualifying rules to our race rules, well, just to add a little bit of complexity to the situation, there are 3 mandatory pit stops which will require fuel to be added. Now, in the official 2.4 series hosted by Rapid Drivers Club, you'll remember it was 2 pit stops, and we saw that our teams had to change The tyres at some point also take on fuel, but there will be 3 mandatory pit stops in which fuel must be added in each pit stop, so a minimum of a litre of fuel must go on in, but there is no defined pit windows. The drivers may choose when to pit, and of course we did see in our opening one-off event at Indianapolis, some drivers decided to go incredibly long on their opening stints, going almost 90 minutes, others decided to come in early and some in between, and then we're interested to see how the strategies overlay upon one another. And for teams consisting of 2 registered drivers, there is no maximum driver stint time, however the team must swap drivers at some point during the race. So a team could theoretically have one driver do 143 minutes of racing, but they must get the other driver in the car at some point, otherwise they will be disqualified. But that's enough rules and regulations. I know what you're all here for. You're here for the racing, as it is a Christmas special. And, well, as we see our drivers currently parked up in the pit lane, well, some of them parked in the pit lane, and we cut to these live pictures. We do also have some out on circuit, including Kurt Peters here from the Curry Racing team, and we can see the Belgian making the way around in the BMW M4 GT3. It is a wet set of situations at the Nürburgring right now. Of course, at the GP-Strecke circuit, or the Große Strecke, known as the Grand Prix Strecke in literal English, and as our drivers get ready to go, or the Grand Prix circuit if you will, and as our drivers get ready to go here, perhaps not as well known as its adjoining Nordschleife loop, but still this circuit opened in 1984, a wonderful circuit for the technical challenges it places on car and driver alike, with 16 corners and limited straightaways, meaning it all comes down to carrying apex speed from corner to corner and the ability to get back on the throttle as soon as possible. Get it right and you may just find yourself coming out on top. Get it wrong, however, and you may find yourself under pressure in the run to the next corner in terms of the rival behind you trying to make a move under braking. But with all moves possible here, and of course multi-class being that ultimate challenge of threading the needle between the classes, and the GT3 such as the Bricks Racing Ferrari being piloted by Skylar Lovering having to pilot their way around what is the GT4s and the Porsche Cup cars, and conversely the Porsche Cups and the GT4s having to work their way around one another and the other classes in between. You can imagine here it's going to be just as much about surviving the multi-class racing as it will be coming out the top versus your rivals. And when you add into the mix yourselves some rather wet conditions, albeit we're expecting the weather to fluctuate and change over the course of the racing this evening, it only seems to add more and more woes and worries. But then again, those who can manage those woes and worries effectively, they'll be the ones who come out on top and take home those ultimate Boxing Day bragging rights in terms of being the #1 driver out there. Without further ado, that is practice complete, and it is now time for qualifying. And while our drivers get ready to make their way out onto the circuit here, we do clear the data off screen for you. And well, we do have just a slight bit of complexity there. It does seem as though we have a small glitch, ladies and gentlemen, with regards to being able to look at our drivers, and well, there we go, it is resolved, so no worries there. We thought we might have had a slight technical issue and had to cut away, but not to be, and we are in qualifying now. 30 minutes, it's away we go. And while GT3 cars being the first out on circuit, well, we do have a good number of drivers here. Approximately 20 GT3s are registered, 15 Porsche Cup cars and 15 GT4s, albeit the numbers may vary slightly, but that's the rough picture, and therefore we could have up to 50 cars out on circuit in the race and up to a maximum of 20 cars out on circuit in qualifying at any given point in time. But as we do look to Julian Bruns here from the Salty Mountain Racing team, making the way on down through the Mercedes Arena in the Audi R8 Evo Mark II, and heading into turns 4 and 5 right now. The double right apex here, or a single right-hander if you will. It does look as though here those rainy conditions will continue for a degree of time, but notice there in the top right corner of your screen the weather radar saying to us that we've got rain right now. Within the next 10 minutes we will eventually go to dry conditions, and that's going to add quite a degree of information for our drivers here in terms of the best qualifying times are going to come at the end of the qualifying session. Now for our GT3s, this really does add an extra degree of conundrum to the situation, in the fact that they may find that the rain stops midway through their portion of the qualifying sessions, these opening 10 minutes, and it's about who can adapt themselves to those evolving conditions and find the ultimate dry line that should emerge right towards the end of those 10 minutes. It may not necessarily emerge completely, and we may not see those times evolve too much, but you'd like to think that may be in the mind of a good number of our GT3 drivers right now. And of course we have the return of the Jota McLaren as piloted by the German Nick Stick here, who of course had a difficult time at Indianapolis, but looking to bounce back strong today as they make their way into turn number 11, coming out the Schumacher S, and now heading into the right-hander of turn number 12 very shortly. A bit of traffic ahead here, but to be fair, most of our drivers will be queuing up to get themselves set as quickly as possible, as we do see Isaac Price in the BMW G2 eSports machine heading into the final corner and making their way onto their first flying lap here in the wet, and we're going to ride on board with them and see how they get on. Making the way down towards turn at number 1, then bringing the car all the way over to the left-hand side and heading on their journey onto their opening flying lap of this qualifying session. Looking to the left-hand side for the brake marker, and just after the 150 board, about 125 metres from corner apex, down on the brakes. It goes a bit deep. They're not quite got the heat in the tyres so far as they go deep into turn 1, but heading into the Mercedes arena into turn number 2, and here trail braking into the second corner apex. They bring the car to apex curve and power out. Let the car drift right, not onto the exit curve in there, because it'll be very slippery in these wet conditions. But heading into turn 3, a very late apex required here. Bring the car over to left for turn number 4, and now flex the car out here on the throttle as he comes through 4 and into 5, and now making his way down towards turn number 6. Now getting ready to go onto the brakes here, looking to the escape road on the right hand side, onto the anchors, roll the car in under trail braking before getting ready to bring the car over to left for turn number 7. Tricky there, you can see fighting at the steering wheel with the water on the circuit, really causing the car to wobble under direction changes. The BMW M4, of course, a very stable craft, but you can see Isaac Price not happy with that lap and deciding to abort, and instead we do see Sebastian Erdmann there in the BMW Motorsport Heritage machine making their way through turn number 12, and they're getting ready to go on to a lap. The Norwegian driver heading all the way up towards the Vidal chicane right now, but we will try and get another on board with other GT3s that goes all the way the distance of a lap very shortly, as we say hello to Nico F64 in the YouTube chat. They're saying let's go Wild Things Racing, and I think Nico, a Wild Things Racing fan there, and we do love to see it in the chat, and don't be shy, do let us know who you're cheering on, if you are cheering on anyone in particular, even if you just know them and you want them to do well today, or perhaps you want to see how they get on. Do keep us posted on that, as we see Erdmann coming to the timeline here and getting ready to go once more very shortly and going on to their first flying lap of this session. But meanwhile, drivers who are on flying laps right now include the American Skylar Lovrink, as the Bricks Racing driver heads up towards the Vidal chicane in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. And of course, we did see this car very strong and very popular at Indianapolis. The car absolutely flying in those wet conditions, albeit being changed by the Team Schumi Skins Mercedes. But we have Lovrink here making their way through the final corner. Of course, we won't see the Schumi Skins machine in action today. Maybe return at Paul Ricard, but as Lovrink heads across the timeline here, it's going to be the opening gambit, the opening lap of a 2-minute 0.4.185. No, sorry, 815, I should say. They're getting my numbers mixed up, and as they come on down towards turn number 1, well, that's the pace lap, and who's going to be able to beat it, if anybody, as we do see white tip there for TW Racing, the German driver crossing the line in the Porsche 911 Mark II GT3, and of course, this car being the ultimate handling car, a very tricky car, in the fact that this car very sensitive to the aerodynamic adjustment as the weight of the car changes. Well, the fuel tank being in the front there, you can see the fuel entry port on the front, on the where the bonnet would be. And therefore, when there's less fuel in the Porsche, it really does lift up on that front end, and then you've got to bury the car on the rear end, because it is mid-engine rear-wheel drive, and that rear really needs to settle down. You've got to do a lot of throttle control under braking and off the brake in order to get this Porsche to fly. But to be fair, right now, top 3 are only separated by 1.5 tenths as Duffner moves into P3. Tip drops down a further almost a tenth off in P4, but Jan Duffer then making their way down towards turn number 1 here. The Walkenhorst Motorsport driver in the 33 machine heading through turn number 1, but goes very deep there. You can recover the lap by going deep into turn number 1 in the Yokohama S-curves, but at the same time, the Duffner really there, I think, going a bit overly deep and looking to bring it back together with only 4 minutes left in this qualifying session. Of course, the overtime from our drivers may be on a lap when they do get to that 20-minute remaining point, and our GT3s will be called on in. But meanwhile, we've got the 99 car here going slowly of Isaac Price, getting themselves set up once again for the G2 Esports BMW team as they make their way into the final corner. A little bit of latency there from Price as well. I think also perhaps unsettling him a little bit, as we are noticing some brief lag spikes there. We'll have to keep an eye on that. But as they head on to another lap, we do look from them to what is the number 52 car of Lovrink right now, who is absolutely flying purple of everybody at the moment. 7 tenths up on their previous best, 8 tenths up as they clear Vidal. And what's it going to be here from the Ferrari driver as they head through the final corner? The marshmallows are nice and hot on the car. I wonder if they had marshmallows at Christmas. And as they make the way to the timeline here, what's it going to be? Well, they cross it. It's a 2:03.935, and the American there setting the timing boards alight by almost 7 tenths over Sebastian Erdmann, who will now be required to respond. And can anybody respond to that? That will be the big change that has come their way. Well, we'll have to wait and see, but we do have some other drivers right now who are starting to stack up around circuit, as we see Nick Sticker's just jumped up into P2, and as we see here, Sander Jacobs and the Dutch Endurance team making their way out to the final corner. The Dutchman to the line in the Honda NSX Evo 2, and as they cross the line, of course, the Evo 2, because it is running the Evo 2 electronics package, and as he heads down towards turn number 1, well, the Dutchman's going to have a bit more to do here as they break the one through, given the fact they're currently P5. Lovrink jumps to the pits with only 3 minutes left on the clock, but heads back on out for one last gasp at a potential pole lap. They are 2.5 tenths clear at the moment of Stick, but you'd imagine they feel as though they've got a bit more in the tank to deliver. But meanwhile, one driver who's coming on round and to the timing line here, it is Julian Bruns heading down for the Salty Mountains Racing outfit, and as we ride on board here with the Audi driver, let's let them take us around for a lap. Heading down towards turn number 1. Once again here, braking as late as they dare. And of course, this Audi very strong on acceleration, also cornering as he heads through turn number 1 and up towards turn number 2 into the Mercedes arena. Notice going a little bit late here on the turn into turn 2. So normally they try and clip that apex curb when the wet conditions. Nobody will dare touch a curb unless they point it in a straight line on the curbing. Coming into turn 3 a little bit early on the apex, so you can see the car sliding off the apex curb with the standing water. And now heading into turn number 4 and 5, running a bit wide there as the rain has stopped. So now we are going to see the fastest laps coming right at the end of this session as they make the way into turn 6. Onto the brakes here, nice and close to the apex. Don't let the car drift out too far to the right. You've got to get it back over to the left for turn number 7. But again, another drive being thwarted there by the water on circuit as he heads through turn number 7 and down towards 8. Damp conditions now prevailing as he heads in towards the hairpin. And getting ready to go onto the brakes here, looking to the left-hand side, the start of the entry curve on the left-hand side, coming all the way down the gearbox, goes a little bit deep there, but V-shapes the apex and brings it back together as now it's the run up towards the Schumacher S as they head up towards turns 9 and 10. Normally here, close to flat out in GT3 in dry conditions, but nowhere near that in these damp conditions, and heading on through there, making a nice straight line between the two apex curves of 9 and 10, and now into turn at number 11 underneath the billboard and braking there just before the 100-meter board, coming all the way down, goes a bit deep, brings it back around, now heading into turn at number 12 through the right hand and going a bit deep. They've really been caught out in the evolving conditions and now heading up towards the Vidal chicane. Firstly through the kink of 13, completely flat out here in the wet and in the dry, and just gradually bring the car through the right hander, now heading up towards Vidal. The fast version of Vidal we're featuring here. Onto the brakes, the runs goes at just about 75 meters, brings it into the first apex and lets the car dip into the second apex. Now heading up towards turn at number 16 here. No real brake mark into the final hairpin other than a small patch of grass on the left hand side. Brings it nice and tight and gets back on the powerful corner exit. A lovely lap there from Bruns. And will it be enough to improve from P13 with a 3 temps up on their previous best? And that's going to put them P12 there ahead of Jones. Dwayne Jones there dropping down to P13 in the Chrome Dome Racing Lamborghini Huracan Evo GT3. We've only got 12 seconds left in this qualifying session. We see that Isaac Price has gone P5 and has decided to make the way to the pits. And very shortly we will get the call for the Porsche Cup cars to start making the way out of the pit lane and onto the circuit. In fact, the time is up for the GT3, so they must finish the lap they're currently on and then come into the pits afterwards. But meanwhile, speaking of one driver who's flying here, Erdmann 8 temps up. This is going to be an absolutely colossal lap, and Erdmann goes provisional pole with a 2:03.270. Will anybody respond to that, given the fact that now you can see what the dry line is starting to form on the circuit here, and the drivers who are out, well, Erdmann has left it quite late in the session to deliver their best lap, but Lovering is going even faster right now. They're currently 7 temps up on their previous best, which would put them on form to just pip Erdmann to pole position. But will it stay that way? Of course, because whilst the circuit is dry, there's still going to be those patches of standing water. The water's not just going to evaporate away miraculously. As they make the way into turn number 11 here, Lovering just needs to keep this lap together and not drop it, and they may find themselves just pipping Erdmann to the post, but it's going to be so close here. Is anybody else going faster? That's the big question. Well, we have just had was number 15 car of Alves move up into P4. We're tracking them in the Ferrari. They have improved significantly. Lovering heads on down and up towards Vidal here. It's going to be 3 more corners to go, but Lovering has lost a bit of time in the run out of 12 into Vidal, but they brought it back now as they head up towards the final corner, almost taking to the grass, so you can see there, literally on the edge of what grip's available as he comes out the final corner. Is it going to be enough as we see Jacobs jumps up to P2, Kellenberger jumps up to P3, and Lovering takes pole position by 1.5 tenths over Erdmann. Can anybody else respond? I don't think so, as we see Duffner here for Walkenhorst Motorsport heading to the line. They're currently P5. They did not improve on that lap, and that, I believe, is the GT3 qualifying complete, other than the other Walkenhorst Motorsport car of Avner Premuz, the Hungarian, making their way out of the final corner and heading to the line here. Will they improve? They're 1.4 seconds up. They're currently P12. They jump to P7. The last drive round there goes to show you when you're the last guy around, you've got the track in prime condition, or the best possible condition, and Premuz putting in an absolutely solid lap to move to P7. But it is Skylar Lovering who takes pole position in the GT3 class. But now we look back out into circuit, of course, and it is the time of the Porsche 992 Cup cars. And well, as we see here, Tom Otte crossing the line to go onto their initial official flying lap. The big Tunk Racing driver heads on down towards turn number 1. Now, a little bit about these cars. The GT3s, of course, are the aerodynamic cars in terms they've got that rear wing. They've also got a lot of aero parts on the car and a huge amount of power underneath the hood or behind the driver, going up to the region of 550 horsepower. These Porsche Cup cars, meanwhile, have 510 horsepower to them. They are lightweight. They have been cleared of all excess baggage, and therefore they're the lightest they can possibly be. However, what they lack compared to the GT3s, Zotti gets it wrong there. Coming through the Mercedes arena, has to duck out the way immediately. What we were going to say in terms of what's different between them and their GT3 peers is, firstly, they have no traction control available to them. So these cars, the driver has to manage the throttle entirely, as we see Alex Nunes parking up there in the run to Vidal, and we see Ben Norton from Antivirus Racing making their way up towards turn 16, but they have no traction control. But also on top of that, because they're a bit lighter compared to their peers, it means that these cars absolutely fly in the straights, but through the corners, they are literally all about, you've got to control it as a driver. They do have ABS available. We're not running in Super Cup class conditions, whereby they have the ABS also switched off. But as we see Ben Norton making their way down towards turn number 1 here, well, we're going to have to be very delicate on the throttle, because until we get dry conditions, you can imagine here, it is going to be almost a pedal of death. If you get it wrong, the car will immediately go around, as Norton almost loses it there and brings it up towards turn number 2. But meanwhile, as we look from them to the number 21 car here of a Luke Whitehead from Luke Whitehead 21 Coach, and of course the infamous esports driver who is absolutely flying this year in 2022 and providing his own coaching services. They make the way through what is there, the Vidal chicane, heading up towards turn number 16. Well, we'll see Whitehead coming through very shortly to complete the first flying lap as we understand it. And where's it going to be in terms of pace? And well, we're expecting the Porsche Cup cars to be somewhere in the region of 1.5 to 2 seconds off of what will be at the GT3s. In fact, Whitehead's heading down towards turn number 1 for their first flying lap, and let's ride on board. They're braking all the way down the gearbox there, starting their braking about 120 metres from the apex, and then coming through turn number 1 and heading up towards turn number 2. And into the Mercedes arena now, and balancing the car in 3rd gear, and you can see having to constantly balance the steering now in terms of applying a little bit of counter steer to stop the rear from completely sliding, as White goes very deep there, but brings it back for a late apex. They come through 3 into 4 and 5, but you can see just how tricky it is. He runs a little bit wide, and is that going to be an invalidated lap for Whitehead? I don't think so at the moment, as they make the way up towards turn number 6 and heading on in here into the left, into the right. And I think it may have been invalidated lap, in fact, as they make the way through the right hand return at number 7. But we're going to complete the lap as they make the way down towards 8 and bring it back onto the throttle now. Full throttle in the charge on down. But you just see how aggressive these Porsche Cup cars are as he makes his way onto the brakes here, coming down into the hairpin, down to 2nd gear, and in fact parking the car and deciding that is enough. He's going to go again very shortly, and Whitehead not happy with how that lap played on out, as we see Norton making the way out of the final corner here. And of course Ben Norton almost losing it at one point in the run into the Mercedes arena, crosses the line however and sets the fastest time of the Porsche Cup class so far of what is there, and we're just getting an update on what that specific time is, a 2:05.232. And to give you an idea, he's actually slid himself in amongst some of the GT3, some of the slower GT3 drivers, and that is the overlap between the two classes. And meanwhile, we see Justus Luna there, the half practice hero driver, the Dutchman, who was of course previously in the BMW M2 class at Indianapolis, now trying his hand at the Porsche Cup class as they make the way into turn number 11. Goes a bit deep there, but after fighting the steering coming through the Schumacher crest, you can understand why he's taking the safe route into turn number 11 rather than trying to bring down the collateral early. And as he makes his way out of 12 and up towards Vidal here, the half practice hero driver bringing the car comfortably now up towards Vidal. Can he bring it together though, given that Ben Norton has really set a time to beat 7/10 faster than anybody else out there? And as Luna makes the way into the chicane, left right they go, and you'll notice here that they'll try and carry as much speed as possible from corner to corner, but at the same time they won't want to overspeed out of 15, so as the car's going to snap on them in the run out of 15 to 16 as Luna comes through the final corner with the 37 car looking smooth. But is it enough here? I think it may have been invalidated lap, as we do have a red marker on our board. That's our timing tower that you cannot see on screen, but we have that in our separate statistics screen, and Luna there with an invalidated lap has to go again. But meanwhile, drivers who are still out there and on bad laps at the moment, we do see Evan Latafas from Wild Things Racing making their way on through. and up the hill towards what is Vidal's chicane here, and running in a little bit of a less splendid Wild Wings Racing livery today, running in diminished colours there, just in the off-purple black coloration, but still heading up into turn 14 and 15, making the way through at the left-right, and now making the way into the final braking zone here. And what can the Taffers do? Currently no time on the board, but as they make the way out to the final corner with just under 3 minutes left of this qualifying session, and what's the Taffers going to be able to achieve as they cross the line? Is it going to be a lap that counts? Not quite. They're going to have to go again, it would seem. Enough Taffers not putting a lap on the board, but meanwhile we look to drivers who have got laps on the board, and that includes number 97 driver here of what is Saristo, as we do see the ISS racing driver here from Finland making the way through the turn 8 hairpin at the moment, and losing the rear end almost there, just catches the car, and well, it may still be damp out there, but you can definitely tell where there's some standing water on circuit as he's catching these cup cars out very quickly. But that is the gamble you play. It's the risk versus reward. You can either push it really hard and look to get an ultimate lap time, and speaking to someone who's pushing it really hard, Tom Otti right now from Big Tunk Racing, making the way into turn number 11. They are currently what the time of running up into turn number 11, but I think the lap's just been invalidated, in fact, by that off in the run to turn 11. He was almost a whole second up, but the Briton has had to back it off and needs to go again. Meanwhile, making the way through the Schumacher S at the moment is Racing Technologies' Alistair Leckie in the 630 car, and they are a whole second up on their previous best, and that whole second up on their previous best would essentially put them what would be almost 4 attempts up on Ben Norton's provisional pole time at the moment. And just to remind you, Ben Norton's time of a 2:05.232 has been a very high bar. Nobody has come close to it, although Jeroen Jongen has moved to within 3 attempts, and well, he is improved, and Jongen takes provisional pole literally at the death here with 1 minute to go, now moving on to a 2:04.895. He's absolutely pushed it to the limit, and can anybody else follow suit? We see Leckie making the way on through, and well, right now the Racing Technology driver will be looking to try and get within P2 of what is his rival there, as Nurbs has gone even faster, and in fact, Wojciech Nurbs has gone at provisional pole on an even faster for a 2:04.880, and those drying conditions definitely coming in here as Leckie does go even faster. But it's Alex Nunes who has taken provisional pole. He just crossed the line only moments ago ahead, and he has taken pole position so far on what is a 2:04.355, and given the fact that we're now seeing the sun starting to come out in the distance, this is going to make qualifying really odd, ladies and gentlemen, because look at how the Porsche Cup cars are filtering into the qualifying times of where's the GT3s. Unfortunately, we can't segregate the classes of the Cup cars. Technology doesn't let us do that. But you can see Nunes here with the Porsche Cup pole will be P10 on the overall grid. He'll be on the 5th row in amongst the GT3s, and that is going to really mix things up in the run to turn number 1 in the race. Can you imagine if Nunes gets it right, he may have multiple GT3s between himself and his rivals in the run onto what will be the opening laps of the race. But conversely, it could go the other way and not work out for him. As he makes his way down towards that turn at number 8 here, we ride on board with the Portuguese for the simple reason we'll carry on from where Whitehead left off as he makes his way out to turn number 8 and up towards the Schumacher S's here. And Nunes right now matching his previous best and trying to go faster as he brings it in. The car drifts a little bit there, sliding on through, third back up into fourth, upshifting there to try and get the rear of the car to calm down, drops it down, but decides to stop there, and Nunes pushing it a little bit too far and fast. Meanwhile, we do have the number 74 car here of Evan Natafas making the way on around, and Natafas right now running just inside the top 10 of the Porsche Cup class as he makes his way into the Schumacher S. And I don't think we are going to get an on-board lap here with any of our Porsche Cup drivers that runs from start to finish, but that goes to show you the tenacity at which they're trying to push it as much as possible as he heads up to turn number 11. The GT4s are starting to make the way out on circuit, and as Natafas makes his way on around and up into turn number 12 with the Wild Wings Racing driver here definitely on the ball and trying to deliver as best as possible, but it is proving very tricky indeed as the 74 driver heads to the line. He'll be our last Porsche Cup car to complete their qualifying lap. And can he improve even further, given that Jeroen Jongen has improved and taken provisional pole off of Nunes by a margin of what is only 3.5 hundredths. As Natafas comes to the final corner here, well, to give you an idea of his current performance, he's 1.3 seconds up on his previous best, a 2:07.475 previous best, and that's going to put him a long way up the order in class. He makes his way to the line. If this does count, I believe it will, and moving up to P22 there, ahead of what is Lunet and also Havard, as he makes his way down towards turn 1, and that is the Porsche Cup Session complete, ladies and gentlemen, and it is this man, Bjorn Jongen, who takes pole position in the Porsche 992 Cup class. But now we come on to our GT4s, and well, we can see here that Lucas Eder decided to stay in the pits for the coach and our academy team, but we do have other drivers making the way on around, including Snow Racing's Steve Lindauer, the German driver here in the Porsche Cayman 718, making their way up towards turn number 11. Of course, the difference between the GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars versus the GT4s was, we said earlier, these GT4s are road cars turned road racers. You can go to a Porsche dealer and buy yourself a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4, albeit it's going to set you back quite a bit of money, but you can buy one. The only difference is you'll notice the considerable spoiler at the rear and also the weight reduction with the passenger seat and a lot of the interior specifications such as air conditioning and whatnot being taken out of the car, but otherwise these are road racers turned into racing cars, and with an average horsepower in the region of 350 to 400 horsepower, it does mean they're a bit down the straights and also in the corners as well, as we see Lindau making the way into the final corner to get themselves set up to go on to what will be their first flying lap of this session, and we are expecting the lap time to be significantly slower by comparison. But as they head on down towards turn number 1, well, we will ride on board here with Snow Racing driver as they take us around for a lap of the Nürburgring Grand Prix circuit in a GT4. So braking there just before the 100 metre wall, coming all the way down to the gearbox and taking nice and tight to the apex curb before powering out here, using that mid-engine rear-wheel drive drivetrain layout of the Porsche there to get the extra rotation. As they head into turn number 2, you'll notice now the circuit is completely different in the fact we do not have as much water on the racing line. All the water now off the line, but Lindau goes very deep, and that's going to cost him as the car gets hooked onto the grass, and Lindau there with a lap has gone so very wrong as he went overly deep into the corner, and well, we are going to jump over Lindau there for the brief moment. It's gone a bit wrong, but he'll be looking to come back in the near future, I'm certain, and put it to rights, but they're not a great start to his qualifying session. Meanwhile, elsewhere on circuit, we see Mark Ham from the Fast and Furious 2.0 team running the McLaren 570S as they make the way through turn 11 into 12. And as they roll their way on down and around, having already done one lap out on circuit, the McLaren driver now looking to make their way on to what is their first flying lap and complete it, and we're mostly there so far, and the McLaren being a good all-rounder in the GT4 class with quite a bit of top-end speed, albeit we don't really have any straights on the McLaren's top-end speed can be exploited here, apart from the run from the final corner down towards turn at number 1 arguably, but only in top gear for a brief moment as he makes way into the final corner. What's it going to be from the GT4 driver as they come on through? Will it be enough? We see O'Brien has gone P25 overall there, and we do try to get you the GT4 class, and there we go, those are the GT4 qualifying times. And as we see Ham crossing the line, also Ruto Solanen coming across the line, and Nixon as well, but it does seem as though it's the Alpine so far of what is Peter O'Brien who has taken provisional pole, the American there for Rainbow Crash Racing, albeit morphed a little bit with the Jota McLaren in the pit lane, but I can assure you there are two separate cars there. It's just a bit of a graphical abomination. But meanwhile, we will get to see their livery in full splendour a little bit later on when we go racing. Meanwhile, John Nixon from Street Art Racing, the American driver here, opting to go with the Aston Martin V8 Vantage GT4. And well, right now, a bit of a powerhouse car, albeit at the same time very stable platform, the Aston Martin, as they make the way out to turn 4, 5 and down towards 6 here. But we have just under 5 minutes of this qualifying session left to go. And what we do see Alex Curto from Wild Things Racing, the Canadian, heading across the timeline. And we do ride on board with Curto in the Aston Martin as they make their way on to what will be their first flying lap. So braking all the way down from the 100 metre board into turn 1, going a bit deep there, but deciding to go deep and stay in second in order to get a better line into the Mercedes arena. Gambling there with the deep line into 1, but it seems to work. Third gear for turn number 2, and getting back onto the pound. The thing that the Aston Martins are good from the GT3 and GT4 class is their low end stability in terms of the low RPM band. They don't have too much torque available to them, so therefore you can really dig deep on the throttle, going through 3 and into 4, taking plenty of apex curve there, again bouncing it over the curve. The GT4 classes can use those curves a little bit more exploitatively compared to GT3s. Now heading into the braking zone for turn at 6 at the end of the escape road entry point, coming down to third gear, clashing over the curve, over to the left hand side for turn 7, down into the turn 7 apex. So you can see it's cambered, dropping a second briefly. Get a bit of extra rotation and power and then making their way down towards the hairpin and bringing the car all the way over to the right before scooping it over to the left-hand side. I think Kurto just trying to find a dry line, but they go way too deep on the brakes, and the car straight lines on for Kurto, and it has not worked out on that lap, and they've got not too many more laps in which to try and achieve a better score. But meanwhile, Jason Provolone here in the Dirty 630 machine, or the Dirty 631 machine, given the number 630 already taken by another driver upon joining the server today, as we see them in the GT4 Camaro. We'll head in towards turn number 16 here and looking to try and see if they can improve on their previous best of a 2:13.892. And will the American muscle here with its V8 Splendor maybe a little bit power hungry, but the one thing that Provolone will have to their advantage is that they can take the curbs with an absolute confidence. This car, a very heavy car, and therefore it does not worry about curves. Its downside, of course, does lack quite a bit in the corners, very prone to understeer, front engine rear wheel drive, and that means that in the Mercedes arena we may see this Camaro really struggle for turning, and Provolone may have to be quite aggressive towards those apex curves to get the car to want to rotate. But no signs of any trouble there. If he's fighting at the steering wheel, we're not seeing it here from the exterior cameras as they make their way through turn number 3 and up towards 4 or 5. The reason it's, of course, it's a double right apex here where we rejoin from where we'd have the concatenated chicane if we were running some of the endurance layouts where you would see turns 1 and 2 bypass the chicane entirely, but not to be. And as the Dirty 630 car now makes its way into turns 6 and 7, you notice that whilst this car may not be dancing on those rear tyres compared to some of the mid-engine rear-wheel drive cars, still looking very smooth. And so, as they say, when a lap looks smooth, it's normally a fast lap, and Provolone currently a 10th up on his previous best. Meanwhile, someone who else is up on a 10th on their previous best, that is Peter O'Brien, current pole sitter in the GT4 class on a 2:10.135 on their previous lap, and well, still flying out on circuit at the moment, a little bit further behind Provolone as they come out of the hairpin and up towards the Schumacher S, named after, of course, Michael Schumacher. And as we see here, Provolone making their way through 9 and 10, the double chicane, and now heading up towards 11. We're getting ready to go on to the brakes here. And this has been a very nice lap so far. In fact, now 3 attempts up on their previous best and looking to really bring it all together right at the end here. And we're expecting drying conditions all the way to the end of qualifying. So for our drivers, this track is only going to get faster and faster. We're not expecting any of the GT4s to intermingle amongst the GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars, given that in dry conditions there is approximately a 15-second delta between the GT4s and the other two classes. Again, that's finger in the air estimate, but it's about that, if not a little bit less, and therefore we should see the GT4s here fall in line. But it just goes to show you how those evolving conditions can really change up the lap times. As the Provolone coming through the final corner here, currently 6 tenths up on their previous best. What's it going to be as they come to the line? Well, it's only going to be 5 tenths. In fact, they were 2.8 seconds off the pole lap, now moved to 2.3 seconds off, up to P6 there. And a beautiful lap from Provolone as they head down towards turn number 1. And once again, meanwhile, we do look to what is Forsten Maltrek, as we do see the Road to Ruin racing driver in the Ginetta G55 making the way through the Mercedes arena at the moment. Interesting pit, the Ginetta. No straight line speed on this car. As soon as it hits 6th gear, it just hits a wall whereby it does not pick up any more speed based on the balance of performance. But the upside of this GT4 is the fact it is very strong in the corners and also in low gear acceleration. 2nd, 3rd and 4th, this car's going to be hard to beat, and right now Maltrek really looking to try and demonstrate that here. Currently down in P34 overall, P9 in class, but the number 42 driver still having something to say about it as the clock ticks down on this qualifying session. We are about to hit 0, and that means all of drivers will enter overtime. They'll need to finish the laps they're on, and those will be the final laps that count, as we see Maltrek heading on down towards turn at number 8, and as they make their way through the right-hander here, well, keeping it nice and compact. But we'll see where the Ginetta will start to struggle is in the end of the run up towards what is turn number 11 after the Schumacher S, and also in the run towards Vidal. It will start to lose out beyond the turn 13 kink when it starts to hit those higher gears. 5th gear and not being as strong compared to other cars as well. And as we said earlier, it's all focused around those lower gears. That's where the Ginetta gains its raw strength as they make their way into the braking zone here. Go very deep into 11. Do they bring it back? We'll wait for the camera to turn around. They do just about keep on circuit, but I think there Maltrek may have just had a little bit of heart in mouth moment, given how the car waits. Understeering again, coming on through, and that is going to be a lap that is spoiled there as he loses all the time he's gained. But meanwhile, speaking to drivers who are looking to gain, we see the number 30 car, Averes Gabriel Forter for Wild Things Racing coming to line. Currently P12, jumps to P5, and finally put a lap on the board. What about Mark Hammer from Fast and Furious 2.0? P6 is the best they'll achieve here today. And well, we also see there Ruta Solanen staying P3. As Maltrek comes into the pit lane, what about the 631 car, Jason Provolone? They make the way in as well. And then we've got the 112 car here of Kevin Lenz from Snow Racing making the way through the final corner. And will can Lenz improve from their previous best? Currently P7 in class. They come to the timeline. And what's it going to be here? It's an improved lap, but it's not enough to move them up any further. The 420 car of White Street Art Racing's Jordan Nixon comes to the line, currently P2. Can they potentially dethrone O'Brien? They take it briefly. It's a 209.170. And Peter O'Brien, well, where are they? Come to a line here. Can O'Brien go even faster? No, he cannot. So Nixon takes it at the last moment. And meanwhile, Curto comes to the line. And Curto there will set the final lap. And it will be what is in class P4 for Alex Curto in what has been an absolutely close qualifying session, but in the end it has come down to what is Jordan Nixon taking pole position in the GT4 class, and that's P25 overall. And then in the Porsche Cup class it is Jeroen Jongen who has taken pole and P10 overall, and in the GT3 class it is Skylar Lovering who has taken overall pole position and GT3 pole there with a 203.120. The pole time of Jongen in the Porsche Cup class a 204.3, and the GT4 class of Nixon at 209.710. So in the end, with the drying conditions of the GT4s, you can see that gap between the lap times really coming down rapidly. And well, you'd have to imagine if the weather was perhaps drying a little bit more aggressively, could we have seen the GT4s be even closer on time? I think that's a little bit of wishful thinking, to be fair. But the key thing is we have a number of Porsche Cup cars factored in amongst the GT3s, and it is definitely going to lead to a very intense opening few laps as the classes try to work around one another. Without further ado, as they make the way to the grid, let's take you through the grid here, ladies and gentlemen, and see how they all line up. Well, as we do bring you to the grid then, ladies and gentlemen, we start off from the very front, of course, and taking overall pole position and GT3 pole position, it is none other than Skylar Lovering there, who starts on pole, as we do just try to get our timing hard corrected, as it does seem to be out, but they take pole position in the end in the GT3 class. Alongside him on the front row is Sebastian Urban there from BMW Motorsport Heritage Norwegian, alongside the American, and behind them is Sander Jacobs, the Dutchman from the Dutch Endurance team, takes P3 in the Honda NSX Evo. Then join them on the second row, it is Michael Kellenberger from the CamH Esports Endurance team. The German there starting at P4 ahead of Jan Duffer, who starts in P5 for Walkenhorst Motorsport, joined on the third row by Mateus Alves, who the Brazilian there starting P6 in the Ferrari 488 GT3 Evo. Started off our fourth row, it is Abner Premuz from Walkenhorst Motorsport, the Hungarian there, P7, alongside him Nick Stick from Jota McLaren, starting in the McLaren 720S in P8, the German driver looking to have a better day compared to Indianapolis. Isaac Price starts off our fifth row at P9 there for BMW G2 Esports, the Briton being joined on that row by the Porsche 992 Cup pole sitter of Jeroen Jongen from QRT Yellowbird Quantum Racing Team Yellowbird, and the Dutchman there with an absolutely flying pole lap ahead of Alex Nunes, who starts off our sixth row there, the Portuguese from Porsche Motorsport. We then have joining him the driver of White Tip from TW Racing, the German driver there, starting P12, and he is in a Porsche GT3 Mark II, not a Porsche Cup car. And then he has the Porsche Cup pair of Alistair Leckie from the United Kingdom for Racing Technology, and being joined. Give us a brief moment, ladies and gentlemen, as we do seem to have a brief issue with our timing tower. We will get that fixed for you, and there it is. But Alistair Leckie being joined on that row by what will be Wojciech Nurv, who starts in P14, the Porsche Motorsport driver from the Czech Republic. We then have Kurt Peters starting at P15 there for the Team Curry outfit in the BMW M4 GT3, joined on the eighth row, we should say, by Roman Belonganov, as we see here the Russian driver from RGT starting at P16, and then we have Georgi Kunzabo there, the Porsche Cup car driver for Porsche Motorsport, starting at P17 on the ninth row of the grid, the Hungarian driver ahead of Ben Norton. At one point looked to be on pole in the class, but when the evolving conditions missed out, and the Briton we start in P18 for Antivirus Racing. Then starting P19 on the 10th row is Oscar Savaristo, the OSS Racing driver from Finland, starting ahead of Tom Otti, the Briton from Big Tunk Racing, starting P20, and then it is Dwayne Jones who starts P21 there in the Chrome Dome Racing Huracan GT3 Evo, joined joined by Evan Natafos in the Porsche Cup car, starting P22 for Wild Things Racing, the Greek driver. Then we have on row number 12 the combination of Dennis Weisman, starting P23 in the Audi R8 Evo 2, the GT3 driver from Germany for Salty Mountains Racing, being joined by Just Luner for Half Practice Hero in the Porsche Cup team, starting P24 does the Dutchman. Then we have our GT4 pole sitter starting P25 on the 13th row. It is Jordan Nixon from Street Art Racing, the American, being joined by his close rival of Peter O'Brien for Rainbow Crash Racing, the American driver as well. And then we have Ilpo Rutasalen starting P27 for Apex Not Found in the Camaro GT4. The Finnish driver being joined on that row by Alex Curto, who completes what is row at number 14 for Wild Things Racing, the Canadian driver there in the Aston Martin. Then on row number 15 we have Reyes Gabriel Fortea starting P29 for Wild Things Racing in the GT4 class in the Porsche Cayman, and the Romanian driver is joined by Mark Ham, the Dutchman in the Fast and Furious 2.0 McLaren at 570 SGT4. And then we have Kevin Len starting P31 for Snow Racing, the German driver in the GT4 class, being joined by Ricardo Massiera from Revolution at Sim Racing Blue. They start P32 in the Porsche Cup car as the Hungarian. And then we have Steve Lindau starting P33, joined on the 17th row by Jason Provolone, the Dirty 630 driver. And then we have Thorsten Maltrek in the Road to Ruin Racing Ginetta GT4 starting P35, joined on the 18th row by Richard Pixley for Wild Things Racing, the Briton there in the Porsche Cayman GT4. And then we have Lucas Ege starting P37 for Coach Anna Academy, and they are joined by Jack Alexander there on what is the 19th row, the Riolo competition Alpine driver. And in our final row we have Luke Whitehead starting P39, starting from the back of the field in the Porsche Cup car. They'll start P39 with the Briton. And then we do have starting from the pit lane, as I'm to understand it, Jan Duffner, who'll be starting P40 from the pit lane, not making it to the grid, and that's why we've had a quick change up in the grid order there, in case you're confused why some of our drivers' positions have changed. But as we look to the front of the field here, as our drivers make the way on around, we look to Skyler Lovering right now, heading on down and around in towards the hairpin. On the formation lap, of course, it is a manual double file formation lap. They'll be in single file all the way until they get towards the Vidal chicane, and then they'll be required to line up 2 by 2, and it will be to this man to take us racing for 2.4 hours at the Nürburgring Grand Prix Strecke. As we look a little bit further down here to Alistair Leckie, and what can Leckie do there in terms of starting in what is P3 in the Porsche Cup class. He does get briefly invaded by another car, and will the Racing Technology driver, of course, you can pass through other cars that set the course of competition until we get underway with the racing. And the 630 driver starting from quite an advantageous position, but he will have to be wary of some GT3s behind that will be looking to pick the way through the order, and we'll have to wait and see how that works out in practice. But meanwhile, even further down the order, we do look to Peter O'Brien, missing out in the end on GT4 pole by only the smallest of margins. But you can imagine that the American will be looking to get an absolutely flying start in the Rainbow Crash Racing Machine. I believe, I can't quite remember the series that it's based on there, but we do have some of the characters from the Rainbow series in front. Particularly, you'll notice there right at the bottom of the front of the car in the Alpine right now, very colourful and looking to go charging very shortly. But the name of the television series that's based off of the livery just seems to escape my mind at the moment. I do apologise. But meanwhile, we look all the way further back to Maltrek, and keep your eye out for Maltrek. You can imagine the Ginetta driver will be looking to come through on cornering, not on top end speed. But as they make the way on around, of course, our drivers will now be getting the hurry up to start making their way into formation. And well, how can you tell the drivers made a pit stop? There are going to be 3 for every driver here as a minimum. You'll see that on the timing tally. They do have that number beside them between their door number and the time to the car ahead of them, and that is going to be that orange rectangle with the number 3 in white. Currently denoting everyone is required to do 3 pit stops still, but that number will go down as the pit stops are accrued. But enough of the specifics. It's now to Skyler Lovering to take us away for 2.4 hours of racing at the Nürburgring in the Boxing Day Special, hosted by Rapid Drivers Club, sponsored by Wild Things Racing. And it's lights out and away we go as Lovering looks to get the start he desires as they charge their way down towards turn number 1. Immediately notice how Erdmann covers off the charge from Jacobs, expecting Jacobs to be very fast off the gate. But as they make their way down to the break-ins over the first time of asking, it's the concertina effect en masse here as we see a Porsche Cup car getting it very wrong behind. Alistair Leckie just avoiding the contact with the car. We've got Nick Stick around there, and meanwhile we're trying to... Oh, goodness me! And I believe that Isaac Price has been involved in a bit of contact there, which has then sent a number of drivers wide. but with some drivers falling on down, others have survived and gained massively as we see GT4s picking their way through the carnage in the run into turn number 3. Voltaire here has gained massively at the start of this race. They do have a push cup car on their inside and also a car on their outside as we see meanwhile Pete O'Brien losing out considerably there, and O'Brien being shafted down the order very quickly as meanwhile side by side we route to Selena as they make their way through. Push cup in between. Behind we've got Mark Ham going round in a bit of contact I believe with what was another car in the form of Dennis Weisman as they make their way back up to speed right now, but it's a chaotic start to the race here. We've got plenty of duration to go, but multiple drivers involved in instance. We can see there further back it is literally a graveyard of cars that are trying to bring themselves back together and rustle the way in towards the pit lane, but meanwhile looking all the way out towards the front. The one driver who avoided all the drama and has stayed clear and is already making his way clear is Skylar Lovering, who leads head up into turn number 11 with Erdmann just behind, and you can see Mateus Alves gaining massively from P6 to P3 in the space of only half a lap, and behind there's Wojciech Nuverv, the Czech Republic driver here in the Porsche Cup car, has come out of nowhere in all the carnage in the opening few corners, and the Porsche Motorsport driver leads the class right now ahead of Joran Jongen as they make their way on towards the Vidal chicane. But further back, Tom Otti now being passed by Kurt Peters and also Luke Whitehead, and Luke Whitehead, who remember started from the very back of the grid, is already up into P13 overall, and in class that is P6 in class as Whitehead continues to pick up the pieces here, and by starting at the back and not setting a qualifying time, I think Whitehead here has played an absolute gamble and it has worked out massively as he makes his way through the final corner and heads on the inside there of Kurt Peters, and right now Whitehead is flying, but after one lap as we see a car losing it there, and that is Tom Otti who's gone round to the final corner. They've had to jump to the pits. That will set them back an entire lap, which is very unfortunate. We've got multiple drivers into the pit lane, including what looks to be Avner Premuz. We've also got Natafas, we've got Kunzabo. There's been so many drivers involved in that early contact. It will mean they clear one of those mandatory pit stops. It won't cost them too much, but you can imagine the frustration for some drivers with the way it's all played out so far. But meanwhile, looking behind Nick Stick, there's Kevin Lenz from Snow Racing under pressure from Jason Provolone and also Richard Pixley as these three try to bring it all back together in the battle for what is P8 in the GT4 class. And you see Pixley trying to go around the outside here. Provolone as they make the way down towards turn number 3, and they run a bit wide, and it's still wet on the exit curbing as he comes out of 2 into 3, brings it on the outside, and Pixley here with the confidence in the car up the inside of Jason Provolone. A lovely move from Pixley to gain a place in class. He makes his way down towards turn number 6. Meanwhile, he tries to power on his way on through. We look a little bit further back to Dennis Weisman, who's in the pit lane right now. One of a multitude of drivers all caught up in the early carnage, but things seem to be calming down a little bit. As we see Joran Jongen here picking his way on through past Isaac Price, and Price tucked in behind Sander Jacobs, who's also coming through. But Jongen in the Porsche Cup car will definitely try to thread the needle, and he wants to go after Nuverf. You can understand why he may be feeling as though here he's got a lot more to gain and to pick his way past the GT3s. But as he heads on through turn number 12 here, he's got to be aware of the fact that Sander Jacobs and that Honda NSX is going to be absolutely flying out the corners. The Honda very quick to get up to top speed, and as he makes his way into the kink here, he'd be hoping that Porsche Cup car will move out the way, but of course they don't have to give way. The onus is on the faster class of car to pick its way past, but at the same time you can imagine that for the worth that it's going to be that Jongen may consider backing off if he's heavily harassed by Jacobs, but we'll have to wait and find out if that's the way it goes in practice. But meanwhile, one driver here who's picking his way past GT4s, that's Roman Belonogov as he makes his way up towards turn number 13. The RGT driver here in a very stylish livery making his way through the Vidal chicane and up towards turn number 16, coming through the right hand of RGT Esports right now, but definitely been in the woods as that BMW M4. You can see the scratch damage on the front of the car, and will not a happy start to the race for the Russian. Indeed, for many a driver, meanwhile as he makes his way on down towards turn number 1, we do look to Kevin Lenz here, who has found his way on past what is, I believe, Steve Lindau, and Lindau going very slowly coming out the final corner, and I think the Snow Racing drivers swapping places as they work their way down towards turn number 1, once again working together here. And behind they do have always Richard Pixley, the other Porsche car, the GT4 in the GT4 Porsche car, we should say, not the Porsche Cup car, but Lindau goes overly deep, and Richard Pixley picks his way out the inside, and will probably only be able to get back here at the Porsche army that's assailed him. I don't think so this time around as he makes his way through 2 and and down towards 3, but onto the brakes he goes. It is Brovlone, and he's going to have to wait another turn, but those Porsches are looking very fast and sharp at the moment, as Brovlone has to wait behind them. He'll look to try and get the run on the straights here, but they come in the second half of the lap. But as he heads up to speed, we can see that Sander Jacobs has just picked the way on past. Whereas your own Jonken, the Honda NSX driver, has gone around Jonken, as we see their eyes at Price also trying to come through, and you can imagine the G2 Esports driver will be looking to pick his way into position, albeit as they make the way through the left into right here, 11 into 12. Does look as though instead the traffic's now building with White Tip not too far behind, as we ride on board here with the TW Racing driver in the GT3 class, and you can see their Price trying to outspeed the Porsche Cup car of Jonken in the run up towards Vidal, but in return that's where the Porsche Cup car just flies. It's got a bit less weight, it's got similar engine power, and it just goes on the straights, and Price having to be held behind once more, and Tip here can take a little bit of inspiration from this. He's getting closer and closer as he makes way to the final corner, goes a bit deep, and as he comes through the right hander here, Tip's got to be careful of course, because he's trying to make his way past a very fast BMW M4 driver, and then we do see Jonken peeling over to the right, covering off the position, and I mean Jonken here is trying to let the BMW through, but at the same time conscious of the fact the pace, as we see up the inside there of Tip is Luke Whitehead, who takes the dive to the inside. And Whitehead, in the space of less than 10 minutes, has moved up inside the overall top 10 from the back of the field, and now it's P3 in the Porsche Cup class, and he's bearing down on second place as we see that Price finally gets alongside Jonken as they make their way into turn number 3, and Whitehead's going to try and capitalise on this. Can he do it? Yes, he has already gone through, and Luke Whitehead going on the inside there, albeit slightly off camera, and Luke Whitehead picking up P2 in class, as meanwhile White Tip being robbed left, right and centre, an opportunity to go hunting, but Tip out on the grass rejoins, and Jonken, well, I think there might have been a bit of contact between the two of them. Let's find out what happened. This is only moments to go, and we focus on Whitehead initially here in the run down into turn number 3. Now you see Jonken in the bright yellow Porsche Cup car on the outside goes overly deep there, and as they make the way on through the corner, we look to Jonken side by side with Tip, and Tip there loses the rear of the car, and a double contact with the side of Jonken, who just manages to straight line on. Meanwhile, involved in that as well was the BMW M4 behind, but we can't quite tell you who that is. That's the Walkenhorse Motorsport car, as we understand it was involved that contact as well. And well, Jonken right now I think getting away with what could have been a near disaster, but not on him in the end. He was just a passenger in the situation as he makes his way now on these live pictures into turn number 12. But as he makes his way on through the right hand here down towards Vidal, he charges. It does seem to be quite chaotic with regards to the GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars all overlaying on one another at the moment, and we're still waiting to see the classes settle their way on down. But speaking of settling down at the moment, I can tell you the GT4 class are starting to settle into their own battles here. We're just under 10 minutes complete, and the track gradually getting a bit cool as we get deeper and deeper into the evening. It's 8 o'clock local time currently. And as we see Peter O'Brien making his way through turn number 12 and down towards Vidal, trying to chase after the fellow GT4 there of Mark Ham. And the McLaren, of course, faster on the straights. The Alpine dominant in the corners, but just does not have that straight line speed by comparison. You can imagine the Rainbow Crash Racing driver here. We're looking to gain it all in the first half a lap next time around. But we hear that Jonken's into the pits, and so is Kurt Peters. So more drivers are deciding to come in and clear their opening stop. A lot of stops have been forced on drivers due to what happened on the opening lap. But also on top of that, I think some drivers deciding to get clear of all the traffic and try to find themselves some space on circuit. It's understandable, of course, for the simple reason that you want to have that clear track to be able to put in those best possible laps. We see Jordan Nixon picking up the pace down towards turn number 1 right now with Lucas Ziege behind, and Ziege trying to close up there in the Porsche Cayman as the two GT4 class drivers here battle for what is effectively a P4 in their class as they make their way into the Mercedes arena once again. But as they come on through, we can see things settling down towards the rear of the field, but further up the field, that's where all the drama is at this time. And where we do look to Roman Velongov as he makes his way out of turn at number 7 and down towards 8, chasing after Kurt Peters, and recently picked his way past Saristo, having got past the Porsche Cup car, and now making the way into turn at number In turn number 8, there's in fact, I think Kurt Peters into the pit lane as we're to understand. In fact, yes, into the pit lanes, therefore Peters dropping all the way down the order as the time tag is updated. But you can imagine Belenogov making their way comfortably in the pursuit now of White Tip, who is 7 seconds up the road. As meanwhile, we look from the middle of the field up to the very front of the field currently. And here is your race leader as he makes his way on to another lap with an advantage at the moment of 2.6 seconds. But as he crosses the line, this time goes purple. And well, Lovering 2:0.5. Meanwhile, Erdmann behind a 2:0.7. And Lovering definitely pushing the tempo here as he makes his way into the next lap. And I think trying to get as much space as possible. And of course, the question is, has either of these drivers decided to go heavy on fuel or light on fuel, and therefore just have a literal brief pit stop whereby they only have the fuel gun on to put a litre in and then they get back out on circuit? Of course, there's also the question, did anybody start on wet tyres? We'll have to wait and see whether that plays a factor. I think most drivers may have gambled on the dries given the greasy line on circuit, but never say never. We have not got any rain forecast at the moment for the next 30 minutes, and therefore the track is going to continue drying up. As meanwhile, we've got plenty more drivers in the pit, including Ben Norton, who makes his way on in. We've also got the Porsche Cup leader who's coming in from the lead, and that is Nurbs as the Porsche Motorsport driver there parked on up. And now we do have a new Porsche Cup leader in the form of Luke Whitehead here, the LW21 driver, making his way into turn number 6 at the moment, and well, quite comfortably clear of Alex Nunes by a margin of almost 10 seconds. He's your next Porsche Cup driver on circuit at this time, and of course it'll be interesting to see how all the strategies play out as time wears on. But Whitehead definitely flying out there at the moment, and has just recently set the fastest lap in the class of a 2:02.3 as he makes his way into turn number 8. We do look to what is Alex Curto, who running in P20, I believe it is P20 in the overall standings, but in class at the moment running in P7 in the GT4 class, currently 4.4 seconds off of Jordan Nixon. And speaking of Jordan Nixon, well, here is your Street Art Racing GT4 driver who is chasing after Lucas Ziege, and well, chasing after the Porsche Cayman driver as we ride on board and look back from the rear of Lucas Ziege's car. The Coach Anna Academy driver making the way under braking into turn number 6 here, and a little bit uncomfortable, I think, just trying to settle down into this evolving track. And you can definitely see not quite on the optimal line there as Nixon able to take a much smoother run through turn 6 and 7, but Ziege by comparison able to get a better exit out of turn number 7, interestingly enough, and able to carry more speed in the run down towards turn number 8. And I wonder if Nixon here feeling more comfortable in hooking up the corners, but just not quite confident in getting the power down, waiting for the water on the circuit to fully dry away, because you can see there, well, we do have a growing dry line, but we also do have those edge marks to the waters. Both drivers there almost run wide in the run through the Schumacher S, and that goes to show how hard they're pushing, but also when they push that hard that they're coming up short potentially in terms of mistakes. But speaking of one driver who's not coming up short at the moment, he just made a move for the lead of the GT4 class. It's where is Gabriel Foltea, and as they make the way in the run towards Vito, you can see on his rear that's Mark Ham who's trying to make a return move. I don't think Ham's going to be able to find it, and well, as they make the way through the left-right sequence here, battling for P14 overall. You see a GT3 just behind. There is a lap down as we're to understand it. That is the Lambo Huracan GT3, and well, as we continue to see Voltaire go very deep, and Ham on the inside here as they make the way onto the next lap. It's going to be a drag race down towards turn number 1 in the GT4 class. Will it be Ham or will it be Voltaire? Well, Ham gets ahead there and using the McLaren straight line speed to out-drag the Porsche, and what a rare mistake from Gabriel Voltaire, meaning that now, and Ham goes a bit deep, and as they come through the corner, they switch back once again. And Mark Ham gets it wrong in the corner, and now as he makes about speed, I think there was some contact, in fact, with the GT3 that was trying to come on through. Oh, I'm not 100% sure, but it does look as though Mark Ham's picked up a scratch on the side of the car, and Peter O'Brien has made their way into P2 in the GT4 class. They make the way into turn 4, 5, and now down towards 6, but these three close together, and you'll notice there in the rear of the picture, that's Jack Alexander, P15, the number 1 Alpine, also trying to close up into this battle as they make the way through turn 6 and 7, but it's a three-way fight for the lead of the GT4 class, and it could very soon be a four-way fight instead if Alexander can get on through. as they make their way down towards turn number 8 here. Still plenty to play for these guys. And remember, we're not even into the point where there's 2 hours remaining. We've got tons of racing still to come. But these guys going at it right now. You can imagine some of them want to get ahead because they may have the strategy where they rely on being ahead of their foe in terms of having more fuel in the car. And O'Brien's going to try and look around the outside here as Voltaire covers the inside into the Schumacher S. It's door to door as they come on through the right-hander and up the hill they rise. Mark Ham makes it 3 wide here as they make their way into the braking zone. On they go, and Ham makes it a Moses manoeuvre, but can he settle it down just in time? And he does on the brake, and Mark Ham takes the lead of the GT4 class, going between the two as O'Brien makes a brief tap with Voltaire, and Voltaire loses 2 places at the price of 1. But now look at Jack Alexander as he makes it a 2 wide move through turn number 13. They've got the GT3 in front of them, however, the GT3 backing off there as they make the way in, and Alexander gets into P3 for Real Competition as he makes his way through Vidal there, and will Voltaire being robbed of 3 places in the space of half a lap. And I can understand if you're a Wild Things Racing fan right now, that may just be a little bit of a draw dropper there, but what a battle between the quartet, and I think we've got more to come. These guys only starting to light the match as they make the way onto what for them is lap number 8 of racing here and the Nürburgring circuit. But meanwhile, they make their way down to the braking zone for turn number 1. We look a little bit further behind to Lucas Ege, who is starting to pick up the pace and get closer to the leaders of the GT4 class. Here is the coach Anna Academy GT4 Club Sport Cayman driver, and also you can see that Jordan Nixon not too far behind. So I imagine these guys right now might be rubbing their hands together and thinking they've got an opportunity to also creep into the mix. As they come roaring on through the Mercedes Reader, we look to Steve Lindau, who recently has made their way past Jason Provlone and now chasing after Jerome and Jongen as they make their way through 2 and into 3. I think for Provlone, they've got more worries behind in the form of what is the drivers closing up to them. As meanwhile, further down the order, we've already had 1 pit stop from the Porsche Cup leader of Luke Whitehead. So now we have a new leader in the form, and he's running in P28 there based on the current standings. But meanwhile, we have a new Porsche Cup leader of Alex Nunes here as the Portuguese makes their way into turn number 16 here to complete their current lap. And Will Nunes right now, I think, might be trying to go a little bit longer compared to everybody else and trying to hold track position as best as possible, given they've got a lot of clear space on circuit, and that may just enable him to let things settle down a little bit more. But speaking of things not settling down in the meantime, here's your GT4 leader, Mark Ham from Fast and Furious 2.0, and you can see behind there the GT3 and the Porsche Cup car both trying to muscle the way on through, and that is Roman Bolonikov being pursued through by Wojciech Nuverv as they make the way through turn number 12 and down towards the Vidal chicane they go. And now the GT3 and the Porsche Cup car have got to push this quick. They want to get through as Ham there closes the door slightly, and Nuverv they're being caught up behind Pete O'Brien as O'Brien looks to get ahead in the run to Vidal, and well, within the way the traffic's fallen there, Pete O'Brien takes the lead of the GT4 class. But now look at the behind, and you can see there Jack Alexander giving Nuverv a tap on the back and trying to say to him, look, can you politely get a move on? I want to race my class. And as they make the way onto the next lap, well, I think now Nuverv is going to have all the run he needs to make the move here, but it's drama at the top of the GT4 class, as meanwhile we've got other classes trying to pick the way through, and that is continuing to shake things up massively as they make the way under braking into turn number 1. And Ham once again coming in very hot on the brakes there, and I think we're a lot more confidence in the car at this point, but O'Brien taking it more delicately by comparison. I think for O'Brien, he now finds himself in an advantageous position. And the fact he may be able to get Ham to fall backwards into Alexander, well, he won't if Kellenberger makes up the inside there into turn 3. And now Ham's got to deal with the KMH Esports Endurance BMW GT3. Making its way around the outside, and well, I think now we can see that O'Brien has bought themselves a huge amount of space and time, and if they don't let Kellenberger through it until the run down towards the hairpin, that gap will be at least a second by the time they get to the hairpin in the GT4 class. But you now see that Kellenberger will just pull over to the right here and have plenty of room to play with, and O'Brien has had this fall perfectly to them because the gap has opened up there, and now Ham has to worry about Alexander, who's getting closer and closer, and these Alpines really growing into the race here. Jack Alexander having started quite quite a way down in class, now picking his way on the base, and Mark Hammer, you'd argue, is the fastest driver in the GT4 class based on one lap pace, really not in a comfortable space at the moment, and I think feeling quite a bit of frustration, also some damage on the car is most likely not helping him use the straight line speed advantage that the McLaren has, as we see behind where is Gabriel Forte in the rear of the picture. P4 in class also trying to catch on and go hunting as they make the way into turn 11 and 12. But as they come through here, Jack Alexander bouncing left to right, and we ride on board the dashboard of the rail competition. British Alpine driver as he makes his way up to speed here, but you can see despite being in the draft, just look at that McLaren power array here. The gap opens up enough, more than enough, that it's not going to be possible for Alexander to beat his rival on the brakes into next corner. Instead, he has to wait. He's got to do it in the first half of a lap and then get better exits by comparison and go defensive on the second half of a lap. And that's the contrast of the balanced performance between the Alpine and the McLaren. And the McLaren having that handling characteristic, but also straight line speed. Meanwhile, the Alpine investing so heavily in cornering by comparison that not as much straight line speed advantage as they make the way down towards turn number 1. And again, the McLaren breaking away. But as they make the way down towards turn number 1, we break away to battle happening elsewhere on circuit, and in particular, we look to... Oh, goodness me, and where on... Well, that was a bit of a shocker there. Mark Ham, well, we look away for one brief moment, and Mark Ham being passed there by Alexander. We take a look back. And Mark Ham, well, I think there was just a very early amount on the brakes. We don't get the full picture of what exactly happened, but Alexander making the move count. And, well, we can see the rail competition driver, I think, just outbrake his rival, and Ham, by comparison, just backing it off there and now tucking in behind once again. I think deciding to play the long game here, rather than trying to hold off the Alpine behind. This may work out in the long run. Meanwhile, a little bit further behind, we see Ben Norton here having already cleared one pit stop, trying to pick their way through the GT4s here. And the Antivirus Racing driver flying high in the orange cup car as he makes his way down towards turn number 8 and on to the anchors he goes. And, well, looking comfortable and picking his way through the GT4 class traffic here. I can imagine when he gets a bit closer to the GT3s and other Porsche Cup cars, it's not going to be as straightforward as they make the way through the left into right and come to the head on past Alexander there, who gives the space just behind, however, and trying to catch up as well. We do have Jerome Jongen and also Luke Whitehead. Jongen ahead of Whitehead, and right now Jongen running P18 overall for Quantum Racing Team Yellowbird as they make their way into the braking zone. Ham leaving the door open. Whitehead also trying to come on through their Boston's full tier as they make their way into the braking zone for 12, and Whitehead there on the apex squeezes through, and Whitehead chasing down Jongen. It's going to be close between these two now. Will Jongen have to start looking rearward rather than frontward towards Norton as they make the way up towards Vito once again? I think it will be on the next lap, as you can see there. Alexander and Jongen going side by side briefly as we went off camera, and as they make the way through the chicane, well, Whitehead's going to have all the run he needs into turn 16, and the traffic could not have fallen worse for Jongen by comparison with Whitehead. It's almost as if he's acting as the bulldozer to clear the GT4s out the way, albeit the metaphorical bulldozer, not sending them off circuit, if you will, as he makes his way down towards turn number 1, but Whitehead staying very close indeed as they now head on to what for them is lap number 11. But as they head down into the braking zone here, Jongen covering off the inside versus Whitehead, who tries to go round the outside. Whitehead trying to get the power down as soon as possible, and it's all about the GT4 runners. Whitehead dives to the inside, but now they're both boxed in here behind the GT4, but Whitehead's going to open the door as much as he can. So inside line, onto the brakes they go, and Luke Whitehead picks his way on through there with a dive onto turn number 2, and Jongen in the end just not able to find the space to work with. They make the way around GT4 class leader Peter O'Brien, but as they make the way up to speed down towards turn number 6, Jongen loses now, and Luke Whitehead jumps up into P5 in the Porsche Cup class. Of course, keeping in mind that he's only recently just had one pit stop. Meanwhile, class leader Alex Nunes has yet to stop. Neither is P2 driver Just Luna, who we look to here. And in the leader of the Porsche Cup cars who has stopped so far is Ben Norton in P3 ahead of Wojciech Nuver. And in terms of where they are on circuit overall, that's P13, P14 overall. And they are closing on one another quite rapidly as things currently stand. But as we see Luna making the way into the chicane, we do look to Nuver as they make the way up the hill. And as they come for the Schumacher, so that's Whitehead already behind here. And Nurbs is going to have a lot of pressure on as he goes defensive here. Whitehead goes to the dummy, sells it, but you can see Nurbs tries to close the door. Contact between the two of them, and Whitehead sideways there. And, well, I think both drivers will feel the other driver could have done something a bit different there to avoid the contact. I think Whitehead would argue that Nurbs had already pulled over to one side, and therefore the dummy was on. I think Nurbs would argue that he brought the car to the apex, but again, was that a change of direction under, was that multiple change change of direction in terms of defending? That's the big question, of course, and that may be looked at in the post-race stewarding. Of course, no live stewarding for this event, only post-race stewarding, but Whitehead has survived the scuffle and makes his way up into P4 in class, now trying to chase down Ben Norton, as meanwhile Nurbs is under pressure from Jordan Jongen behind, as Jongen inches close here in the run down the start-finish straight. As they make the way in the run towards turn number 1, we do look from them to a little bit further back in the Porsche Cup class, having already taken one pit stop, and that is Saristo, the Finnish driver here from OSS Racing right now, just trying to bring themselves back onto what is that lead lap in the class, and indeed doing so after everything that happened on the opening lap, and also taking that pit stop. And you can imagine here for Oscar Saristo, it's just focusing on delivering to his strategy and seeing what he can pick up later on. Of course, we could see those track conditions continue to evolve. We may see dry conditions appear, but you never will know what rain may lie in the mix. But we have got a green circuit right now in terms of the grip levels available, and Isaac Price recently picking his way past Alves there. We take a look back at what exactly happened. Well, this was only moments ago, and Alves, you can see they're getting a poor run out the final corner, I think being boxed in a little bit by the Wild Things Racing GT4, and as they made the way in the drag race down towards turn number 1, well, the Ferrari strong on the accelerator, but BMW, they're having to clean a run into 1, and then Price just making it up the inside. Their classic move into turn 1, gets the car dead stopped onto the apex, and no way back for Alves, as we then joined them at this point as they made the way into the Mercedes arena, and will shortly return to live pictures. As we do return to those live pictures at the moment, you can see Alves falling back a little bit further here. The Brazilian driver, Mateus Alves, looking to just carry on his campaign in the top 5 in the GT3 class, and overall at the moment having a very quiet race, to be fair, but quiet's not necessarily a bad thing, avoiding the trouble and focusing on his strategy as he makes his way into the Schumacher S once more. As he comes rip-roaring on through, we look back to P7 driver here of Jan Duffner as the Walker North Motorsport driver, making their way down towards turn number 8, and recently passed Alex Nunes for what is P7 overall, and Alex Nunes, of course, the Porsche Cup leader, so therefore not racing in the same class as Duffner, who's in the GT3 class, as he heads up the hill. We can see Duffner right now in a bit of a no man's land. He is 6 seconds off of Tip, but by comparison he is 8 seconds ahead of Stick, who's running the next car in class a little bit further back in P9 overall. But they may come together a little bit later on, and given the Stick's pace at the moment is on average 2 tenths a lap faster than Duffner's, we'll have to wait and see if that's what happens in practice, given that Duffner has already taken one pit stop as well. In fact, we've got them listed as taking one pit stop on our screen, but it does look as though they have not taken a pit stop in terms of what we're seeing now, unless they started from the pits, of course. That's one of the big questions. We did have one driver started from the pits and say it's not so. I think it is actually Duffner who was the one who started from the pits and running in P7 overall right now. Well, that goes to show you how much the field was shaken up on the opening couple of laps. But meanwhile, we look from Duffner to a little bit further back, and already we can tell you that Ben Norton has been passed off camera by Luke Whitehead, who has now moved up into P3 in the Porsche Cup class, and nothing seems to be holding Whitehead back other than when he bumps into a little bit of traffic. But Ben Norton for Antivirus Racing right now, still holding on to a solid P4 in the Supercar Cup class, and he makes his way through turn number 8. But as he heads on through here, we look back to our GT4s, and of course earlier on there was the big story of O'Brien versus Alexander, Jack Alexander from Real Competition, and that story continues here as they make the way down towards turn number 8. It's the battle of the Alpines, as there's a bit of contact there from Saristo on the back of Alexander, the briefest attacks, but Saristo dodging, impacting the rear of the Alpine fully, and as they make the way out the hill, you see the Alpines here literally being swarmed by GT3 and Cup car, and I think Alexander staying well clear, and can Peter O'Brien do the same, as he does have that M4 GT3 making its way on through, and that is Peters, I believe, who's coming on through. In fact, I may be wrong there. I think that's actually the G2 Esports machine making its way on around of Isaac Price, who's running a lap ahead of him effectively, but that's where the GT4 class pace does really start to show in terms of how quickly the GT3s and the Porsche Cup cars have made their way on through. But there, a near miss O'Brien and Alexander, and I think they'll be brought back together soon. Meanwhile, Ham, by comparison, is now almost 6 seconds off of this battle, albeit of everything that's happening, they may be brought into the fight a little bit sooner rather than later, as we hear that Nick Sticks into the pit lane for what is for them their first pit stop, and they bring themselves out to look out my commentary box window, heading back onto circuit at the moment. But Peter O'Brien here once again being given a bit of breathing room from the way the other classes are coming through the GT4 class, and he'll be hoping that his luck continues here in terms of when he's given that opportunity to let traffic filter through, because right now it seems though anybody who's behind him is really coming up against it. But he makes his way onto this next lap into turn number 1, and Jack Alexander is closing. And on paper, based on the most recent lap times, Jack Alexander does seem to be slightly faster compared to Peter O'Brien as we get deeper and deeper into their first respective stints. But as he heads through turn at number 3 very shortly here, let's see how much he can close up under braking. As meanwhile, GT4 class driver into the pits. It is Lucas Ege from the Coach Anna Academy outfit making the way on in and getting ready to park up in the pit lane here. The German driver deciding that's the first stint done and dusted, but still we've got plenty of way to go. And we're looking from what is the midfield all the way out to the front of the field. Here is your race leader making the way through turn number 1, and that is Sky Lovering right now, 6.2 seconds ahead. Oh, that's Sebastian Erdmann, and well, that gap continues to increment out little by little, only by half attempt to attempt each lap, but still little by little is more than not at all. And right now Sebastian Erdmann by comparison trying to play pursuit, but the BMW Motorsport Heritage driver just not able to surpass the lap times of the race leader. But again, could there be a bit of strategy factoring into this? That's the big question that we can't give you the answer to. We'll have to wait and see when their first stops occur and whether perhaps Erdmann is going deeper into this opening stint by comparison. But I think given the experience they both had from Indianapolis last week in the Christmas Day special, I think Lovering and Erdmann may be both going for longer opening stints given their strong qualifying performances, and therefore they're opting to go as deep into this stint in order to see who will be the first person to play chicken on the strategy, who will be the first one who has to defect on in. Of course, the other thing they'll have in mind will be, will we see the return of rain? We have got a circuit that's gone from green to fast condition recently. Track temperature and ambient still staying at 11 degrees centigrade, but now the circuit's really coming into its prime, and that means those lap times will continue to tumble down from where we started in qualifying. As we see our GT3 two leaders make their way on around, we look to third place to our Isaac Price here in the BMW M for G2 Esports GT3, and well, 4.5 seconds are clear of that Mateus Alves right now and looking to keep on pushing. But meanwhile, the fastest driver in the GT3 class is this man, having started from the back of the field and heading down towards turn at number 1. It is Jan Duffner, the Walkenhorst Motorsport driver, continuing to fly. And well, right, previous lap, what was a 58.550, but much earlier on in his opening stint at 56.637. Duffner is absolutely flying around the circuit right now, not quite at the pace of the leaders, but definitely trying to get himself inside the top 5 deeper into this race. As we move a little bit further back here, we do have Michael Kellnerberger, the CAMH Esports Endurance driver here, running in P10 overall at the moment, and what is P8 in class, with the fact that he does have 2 Porsche Cup cars ahead of him and also 1 behind him, and that is in the form of Whitehead just a little bit further back. In fact, a little bit closer to him is, I believe, the RSR machine, albeit we can't quite catch it at the moment on camera. As we do look a little bit further down the field, we do look to some drives who were very heavily impacted at the start of the race. But in fact, before we do that, we do need to give you an update on the GT4 class. And we can see here Jack Alexander has made the way into lead of the class, albeit they do have Peter O'Brien right behind them as we ride on board here with the Real Competition Alpine being chased by the Rainbow Racing Alpine. And we can see them both making the way on through as darkness descends here on the German circuit. And well, we will definitely see quite a bit of night racing as well, and that may just start to throw an extra conundrum into the mix, because you can imagine some drivers here may not be as comfortable with night racing as others, and looking for those brake markers, of course, the biggest change in night racing as they make their way up towards the Vidal chicane. As they roll their way off the brakes and through the left-right sequence here, Alexander does seem to just have a little bit more apex speed by comparison with O'Brien in those medium speed apexes. But as they make their way out the final corner, Alexander now holding that lead, heading on to what for them is lap number 16, and well, the difference between the two of them standing at 8 tenths as they head on to the next lap. Heading on down, we look a little bit further back to Mark Ham here, who stays comfortably ahead of Voltaire by 4.1 seconds at the moment, and Voltaire on that last lap being slow by comparison, but I think having to deal with the fact they've had a Gurgly Kunzabo making their way on through, and you can see Voltaire there in the rear of the picture, and here's the Porsche Motorsport Cup car of the Hungarian Kunzabo making their way up towards turn number 2 here as we clear the first half an hour of racing, still just shy of 2 hours to go. And as we see Kunzabo heading into the Mercedes arena, well, their next target will be to try and hunt down Oscar Saristo, who by comparison is the best part of 20 seconds up the road from them, if not a little bit more. And so for Kunzabo, it's all going to be about head down and get on with the job as he makes his way up to speed. But further back in the GT4 class, meanwhile, battling for P30 overall, and what in class is the battle for P9. It is there. We can see ahead, Jason Provolone ahead of Steve Lindauer, as behind them we do have Evan Natafas trying to pick the way on through, and then we have the plucky Janetta of that Maltrek, Forster Maltrek making the way in the hunt as well for the battle for the P9 position, and all three of these drivers impacted at the start of the race with what occurred, but all coming together here and enjoying the racing as they make their way through turn 3 into 4, and coming on through the right-hander of 4-5 now. We do have some classes that are starting to overlap with one another a little bit further up the road, but we focus here on the battling between the GT4 drivers, albeit we do have a Porsche Cup car in the form of Evan Natafas' Wild Things racing machine starting to separate them out briefly, but Lindau being pushed backwards towards Maltrek by comparison here, as in fact there we can see that Provolone losing out in the run through turn number 7 with Natafas taking that inside line. You can see the Camaro just carrying the speed in the run down towards turn number 8, and that's where the American V8 is going to be strong. It's just able to carry more on the straights, but in the corners is where he'll struggle, and he goes a bit deep there, and we're going to be seeing Lindau trying to get the run now up the hill. Provolone on the inside on the right of your picture, Lindau on the left. Who's going to back out in the run to the Schumacher S? Well, neither, but in the end Provolone does have to lift off there as the GT3 also comes along the inside, and that's the Walkenhorst Motorsport car that looks to make the move around the outside of the GT4s. It's on the brakes here, almost 3 wide, and Provolone they're letting the GT3s around the outside, as does Lindau, as they pick the way on around here. But definitely a close shave, but the key change here is Steve Lindau moves up into what is P9 in the GT4 class. They make the way down towards the Vidal chicane, but in the run, Maltrek by comparison still a bit behind and not able to get into this fight at the moment, as they have more traffic trying to pick its way on through past them. So you can imagine that for Maltrek it's going to be about patience. Here we look to the Revolution at Simat Racing Blue, or the RSR machine of Imre Hovaf, as we see here the Hungarian making their way through the chicane and up towards the final corner, and they're still trying to pick their way back up into this race. Currently P34 overall, and what effectively in class is P10 as we understand it, and as they make their way across the timeline, still plenty of time and anything can happen as Maltrek comes into the pits for a scheduled stop. So Maltrek deciding to pit quite early to try and get themselves back in the hunt. But meanwhile, T1 drivers also started pitting in the GT4 class, and that is Peter O'Brien, who's made the way back out into circuit, and well, they decided to take the first stop, and I think looking to try and get the jump on their class rival and class leader at this time of Jack Alexander. As you can see, the overall lead, the GT3 leader there, Skylar Lovering, making the way up behind Peter O'Brien, flashing their lights to say, look, I'm coming through, and Peter O'Brien just staying clear and wide there through turn number 2. We're heading down into turn number 3 at this point. We do look from what is Peter O'Brien up inside the top 20, and in particular we do look to Joran Jongen, who meanwhile, I think we've got a car off there unless I'm very much mistaken, and well, we're trying to understand who that is who's had an off circuit only moments ago. I think that is Jason Provolone in the run through turn number 2, went very deep, and he is effectively a lap down now on the Porsche Cup cars and also the GT3s in the GT4 class, and Jongen trying to chase after Nurbs as they make their way up through turn 6 into 7, and well, there might be a bit of an interruption here with Kurt Peters tucked in behind, as we see Jongen trying to get closer and closer, but Peters tucking, well in fact that's not Kurt Peters behind, that's Isaac Price, my apologies. Here is Kurt Peters as he makes his way into turn number 6. He comes through the left-hander here, and well, behind him there is the Honda of Wes Sander Jacobs running P5, a lap up on Kurt Peters. They make their way out and down towards the turn 8 hairpin, and well, we can see there brief flash of lights by looks of things from Jacobs, albeit that may have just been our camera angle there, look a bit deceiving, but Kurt Peters trying to get themselves back into the hunt of a top 10 in the GT3 class, as right now Sander Jacobs looking to try and come on through, and of course Peters has to be conscious of the fact that behind Jacobs is Abner Primus from the Walkenhorst Motorsport team in the 102 car in the GT3 class, trying to chase down the position of the Peters as they head into turn number 11. But looking back up to what is Jongen here, as we look to our Porsche Cup cars, you can see Jongen tucked in behind now, Isaac Price, as they head on through Vidal, and he's trying to pick his way on through as soon as possible here. He'll want Price to try and really irritate what is Nürburgring as they make their way for the final corner. That's exactly what Price has done there by going to the inside. Nürburgring will not get a good run out the corner, but the flip side of the coin will be, as they make their way down towards turn number 1, that he will get the toe, will Nürburgring on the back of Price, and meanwhile Jongen has to pick his way out the inside of one of our GT4s as they all make their way onto the brakes. Luna into into the pit, so he's going to drop multiple positions. He's just making his way out the pits very shortly, but meanwhile Jongen having to cut to the inside of Mark Ham in the GT4 class as the McLaren stays clear, but Jongen and also Nürburgring having to navigate through a multitude of quick-fire situations, and both drivers are merging there unscathed, but the gap between the two of them stays stationary for the time being. But you can imagine Jongen would have been hoping that Nürburgring would have had a bit of a difficult run through those corners, but not to be, and now things settle down once again. But meanwhile, as they make their way into turn number 6, we do have here one driver's had a spin at turn number 1, and that is Oscar Saristo, the ISS racing driver, getting himself back in the right direction right now, and the Finn not having any more difficulties at this time, it would say, as he makes his way through the Mercedes arena and now on to the main circuit once again here. Saristo carrying on his way. Meanwhile, we do look from one Porsche Cup driver to a Porsche Cup class leader, P8 overall, and in fact P6 overall with pit stops ongoing, and that is Alex Nunes here. And the Porsche Motorsport driver for Rapid Drivers Club doing everything right so far, just looking infallible. And keep in mind as well, he has yet to take a pit stop, and therefore we are waiting to see when he's going to be pitting and where that fits him into the strategy versus the likes of Luke Whitehead, Ben Norton, and also what is Roger Nürburgring and Johan Jongen, given they've all taken one stop already, but Nunes deciding to go as long as possible. And if we use the GT3 Porsche as an indicator of fuel tank size, we do know the GT3s can go up to about 70 to 75 minutes in dry conditions with some fuel saving, a minimum of an hour typically. So you would imagine that Nunes here might be trying to replicate that and go at least an hour before he decides to peel off into the pits, and therefore give himself every advantage. And we have also got a little bit of cloud starting to come back over the circuit. Again, no rain on the radar, but we have got a bit of cloud. Track temperature continues to fall here as we go deeper into the evening, but that may also be saying that Nunes and a number of drivers have yet to take their first pit stop. In fact, only the top 6. So Nunes upwards here, so that's White Tip, Matthias Alves, Isaac Price, Sebastian Erdmann, and GT3 and overall leader of Skylar Lovering have yet to appear. Everybody else has stayed on out in the GT3 and Porsche Cup classes. Meanwhile, in the GT4 class, it's Jack Alexander who leads, and we see him here, but also we do have Reyes, Gabriel Fortea, Alex Curto, Kevin Lenz. Those 4 have yet to take a pit stop. Meanwhile, everybody else has, and I think they are potentially looking out for if the rain decides to come back at late notice, and that may just cause more pit stops than 3 to be required today. Alternatively, some strategies to be shaken up. And speaking of shake-up here, I think Sander Jacobs will very shortly be picking their way up past Jack Alexander, but they will do it on the run down towards turn number 1. As you can see, Jacobs getting very close, having to back off the throttle on the final corner. That's the grip difference there between the GT3 and the GT4, and then just able to come on through safely as they make their way down towards turn number 1 once again. But in the long charge, we do look to outside what is the top 20 and to P30 driver overall right now, and that is Apex Not Found's Ilpo Rutasalainen, as the Finn makes their way through turn number 8, trying to chase down what is there the rear of the car being piloted by Mark Gibson. And Mark Gibson in a bit of a difficult race so far, but in return here under pressure now from the Camaro GT4 of Rutasalainen, and as Gibson tries to hold on, it's going to be the battle of the straight line monsters here, with the Camaro having a little bit more straight line speed and able to clatter the curbs more aggressively, making it a stronger car through Vidal. But of course the McLaren having the better handling and able to carry the speed through the corner apexes, particularly likes turns 11 and 12, what they've just cleared with a little bit more confidence. As they head their way down towards turn 13, excuse me, Mark Gibson here looking to keep himself well clear of the Camaro as they make their way into the chicane. And there you can see, just not close enough right now is Rutasalainen to be able to make the move or consider doing so as they head towards the end of this lap. As they make their way towards the end of their current lap and on to the next one, we do have more drivers into the pits, including Ben Norton with a lot of damage on the front of the car, and I think that may have just mandated a pit stop for the antivirus racing drivers. We do see Rutasalainen into the pits in the rear of the picture, so he's decided to come on in rather than carry on, and that's going to be his second pit stop of the day as he makes his way on in there in the Apex Not Found car with the rather touching speech bubbles on the right hand side and on the bonnet saying they're lost and they need a map. I don't think they're too lost here, of course. But meanwhile, looking back out onto the circuit here, we do have Kurt Peters, who right now ahead of what is there, Saristo, albeit in different classes. We can see on the timing tower, and recently lost position to Abner Primus. Primus jumping up into P15 overall. as Peter's a little further back now in P16 overall as he makes his way down towards turn at number 6 here. But coming through at the left into right sequence, does seem as though at the moment for a good number of GT3 drivers who haven't had the best starts to the race, are not quite on the pace of the leaders, able to find a bit of space on the circuit. But meanwhile, speaking of space on the circuit, I think Matheus Alves has found a bit more than just space on the circuit. He's gone deep at 1, and this is how it happened, as in fact he was leaving the pit lane, and Sander Jacobs came roaring out the final corner, and we right on board it with Sander Jacobs in the Honda NSX to find out exactly what happened here, because this is a change of position from P6, and there on the right you're going to see Alves and Wells. They made their way down. There was Alves on the inside. He tried to outbrake Jacobs, but then couldn't find it, and Sander Jacobs went round the outside, got it done, and moves up into P6 and has jumped back ahead of Alves based on that pit stop strategy. Albeit Sander Jacobs' pit stop, the stationary time, was only 15.5 seconds. Meanwhile for Alves it was 19.7 seconds. So a bit of difference in pit time, and I wonder if that's a bit more fuel in the car for Alves by comparison with Jacobs, because that's not enough time in the pits for either driver to put new tyres on. It's a 30-second stop to put tyres on as a minimum, but you can imagine there that Alves right now may feel as though he's lost out slightly on strategy, or will he think he's got the confidence to jump back ahead of Jacobs later on in the race, because these two have been quite evenly matched on pace, with Jacobs being of course in the Honda NSX Evo versus the Ferrari 488 Evo of Alves. But as they come on through turn at number 12 right now, both drivers haven't completed only one stop, and they've got plenty of depth to go in this race, as we do see there both drivers now trying to pick their way on past what is the blue flagged Lamborghini Huracan Evo. As they come on through, we do look a little bit further down the order, and will the Evo there being run by Martin Bryan, and that's Chrome Domes Racing there. The last of our runners at the moment, we had of course 40 starters, but we've dropped to 37 with a couple of early retirements with the early instance. But the Chrome Dome Racing driver here presses on, maybe multiple laps down, but not giving up, and that's what it's all about. It's all about having fun and keeping your head down to the very end. You never know what can happen indeed. For those of you who tuned in last week, you'll all remember what happened on the final lap in the GT3 class at Indianapolis, right at the very end. A completely unexpected ending. We're not going to spoil it for you. For those of you who've not tuned in, maybe planning to do so, and if you're not planning to do so, you definitely should, for how that race went from start to finish in those absolute monsoon-like conditions at the Brickyard. But coming from the Brickyard to the German asphalt here, well, right now, will we see a repeat of that? We could see the weather swing the opposite way, of course. We are not ruling out the possibility of any more rain. No rain in the forecast in the next 30 minutes currently, and that would mean we would have at least the first hour and a half of racing approximately under drying to dry conditions. We now do have an optimum track surface, but you can imagine that final hour, if rain does come, that may just scoop up a number of strategies and throw them to the proverbial wind. But meanwhile, speaking of one driver here who won't be thinking about strategy being thrown to the wind, it is Richard Pixley, the Wild Things Racing driver, who right now running P5 in class, trying to chase down Peter O'Brien, and also Kevin Lenz, who is yet to pit, much like class leader Jack Alexander. And well, where is Kevin Lenz, I hear you ask? Well, here is the Snow Racing driver from Germany, heading across that timeline and down towards turn at number 1 once again, and just pressing on their merry way as they look to try and hunt down Veras Gabriel Fortea. But keeping in mind, of course, that with Lenz yet to take their first pit stop, they are on a different strategy. We're not ruling out the prospect of them being able to jump back into the midst versus Fortea, and also what is their Jack Alexander. But at the same time, I think Lenz keeping in mind that it's a very different setup in terms of the strategy as they make their way through the left into right-hander here. We do look from Kevin Lenz to a little bit further down the order to Barry Blackburn here, who has taken over the Apex Not Found car off of Ruto Salonen quite recently. The Finn has given way to the Briton, and well, right now they find themselves ahead of Patrick. Is Patrick Tomlin, who is in the Ginetta that's 7 seconds down, and we'll see it briefly in the rear of the picture potentially. In fact, no, we do not. It now makes its way into turn number 11 here, but we do have the German of Tomlin making their way into the car, and well, you can imagine the Rotorin Racing team will now be egging him on to do the best he possibly can, which I'm sure he will be in the Ginetta as he heads on down towards Vidal once more. But in the charge, we've got a number of driver swaps occurring currently, of course, with a number of teams having 2 drivers in the car. But meanwhile, into the pits from the lead of the GT4 class comes Jack Alexander, and well, where will this put him? That will be the big question. The earlier competition driver here, well, he was leading before the pit stops really kicked off, and the man, the danger man right now in terms of who he's got to beat on strategy is Peter O'Brien. who was very close to him in the battle before one of them came into the pits. It was Peter O'Brien who decided to show his hand first, but the Rainbow Crash Racing driver making the way through turn number 12 at the moment. Alexander in his pit stall as I look out my commentary box window, and as we see O'Brien heading up towards turn number 14. Of course, Alexander could decide to double sync the tyres and opt to go as long as possible here. Meanwhile, what did O'Brien do on his pit stop? Well, he did take 36.4 seconds in the pits, which would be an indicator potentially of a much longer stop as he heads into the final corner. Through the right-hander he goes here, and well, what will it be as we hear that Jack Alexander has left the pit lane already. He's made his way up to speed, and the Relic competition driver heads on down into the braking zone and gets it done. It looks as though, as in fact now, it is Joshua Allen who takes over the car from Alexander, and that, I believe, is the effective lead of what will be the GT4 class based on the strategy as he makes his way up towards Turn 3. We're still waiting for our time tower to be updated, but in fact, no, we must correct ourselves there, ladies and gentlemen, because we do have a new GT4 class leader, and that is whereas Gabriel Fortea, the Wild Wings Racing driver, has taken over the lead after being knocked out the lead earlier on, losing 3 places in the space of only 6 corners after leading the race in the early stages. Now the Wild Wings Racing driver is back into the lead with Kevin Lenz behind, approximately 2.6 seconds behind, and to be fair, Lenz is flying right now, not quite on the pace of Gabriel Fortea, but at the same time, you can imagine that Kevin Lenz is coming in for the pit zone. He is yet to pit. He's the only car out on circuit in the GT4 class that has yet to come into its pit box for its opening mandatory stop, but doing everything he can as the Snow Racing driver here to go as deep as possible and definitely put a spanner in the works for some other GT4 class drivers who may have been gambling on him coming in sooner rather than later. But meanwhile, as we see him making his way up towards turn number 11, we do look to what is our overall leader here, with Lovering coming into the pits recently just for a fuel stop, and it's Sebastian Erdmann who is coming in for what is the lead of this race at this time, with Lovering down in P3, Isaac Price P2, and Erdmann now 11 seconds clear of the pursuing pack. And his goal will be to set as best possible laps as he can, because he is putting in some very fast laps currently, 56s all the way. But meanwhile, Lovering by comparison only left the pits on the previous lap, now be putting in his best possible laps in order to counter-attack here. And which way will it go? Will it go the way of Erdmann or will it go the way of Lovering? By the time they come on through, we'll have to wait and find out. But Lovering in that P3 position, and then we still do have, of course, the Porsche Supercar, the Porsche Cup car leader, I should say, the 992 leader of Alex Nunes, the Porsche Motorsport driver here for Rapid Drivers Cup, continues to lead the way in class, yet to take a pit stop, whereas everybody else has, and a sizable advantage over Luke Whitehead, standing to an amount of at least 30 seconds as he comes across the line. But can he jump back ahead of Whitehead when he comes out the pit lane? That will be the change. But Nunes doing everything, but Whitehead by comparison lapping approximately 3 seconds a lap faster. So Nunes right now, I think, gambling on some rain coming and therefore reshaping the pit strategy landscape. I don't think that rain's coming anytime soon. I think Nunes has got to be conscious that fuel tank is gradually coming down towards empty as time wears on. Meanwhile, as we look for our P4 overall driver to our P9 overall driver here, is the Walkenhorst Motorsport car being piloted by Michael Geschwanta. As we see here, the Walkenhorst Motorsport BMW M4 heading into turn number 1, having taken over the car, the 33 car, running in P18 class, and he is the fastest man on circuit in the GT3 class and overall. Recent lap 56.2, however previously on one of his early out laps of 55.397, and that's why he does have the purple tag against his name. He is absolutely in charge right now and trying to hunt down a good number of drivers, and having already taken one pit stop and having started from the pits, of course, the Walkenhorst Motorsport team are really here going for gold, and I wouldn't be surprised if their target's not just the top 5 but to be on that final podium after the final hour and a half of racing is complete. We've still got plenty of time to go, to be fair, and anything can happen. As meanwhile we look up to Sander Jacobs, who is now closing up behind Nunes, and as we ride on board here with the Dutch Endurance team, let's give you a comparison of exactly where the GT3 and the Porsche Cup car are stronger or different compared to one another. You'll notice immediately how Jacobs, despite getting the better run out of turn number 12 and given the aero on the car and the greater grip, looks around Nunes here. In fact, I think Nunes flashing his lights and giving away. We're only going to get a brief comparison, but you can see there how Nunes just able to carry so much more speed on the straight. The Porsche absolutely flying, and Nunes backing off by comparison to let the GT3 car drive on through. Nunes really playing it smart in terms of being aware who he's racing and who he's not racing, and that has given him a lot of breathing room, but it will cost him time, of course. And as we see here, Jacobs making his way down towards turn number 1. Picking his way up the inside there of what is the GT4 car, being piloted by Richard Pixley, running in P27 overall, and what is in class P5 overall. Well, Richard Pixley continues to try and chase down Peter O'Brien, who's a bit further up the road up by comparison. But as they make the way on around here, we do look from Sander Jacobs to Ben Norton, and Norton right now trying to chase down Saristo, who is just in front of him. And to give you an idea of where these two are on circuit, both of them having already taken 2 pit stops, albeit I think Ben Norton's second stop being forced by damage to the car as Nick Stickler goes straight on, carrying a bit too much speed into the Vidal chicane, and the Jota McLaren driver there having a difficult moment in the race, but it's not going to be the summary of his day right now. Still plenty of time to go, as we do see here the TW Racing driver Tom Schur making their way up into the final corner as well. And the Porsche 911 GT3 driver in the GT3 class, not in the Porsche Cup class, just to make it clear there, brings it on through to go on to another lap, and we'll try and chase down Nick Stick, given what's just happened to Stick by comparison, getting it wrong on that previous lap. But as they make the way down for another lap into the pits from P2 is Isaac Price here. He makes his way on in, and he will be the penultimate stopper for that opening stop in the GT3 class. We have still yet to take the pit stop of what is Sebastian Erdmann, who just continues to go. And well, to be fair, he hasn't quite cleared a whole hour of racing yet, so Erdmann filling up the tank all the way to the brim, and deciding, I think, to go as long as possible to make sure he wasn't caught out by the weather. Instead, he's trying to doing everything in order to make sure the weather swings his way, but I don't think it's going to swing any which way other than stage right at the moment. As we say hello to Zach Mosley in the YouTube chat, who is cheering on at Wild Things Racing as well. And well, I hope you're doing well, Zach, and I hope you had a Merry Christmas. Indeed, to everyone tuned in, I hope you've all had a Merry Christmas. If you joined us only recently in this second of 3 one-off specials in the 2.4 Boxing Day special at the Nürburgring. But meanwhile, as Isaac Price makes his way off the Jackson out of the pit lane, where's this going to drop him by comparison? We've got Kernberger making their way through the final corner, so the CamH Esports Insurance team will be behind Price. So Price drops back out in P6. Everything's considered P5 in class, with Nunes ahead of them effectively, and that will mean that for Price, we've still got a good run to go in hunting down Alves, Jacobs and Lovering. But the big question is, how far will Erdmann be going on that GT3 that's leading the race right now on a fuel tank that never seems to want to run out? It's going to have to run out at some point, and I think it's going to run out soon. Meanwhile, speaking of running out, here is Ben Norton right now, who's trying to outrun Saristo in terms of pace, trying to hunt down for him what is P5 in the class, as we've got Conzavo into the pit, so he'll drop out the P5 position in the Porsche Cup class. As they head on down towards turn number 1, Norton getting closer little by little, and on that last lap being managed by Saristo all the way down to the 100th, only 8,000 separating the two of them, and that goes to show you how close these two are running. And now the track condition has really come up to scratch. This is where we'll start to see the Porsche Cup cars really now deliver that power, because when they come out these corners, they're able to be a lot bolder with the throttle. They've still got to be wary of that lack of traction control, but they don't have to be as hypersensitive as they were previously, as we see Norton continuing to get closer to Saristo from corner to corner there, seemingly a bit more confidence in the run through the Mercedes arena, but then Saristo able to match his rival on the latter half of the lap as they dig their way through 7 and down towards the hairpin at 8, but coming all the way down towards what's known as the Dunlop Kara hairpin at turn 8, and heading on to the brakes here. You can see Saristo right now under absolutely colossal pressure, and while I don't think he's wanted at this, as we ride on board and look back from the OSS Racing driver here, exiting out the corner, and as they make their way towards the Schumacher, this will be for Norton, all about trying to get the car to turn in a bit earlier. As you can see there, the dirty out of Saristo's car just causing the front end to not want to bite into the second part of the Schumacher, and the car starting to wobble free in the run through 10, but as they come into 11, this is now where Saristo will need to get the best possible exit out of 12, do so correctly, and he'll be able to break away. Doesn't get it right, however, and well, we will see Norton really close up as they power their way up towards Vidal, but they stay as they were. And I think, in fact, that Suristo getting a good exit out the corner. In fact, going 2 tenths faster than his previous recent best. I think Suristo now really trying to turn it up a week and recognising the fact that Norton is not going anywhere, but he takes the grass slightly, taking a bit too much speed over through Vidal, and as he gets into the final corner here, Suristo pushing on, Ben Norton pushing even harder, but keeping it on the circuit by comparison there, just a small mistake, but it's got Suristo so dearly, and Norton the closest he's ever been. Will he look for the move into turn 1? He thinks about it here, he goes all the way in on the brakes, on the inside, and Norton makes it count. Can Suristo cut it round the outside into 2? I don't think he can, but Norton have a little bit of a tank slapper, just stops the car in time from spinning away, and Ben Norton moves up into P4 in the Porsche Cup class as he makes his way on through. In fact, sorry, P5 we should say, as he makes his way on around here and heads into the second half of the lap shortly. But as he makes his way on around, the antivirus racing driver definitely trying to get a move on here and go hunting as he rolls his way into turn number 6. But heading on through, we look from him to Roman Bolonnikov as we see here the BMW driver with a flash of lights there from what is one of our GT4s. And what exactly happened? I think there may have been a little bit of an incident here, but I think there's a precedent being set, as we can see Geschwanta making out the inside there of the number 7 car, and I think in the GT4 class that number 7 car is Richard Pixley, flashing his lights there, a little bit frustrated with the way that played on out, and Pixley here into the Schumacher S and tapped on the side. Bolonnikov gave him the tap there by looks of things. And Pixley not impressed, I think, with the GT3s coming on through. I think he'll feel as though he's been a little bit mistreated. But as we return to live pictures here, with an hour of the race only a minute away from being complete and still plenty of time to go, we do have into the bits Kernberger coming in from P7 at the time. That is overall P6 in the GT3 class. Meanwhile, making their way down towards turn number 1 is the Briton and Luke Whitehead, who continues to try and chase down Alex Nunes, who's still yet to pit. And we would imagine that Nunes right now will be very happily running away up front and comfortably on the form of his strategy and thinking that things will come to him. But I think Whitehead here, given on average 2 to 3 seconds a lap faster, it is Whitehead's race to lose in the Porsche Cup class. He was referring to the Supercar Cup class, of course. That is when they don't run the traction control as well, so they don't run the ABS as well. It's a minor distinction, but as we do see Whitehead there giving a flash of lights to the Audi R8 GT3 of Weisman, who stays over to the side, and Whitehead picking his way on through and making some critical moves here as he heads down towards turn at number 8. As he heads out of the corner and down towards the hairpin, we look from Whitehead to Sebastian Erdmann here, your leader, of course, in the GT3 cars. Comfortable leader at the moment, but yet to take a pit stop, and much like Alex Nunes, deciding to go as long as possible, but showing no signs of stopping anytime soon. But now they are starting to get into that danger territory in terms they will not have that many more laps of fuel remaining. And I think for Erdmann in particular, he's looking at approximately what will be about another 5 to 6 laps maximum in that BMW M4's fuel tank. Although to be fair, he's been doing fuel saving early on, he may have even more. He could potentially go about 7 or 8 laps more, but again, we'll have to wait and see. But if he can get the fuel tank to last 90 minutes, that will be a huge achievement as he heads into turn number 11 and through 12. Meanwhile, further back in the battle for the front of the GT4 class, and recently taken over the Alpine, the Real Competition Alpine from Jack Alexander. Joshua Allen leads the way in the number 1 car, befitting, if you will, door number to class position number, with Voltaire not too far behind. Whereas Gabriel Voltaire only 1.5 seconds back, albeit between them we do have what is the Camaro, and I believe that Camaro being piloted by none other than Blackburn, who is a lap down in P34 overall, and in class that equates to what is P10, Barry Blackburn, as they make the way on through. In fact, that is not Blackburn, that is Jason Provlone. Let me correct myself there. And Provlone, with, I think there was a bit of a smash to the car earlier on, and that has cost them a dear amount of times. We did see them off track briefly, and Provlone falling a lap down on the leaders in class, and well, we correct ourselves there, and now making their way up to speed, having let Whereas Gabriel Fortea go in the hump for P2, and then subsequently the lead in at the GT4 class. But you can see they're probably now having to give way to some GT3s, making their way through. Also the Porsche Cup car there of what is none other than Nurbs, as they make their way through turn number 7 and down towards 8, but further behind Pete O'Brien after dropping behind Joshua Allen and also Fortea here, currently running P3 in class. And I think for Peter O'Brien in the Rainbow Crest Racing driver, having to look to the long game in order to come on back. But what's very interesting here, Kevin Lenz has yet to take a pit stop, albeit they've had a couple of laps that have been quite a way off the pace compared to their peers, but for the most part Kevin Lenz still soldiering on and still doing everything they can. I would only imagine those tyres on the Snow Racing Porsche Cayman GT4 must be absolutely knackered right now, in terms of they'll be wanting a rest and for some new tyres to go on the car. But meanwhile, whilst all that's been happening, we have had, I believe, a retirement from this race. We're trying to understand whose retirement it is. We're 100% sure, but what we are sure of is that we have just had a change for the overall lead, and it is Skylar Lovering who's retaken the lead of the race, and he is ahead of Sebastian Erdmann by a margin of what is there, the best part of at least 12 seconds, as we see them making the way down. I think, in fact, it's a bit more than that, and Erdmann coming on through. And will now, in fact, taken over by Philip Heine now for the BMW Motorsport Heritage team. Erdmann giving way to his Swedish teammate, the Norwegian, deciding to take a break. And Lovering still leading the way, solo driver, of course. And will Heine now 22.8 seconds behind as they continue the pursuit. But, of course, that's why the advantage is of not having a second driver is that driver swap time is a mandated 30 seconds, albeit it's the same time as a tyre change, if you will. But for Heino right now, with that driver swap, of course, fresher legs, fresher arms, and meanwhile Lovering still got it all to do in the single Ferrari car up front, as we continue to look at Heino making their way up to speed here, but still plenty of time to go. And you can imagine that at some point Lovering's going to have to take a tyre change, and perhaps Heino taking a tyre change as well as the driver change there, and that's going to bring them right back into time. Fresh rubber will definitely give them a bit more of an advantage over the next few laps in terms of that one lap pace and how it really starts to build. But meanwhile, into the pits recently was Nicholas Hoffman, and we can see here the KMH Esports endurance driver carrying on from where the team left off on the opening stint, making the way around, and on the second stint. They've come into the pitch twice now and on to their third stint. It's their penultimate stint as they make their way through the Mercedes arena here, trying to chase down what is a P8 finish in the GT3 class as the BMW M4 driver makes their way out of the Mercedes arena. But behind them, not too far behind, we do have Nick Stick, who's made the way out of the pit lane, albeit recently, and heading on down towards turn number 1. And the P11 now, what is P9 in class, the Jota McLaren driver hand cleared 2 pit stops, and they've got plenty of pursuing to do in the hunt after what is Nicholas Hoffman, as we do see here the McLaren flying high, albeit still a little bit there of dampness on the outside of the circuit. It would seem not completely drying away, so I have to wait and see whether that becomes a fact if anybody runs overly wide through the Mercedes arena, and whether that could just catch anybody out. But meanwhile, as we look from Stick to the leader of the GT4 class, here is Joshua Allen coming on for any. In fact, we've just had another retirement, I do believe, and that is another overall retirement. We can't quite give you clarification on which class that retirement is in, but we are now down from 40 drivers to 35 drivers remaining on circuit. But what we can see is it's not in the GT4 class as the racing goes on. But meanwhile, we do look to Sander Jacobs up front, who are in P3 right now, the Dutch endurance team driver here, looking to gain on P2, and that is Heine just in front. And we can see there Diamond Tech Compute in the Twitch chat we say hello to, saying that Sander Jacobs closing in on P2, and that gap 3 seconds when it was last calculated. What's it going to be by the time they get to the sector line in the run to Vidal? We'll get an update very shortly, but Jacobs pushing on as much as possible here as they make the way up towards Vidal, and looking to do everything in their power to close on up. And you can imagine and understand why, given that Heine's only recently come out of the pits, and that gap now down to 2.7 seconds. It is coming down rapidly here, the NSX driver flying, and this could definitely change up the complexion of the front of hill, because Lovering, to be fair, has only had clear space to play with. Meanwhile, Heine, well, he's taken over the car from Erdmann, who did a fantastic job of running it as long as possible. You would argue that they will have the advantage, and also with only 3 sets of dry tyres available and now really running on these dry tyres, That's where managing those tyres is going to be ever so critical to success deeper and deeper into this race. But Haney's got to push as well a little bit, because otherwise Jacobs might just really start to put the pressure on, and if they do battle, Lovering can just run off into the distance here in effective race time. As we also say hello to Forzy in the YouTube chat there. Hope you're doing well, Forzy. Merry Christmas to you, and also to Diamante Clompier in the Twitch chat. But as we do look to Haney making their way down towards turn number 6 right now, Jacobs continues to close. In fact, in that opening sector, taking a whole half a second out, and the NSX driver is on a mission here to try and find a way on back. As we briefly cut from them to Peter O'Brien here. Peter O'Brien on the rear of Reyes Gabriel Fortea, who I believe has just recently had a bit of an off track or a moment on circuit, as now Peter O'Brien really trying to go on the offensive here, and Fortea defending to the inside here in the battle for P2 in the GT4 class. Joshua Allen only at 7.5 seconds up the road, but Allen I think will be buoyant at the fact that he's got the battle for P2 behind him and he's clear of it. O'Brien not close enough to make the move into one. And it's the battle of the two handling cars here, as we see Fortea flashing their lights and Peter O'Brien going round the outside there. And I wonder if Fortea's got damage or a problem with the car. There's a flash of lights there, and well, O'Brien had to go the long way around to get it done. But still, Gabriel Fortea losing out, and it looks as though there may be some wounds on that car, which we can't quite see. And as he makes his way down towards turn number 6, letting Ben Norton go there, the Porsche Cup car that is a lap up. Meanwhile, looking back up to the battle for P2, and Haney still being closed up by Sander Jacobs, and Jacobs right now doing everything possible to extract lap time. An invalidated lap, that one. I wonder if he's picked up a track limit warning. Of course, if you get 3 of them, it's okay. The 4th one, it is a penalty. It's a drive-through penalty. Do it again, it's a stop-and-go 30 seconds penalty. And then the 3rd time of picking up those penalties, it is a disqualification, as we to understand it. But as we can see here, Jacobs now within 1.3 seconds and continuing to up the tempo. Meanwhile, speaking of up in the tempo, White Tipper just found their way past Dennis Versman, and let's take a look back at exactly what happened. We was in the run, coming out of the hairpin here, up towards the Schumacher S in the battle. What was P14 overall, or in class, what was P10 in the GT3 class. And as they made their way up towards turn number 10, did he look for it here? Yep, he went for it on the brakes here, didn't quite find it. But what he did get was Versman to go a little bit deep, and in return, the Audi driver there on the outside to inside line had to back off to get it breaking onto the racing line, and Tip there just putting the pressure on and getting the move done for what was P10 in the GT3 class as we return to the live pictures. But meanwhile, looking from them to that battle for P2 in class, and we can see here now the Swede, if he wasn't worried about Jacobs being within 1 second of him, now he definitely will be as they make the way through the Schumacher chicane. They're heading on up here, and now up towards turn number 10, well, sorry, turn number 11 we should say, and onto the brakes. Well, where can Jacobs close? I think it's overall closure here. I don't think there's any one particular point, as Heine almost loses the rear there, coming through turn number 11, but just about brings it together, pushing hard. But that NSX is absolutely flying here. Of course, a bit of one of those tricky machines, much like the Porsche 911, the GT3 class, in terms of when you drive it on the limit, fantastically fast, but you've got to have a very determined set of skills to find it on the limit. And Heine there on the inside of one of our GT4s, the Porsche Cup car of what is Ryan Cooper, and you can see now up the inside of Sander Jacobs, a small tap between Heine and Cooper, but they both just about survive it, but that could have been far, far worse. Meanwhile, off circuit then spun, and that looks to be the run up into turn, I believe that's in the run to turn number 2 of the Mercedes Arena. That is having the toughest for Wild Things Racing, the Porsche Cup car who's gone round, the last of our Cup runners at the moment. But meanwhile, with that happening, not to factor into what's happening in the battle for P2 in the class as they come on through the site of the incident only moments ago. But you can imagine here, Heine right now will not want any of that traffic to get anywhere near close to them as they make the way through the Schumacher S, and now, well, not the Schumacher S, through the Mercedes Arena and onwards towards the Schumacher S eventually as they head down towards turn number 6. As they come charging down through the left into right here, Heine's not going to be given a break as he flashes lights to the Wild Things Racing car, but really makes a mouthful of the curbing at turn number 7. And you can see there in return the number 20 car being piloted by what is there Alex Curto not too impressed with that small tap, and you can understand from Haynes' perspective really trying to push the break away from Jacobs, but Jacobs being very calm and collected by comparison and not pushing his luck at all here. And I think that Haney needs to calm it down a little bit, not from a student perspective, but because I think he can keep Jacobs at bay if he keeps to his mantra of pace and also the stability of that BMW M4. But with what's happening right now, it's all going the way of Jacobs, because every little moment's only going to put more tyre weight into that BMW M4, and we know the M4 quite sensitive to those rear tyre temperatures, albeit a very cool circuit like it is currently at 10 degrees centigrade. Those tyre temperatures may not be as noticeable as perhaps on a warmer day, but as we see Jacobs coming on through the kink of 13 up towards Vidal, that gap has opened up to just over a second, but he'll look to bring it down again in no time. There's a certainty about that. Meanwhile, further back in P8, here is Whitehead, who continues to try and chase after Alex Nunes. And to give you an idea, Alex Nunes is the only driver who is yet to pit. He is your Porsche Cup leader. Here's the P2 challenger, and here is Nunes, the class leader right now, with an advantage of what only stands at 7 seconds over Whitehead. And Nunes, if he gets passed by Whitehead, will effectively lose the strategic advantage he needs to fit from the lead of the class to have any option in order to be able to counter-attack Whitehead on strategy. But Whitehead is absolutely flying as Nunes finally comes into the pits after what is 73.5 minutes of hard racing from the Porsche Motorsport driver. Roman Belonikov has come on in as well, and Whitehead comes on through to take the lead of the Porsche Cup class in P6 on circuit as he makes his way down towards turn number 1. Meanwhile, looking up to the battle for P2 in the GT3 class, Hayner has broken away from Sander Jacobs for a brief while. The gap now up to 1.3 seconds as they make the way down towards the turn 8 hairpin. As they come down to braking, again, Hayner's got to be wary of traffic ahead of him. He does have a bit more GT4 class traffic in front, and that may only further frustrate the situation. As we look from what is P2 in the GT3 class to P2 in the GT4 class, and here is Peter O'Brien in the Rainbow Crash Racing Alpine, currently 8 seconds off of Joshua Allen, making its way on through the Vidal chicane there, and will have broken away from Foltea, and Foltea has recently fallen off the pace, and I think there is some damage to Veras Gabriel Fortea's car because he's lapping in the 208s and the 207s. Meanwhile, Peter O'Brien car comparison at 205s all the way. And I wouldn't be surprised if Voltaire is trying to just get the car to the end of its current stint in terms of the minimum possible duration on the stint to be able to then avoid having to make an extra stop or shaking up the strategy. Meanwhile, O'Brien trying to chase down Joshua Allen and is lapping slightly faster than Allen, it must be said. But again, when we say slightly faster, it's only a couple attempts here and there at the moment. And with a gap standing in the region of just over 7 seconds, it is going to take a lot of grind down in order for O'Brien to get close enough to potentially look at that move versus the leader Alpine. But we will wait and see whether he can get close enough later on. We've still got just over an hour of racing remaining, so anything can happen. And speaking of anything happening, here's Alex Curto coming into the pits of Wild Things Racing. The Canadian makes the way on in from what was at the time P5 in the GT4 class, and Ryan Cooper picks up the strain, albeit as we see Evan Natafa's coming on in from the Porsche Cup class, the Wild Things Racing driver as well, and Ryan Cooper makes the way down into turn number 1. The Dutchman for the Coach Anna Academy here, the Porsche Cayman in the CIA team, really being knocked about today, but looking to come back strong in the latter half of this race. Running, of course, in P5 at the moment. Of course, we do have some GT4s that have already made 2 stops, including one is the Fast and Furious 2.0 car being piloted by Mark Ham, the Dutchman flying on through, and also what is Barry Blackburn here in the Apex and Not Found Camaro GT4. So we do have to wait and see how they factor into the proceedings. Of course, the drivers here may find a way of fitting on in, and then we do see here Patrick Fullman, who as he makes his way into turns 6 and 7, the Ginetta car having made 2 stops just behind Marcus Werner, who's a little bit further up the road, and all of them right now, I think, gambling on some rain coming at some point, and there is rain on the forecast, ladies and gentlemen. If you draw your attention to the top right corner of the radar map there, you'll notice that in the next 30 minutes we will have rain, albeit it's very light rain, but it's going to fall. And meanwhile, speaking of things that are going to inconveniently fall at the worst possible time, for Evan Natafas, it is a stop-and-go 30-second penalty. The last but not least Porsche Cup car right now for speeding in the pit lane. And well, that is going to hurt, but now it becomes a game of survival here because everybody will be looking at their weather radar. They will see that rain is on the forecast in 30 minutes time, and well, can they survive on their current stint all the way until the rain comes, expecting potentially that rain is going to last the remainder of the race. Will it last the remainder of the race? Will it be a short shower, of course? Because if it is a short shower, that will mean it becomes the gamble. Who stays on dries? Who gambles to go on the wet? Meanwhile, as we see here, Sander Jacobs going deep. It's side by side in the run out of 1 into 2, and Jacobs, I think, gets the move done there versus Philip Hayne for P2 in the GT3 class, and we take a look back at how that started. Was in the run out of the final corner, and well, these two are coming together gradually once again with everything else happening. Looking all the way down towards turn 1 on the inside. Haney stay on the outside here, battling on the brakes, and Jacobs going as deep as possible, but going overly deep, and that's where Haney could potentially get the cutback on his rival. But in the end, Jacobs just about bringing it to the inside of turn number 2, and Sander Jacobs gaining the position in the end with a very bold braking strategy, but making it count as he now heads back through into that P2 position and tries to chase down Skylar Lovering. But as we return to those live pictures at the moment, Haney will not be giving up, and of course, with the strategies to come, we have to wonder whether some drivers will find themselves coming in before the rain arrives, and then they'll have to make a reaction based on how severe that rain is and how long it's expected to last. But as they come charging on around the circuit at the moment, I think Jacobs is going to do everything he can to give himself some gap between himself and Hayne, also Mateus Alves, and also Jan Duffler further back in P5 in the class, for the simple reason they will want the space on circuit to be able to then make that strategic call with a bit more confidence. Meanwhile, into the pits is Luke Whitehead from the lead of the lead of the Porsche Cup class, and that in return means that Alex Nunes retakes the lead of the class, with Nunes taking that strategic advantage into the pits with him. And well, Whitehead will be leaving the pit lane shortly, soon enough. In fact, he does leave the pit lane now, and look who jumps ahead of him, Jeroen Jongen, who is yet to take his second pit stop, to be fair. But Whitehead will look at this and now know he needs to pass Jongen, or for Jongen to come into the pit sooner rather than later, because Whitehead has already made 2 stops. Meanwhile, it is one of those scenarios whereby Nunes has already made 1 stop only, so he's got 2 more to come. Jongen's only made 1 stop as well, so Whitehead is ahead on pit stops, but he needs to get ahead of his rivals on circuit to make it count right now. If he can do so, then he'll have that lead all said and done. If not, then it'll still be open to interpretation as he makes his way down towards turn number 6. But as he comes on through, we do look back to that battle for P2, and here is Sander Jacobs' battle for P2 overall and in the GT3 class, and Jacobs has broken away from Haney to 1.2 seconds as they make their way into turns 6 and 7. As they make the way on through, we do look a little bit further down the order, back to GT4 leader here, P20 overall of what is Joshua Allen. And Allen right now, I think, has been given a little bit of a hurry-up order because he is trying to put in some faster laps here, and will need to very soon because Peter O'Brien on that last lap, a 2:05.832 in P2, and O'Brien, when he's got a clear lap, is definitely putting in the faster laps in the GT4 class by comparison as the drivers make the way roaring on through. Meanwhile, looking back towards the rear of the GT4 class and the rear of the field, here's Marcus Werner in the snow racing 110 car as he comes on down. He's trying to chase down Jason Provolone, who by comparison is 3.5 seconds up the road. In fact, we've had a swap of places down our timing tower, so that was not quite up to date. And Werner now having a chase after Blackburn, who is quite a way up the road by 40 seconds. That's Barry Blackburn. As meanwhile, Jason Provolone is the last of our GT4 runners at the moment, a sizable gap of what is 30 seconds behind Patrick Tomlin. As meanwhile, we look from the back of the field in the GT4 class too, in the midst of the GT3s, and here's Johan Huben from the Curry Racing team, the Belgian, having taken over the car, running P14 overall, and what in class is effectively P11. As meanwhile, we look from west towards the rear of the GT3 class to our race leader, albeit he was until he came into the pits. Sky Lovering coming into the pits for their second stop, and well, that will release Sander Jacobs into lead this race for the first time today. And the Dutch endurance team driver now has the unfathomable task, given that he did pit quite early. Can he extend this pit stop to go to the rain? And we are expecting that rain. We have just had an update on the radar, and in 30 minutes time the rain will evolve from what is light rain initially, approximately 20 minutes from now, such a heavy rain, we are going to be seeing the circuit get very wet indeed all the way through to the finish. Will it be a short, heavy downpour? Will we see it potentially dry right at the end? Well, I think now a lot of drivers must be gulping in the cockpit, and the strategists must be hard at work trying to understand how that rain could shake things up. But one thing's for certain, if anybody decides to stay out and dries, they're going to have to survive a deluge before it potentially dries back up again, if it does dry at some point. But that will be the challenge that faces our drivers. But meanwhile, speaking of challenges that face drivers currently, we do see that meanwhile Betty Barnabas taking over the Volkanovs Motorsport car, the Hungarian outfit making their way down towards turn number 1, and the 102 car here, and Barnabas in particular trying to chase down Tip, who is 33.9 seconds up the road, so quite a way to go. But again, with the strategy that's going to unfold, could we see additional stops? A lot of drivers do have spare stops to play with, to be fair, in terms of those mandatory stops still to go. If there's only 2 mandatory stops on the cards, you can imagine any drivers that only made 1 stop right at this point would be absolutely grinning, because if they can make that second stop run to when the rain comes, then they gain a whole pit stop versus the people who have already 2 stops. But with there being 3 mandatory stops on the cards, that means anybody who has made all their pit stops already will now have an extra pit stop potentially on the cards, unless they try to survive in the rain. And one driver in particular who will be looking at that is currently in P4 in the Porsche Cup class, and that is Wojciech Nurbs, as the Czech Republic driver makes their way through turns 1 and 2, and the Porsche Motorsport driver here definitely now, I think, resenting the fact that they have had to make all 3 pit stops so far, because they will have potentially another stop on the cards unless they're going to try and survive in the wet on the slick tyre. And they've definitely got to be on the slick tyre at this point, given how dry the circuit's been for some time. And I can imagine if anybody's on the wet tyre at this point, they'll definitely have picked up a puncture or 2, and not all 4. As meanwhile, we do look for Neuwerf to what is Alex Nunes here, the race leader in the Porsche Cup class, having recently been passed there by Belonogov, as we can see them making Belonogov as they make the way through the Schumacher S, and right now trying to stay close here to the GT3 driver as they make the way past by the GT4s and cutting on through, and that was the GT4 behind the 112 car being piloted now by Stan Gable, the snow racing driver, as he continues his way on through P25 overall and what is their P6 in the GT4 class. But meanwhile, everything happening up front, it would seem, on the strategy, as Sander Jacobs has had a relatively quick pit stop, it would seem, albeit the pit time in 33.2 seconds, so not a quick stop in fact. But the key point being here that Sander Jacobs having come into the pit, so what was their second stop, they've got 1 more to go, and now Philipp Heine, the only driver inside the top 5 of the GT3 class who's yet to take their second stop. And that's going to be important, because for Heine, that does give him a strategic variety, and will can Heine potentially make it work in terms of the rain that is coming soon? As Heine gone for a shorter second stint, and that may force him into a similar strategy compared to Lovering, Jacobs and Alves around. And see Jacobs here trying to pick their way past the P22 car of what is Ryan Cooper, their P3 in the GT3, the GT4 class. As meanwhile into the pits comes Jeroen Jongen from, at the time, what was P3 in the Porsche Cup class, and I think this will stay P3, but from P10 on circuit. But he's decided to come on in here to take what will be his second stop as well. As we see him parked up now and being served, we do look to P2 in the class. Luke Whitehead here, 8.3 seconds off of Alex Nunes, having made 1 more stop already compared to Nunes, and trying to bear down the class leader. As they make the way past Gable there in the GT4 Porsche, and now the Cup car charging off again. You would imagine that Whitehead definitely trying to get close as possible to Nunes in order to jump ahead of him before that rain comes and before the strategy really starts to become the most critical factor here in terms of who's cleared all their stops versus who has not. Meanwhile, we look a bit further up the road in the battle for P6 overall and in the GT3 class, and this is the battle between Niklas Hoffmann, who is ahead over Roman Belonogov, as we do see the RGT driver here, the Russian, trying to hunt down Hoffmann as they make the way out of turn 12, and Hoffmann here with the unfavourable task of having to deal with a Porsche Cup car in front. That's the RSR car, the Revolution Sim Racing car, and as they make the way towards the braking zone, you would imagine that Hoffmann right now be hoping that the Cup car does stay clear of him, but not for his rival. But in fact, it goes the way of the 2 GT3s being given the clearance, and for Hoffmann that is going to prove to be a bit frustrating, because now he's lost a lot of time, albeit that's the way multi-class racing goes. But you'll look at his rear view mirror and you'll see that lap behind him as we ride on board and look back from Hoffman's car here. The KMH Esports Endurance team now under a lot of pressure here in the hunt for P6 in class as they make their way onto turn number 1 on lap 43. But under braking here, it's the battle of the BMW M4 versus M4. Of course, equal machinery. The difference being the drivers and the setups being brought to the circuit. But as they make their way through the Mercedes arena, can we see any distinctive differences between the two? Not currently. It does seem as though both of them right now have very similar runs through the Mercedes arena, albeit Hoffman struggling to get as only an apex there coming into turn number 4 and exiting 5. He's able to run a little bit wider. I think there Bolonikov taking a bit of an early apex. That's cost him a bit of a run into turn number 6, but staying close. They make the way up into turn number 7 here and rolling the way off the brakes. I think Hoffman in fact really now starting to nail those later apexes. Meanwhile Bolonikov taking earlier apex and causing the car to just come off at apex a bit early, and the car being scooped wide with a bit of understeering as they make the way through there. But it's a mistake there from Hoffman, and that sends him wide, and Bolonikov gains P6 overall and in the GT3 class there with a mistake from Hoffman, as now the KMH Endurance team will look to try and find the way on back. But can they find the way on back? That's the question. Well, to do so here, I think Bolonikov, who drops behind Hoffman, and well, that's a bit of an oddity there, in terms of we didn't see the two come together or anything, but Hoffman now back into position. I think Bolonikov there was either a brief mistake for the Schumacher S or backing off for the car that was in front of him. It was one of the GT4s, but either way, Hoffman, after that mistake, is given the opportunity to run in P6 once again. But as they make the way up towards what is the Vidal chicane here, it's fair fight all the way as they come on through towards the end of this lap. As they come roaring on through, we look back to our GT4 leader of Joshua Allen here to give you an update on how the class is shaping up there. And well, Peter O'Brien, after some fast laps, has now fallen to 10.7 seconds off of the leader, in the top two being Alpines right now. And Allen just seemingly holding it all together and unfazed by any pressure that can be mounted on him from behind. As meanwhile, further back, Peter O'Brien in a comfortable space with an advantage over Ryan Cooper, extending to almost a whole minute as it currently stands. The Alpine drivers here in a class of their own within the GT4s, it would seem, but I have to wait and see what happens later on, of course, because the Alpine seems to be absolutely flying in these dry conditions at the Nürburgring. But could they change, of course, when we get to those wet conditions? And it may be where the Alpines start to struggle to carry the speed from corner to corner, given they have not got as much traction to play with even on the wet compound. But as O'Brien heads on through here, taking plenty of apex curve into Vidal, and of course raising the car up there almost onto two wheels for a brief moment. We do look to Reyes Gabriel Fortea behind us, taking 2 pit stops. One more pit stop to go here for the Wild Things Racing driver, who's trying to chase down Cooper. Cooper being 14.4 seconds in front. And more, here is Ryan Cooper, the coach and our academy driver, the Dutchman, continuing to do everything right here with only 1 stop complete so far. And for our GT4 drivers, have only taken 1 stop. I think they must be factoring in how their strategy has got to evolve with the rain that is coming, and definitely that rain will be within the next 30 minutes, but we believe it will actually be within the next 15 minutes now as it currently stands based on the weather pattern. It will start off light and then it will really open up. The heavens will come down hard, and that will be where the strategy starts to unfold for many a driver. But will some drivers look to get their second pit stop out the way as soon as possible? Well, here we have a car parked up, and that is Philip Haney pointing the wrong way, coming out of the Schumacher, and that's your race leader, and that is a disaster for Haney. What exactly has happened? So coming on through what was the turn 8 hairpin, they're coming through the Dunlop Carrera hairpin, and now up towards the Schumacher S. We ride on board here, and coming into left into a right-hander. The car just drops off the curb, and the rear just completely snaps loose. He counter-steers it one way, counter-steers it another way, but in the end, it just has to park the car and put it off circuit when the time's right. And Haney there, with an uncharacteristic error, losing out massively, and that may just potentially put BMW Motorsport Heritage out of the running for the potential lead of this race come the end of their second pit stop. That is going to cost them a huge amount of time, at least what will be 20 seconds by the looks of things when all things are factored in. In fact, 15 seconds now as we get an update on their lap time, a 2:10.627 compared to their best of 56, and that means that they will now find themselves a long way back versus the likes of Skylar Lovering and Sander Jacobs. Speaking of the two aforementioned drivers, here is Skylar Lovering, currently in P2, having set recently a purple lap of 55.120. and lapping in the low 55s at the moment, and the Brits Racing driver here with only one more pit stop on the cards. You would imagine that Lovering's going to try and hold on until the rain comes. Meanwhile, with all that happening, we haven't quite caught it on camera. Luke Whitehead has taken the lead of the Porsche Cup class. He is now second ahead of Alex Nunes. P8 for Whitehead, Nunes behind P9. You see Nunes in the rear of the picture, but right now the LW21 coaching driver absolutely flying up front in the class here. And then jumps ahead of Nunes, who has yet to take his second stop, let alone his third stop. You can imagine now Nunes will be focusing more on consolidating that P2 first and foremost, but surely Nunes has got to react to the rain that is coming soon. Or will he here? Will he gamble on it being a short shower and potentially we have to go to wets to come back to dries to clear his mandatory pit stop? That will be the thing that he's hoping for, because then he can use those two pit stops as his final two mandatory pit stops. I think Whitehead has played a blinder, not just on pace, but in terms of picking the strategy. But again, they weren't to know that the rain was going to come until after they made their pit stops, and that is the problem with endurance race. Of course, that weather can evolve at any time. As the drivers make their way on down the round, we do look to the battle for P6 over in the GT3 class here of Hoffman versus Bolonogov, as the Hoffman lead in the way here for KMH Endurance Esports. As he makes way out of turn 2 and into 3, the German here trying to hold off the Russian of Bolonogov, and of course Bolonogov making the pass on Hoffman, who got it wrong into turn 8 a couple of laps ago, went straight on, missed his braking point. But I suspect there that Bolonogov lifting off, and I think a bit of traffic ahead, but also perhaps a potential mistake in the run through the Schumacher S. But Hoffman now having to find that pressure on his rear once again. It's the battle of the BMWs as they make the way into turn number 7, but they're quite equal in lap time, and I think for Hoffman he's just got to not make an error and he'll stay clear. Meanwhile, Whitehead here running close behind one of the GT4s, and I believe that is the GT4 there of what is Ryan Cooper. And by going slow through turn 6 and 7, Nunes has closed up. Nunes getting very close. They make the way through, and we ride on board here with the Porsche Motorsport drivers. He tries to get pursuit, but I think it is going to be a matter of time before Whitehead's able to open that gap up once again, given the pace he has shown from lap to lap. And Nunes has got to try and take those little moments where he is able to close on up and then look for a potential move if that traffic works the way that it does. But as he heads through turn number 11 and into 12 right now, they have not got traffic ahead of him for some time, given the fact it's all GT3s ahead of him in the run to Vidal. And will the next car they'll come up against will be a GT4 already on the next lap, albeit you can see that Whitehead already started to pull away once again. As they make the way up into the Vidal chicane right now, Nunes falling back to 8 tenths there from the previous sector, the end of that sector, and then Whitehead having a little brief moment there coming through Vidal, so pushing it hard here. Does Whitehead need to do so? That's the question. Well, I think he'll feel he needs to break away, but Nunes will just be staying to his mantra of keep it calm, collected and carry on, and it may just work out for him as they make their way down the start finish straight in the night lights and head down towards turn number 1, the rear of the Porsches, as they head on into the braking zone. And as they head into turn number 1 once more, we do look from them to what is the driver who's in the pits at the moment of Betty Barnabas for Vulcanos Motorsport coming on in here. And well, the Hungarian bringing the car in from P13 at the time overall in what was P9 in the GT3 class. A good stint from the Hungarian. Will he be handing the car over or not? We'll have to wait and find out. But now the rain's still sometime within 30 minutes away. Not quite yet within 10 minutes. And our drivers will all be keeping eyes on that. Barnabas, of course, taking their third stop now as they make it for, I believe it is their third stop. We'll get an update on that shortly. But meanwhile, speaking of updates, here is Peter O'Brien right now, second place, the GT4 class, P21 on circuit. And what's the gap to Joshua Allen? I hear you ask for that gap now, standing at 12.7 seconds as we see O'Brien making the way through Vidal a long way away. Meanwhile, going down the start finish straight on a bit of a slowdown, I think having an off track in the final corner is Wild Things Racing's Alex Curto, who right now does have a number of cars going through it, including Sander Jacobs there, your overall third place driver, making the way for in the GT3 class. But Curto now under a bit of pressure behind from what is the race leader of his class. The blue flags will be waving for Curto, and I believe he will have to give away to the number 1 car very shortly, as we do see there Joshua Allen getting closer and closer, and I think Curto will look to do it on the straight in the run up towards turn number 6. Just lift off here on the inside and let it go, as you can see there. Well, Joshua Allen, oh goodness me, Joshua Allen being given a tap there by Curto, and well, Joshua Allen now will not be happy with that. That is a spin he could have afforded without a bit of tap to the rear of the car, and I wonder there might be a little bit of suspension damage as well. But you see Peter O'Brien now will go from thinking that his rival was a long way off in the distance to not far ahead of him in terms of that gap will have come down by over half as he makes his way through turn 7 and down towards 8. And what's the gap coalesced to is the question. It's gone from over 12 seconds to 4.7 seconds. And Alan now, I don't think will be pleased at all with what's happened as we get an update on the weather. The rain is due within the next 10 minutes. So you can imagine if that will come by the time we have 39 minutes remaining or so. We could then have heavy rain all the way to the finish. And we will see that switch onto the wet compound. As we see Peter O'Brien here looking to try and chase down Joshua Allen now as soon as possible. And I think that will only galvanise his motivation. We do look from our second place driver in the GT4 class to a little bit further back. And we look to Marcus Werner here, continuing to try and hunt down at Blackburn, albeit Blackburn the best part of what is 30 seconds up the road in the hunt for what is in class P9 in the GT4 class as they come roaring on through. And Fullman behind in the Ginetta a bit further off, but still pressing on indeed. This could swing other way, and for some drivers right now this could really start to open up their strategy right at the end, and some names to watch out for here. They could gain as a result. Here is, for example, Gergely Kunzabo, who is chasing after Just Lune, the half-practice hero driver just in front of the Porsche Motorsport driver, as we ride on board here with Kunzabo as they make the way out of the Mercedes arena. Now powering all the way down towards turn number 6 here, and Kunzabo has been the faster driver out of the two of them over the last couple of laps, and looking for that potential move as they come through 6th to 7th. I think if the move's going to come, it'll be in the second half of the lap, as Luna there looking a little bit out of sorts in the run to 7. As they head down towards 8, up through the gearbox, they both shift, and as they make the way in towards the hairpin, will Luna go defensive here? No, he does not. Kunzabo not close enough, but you see they're getting closer and closer under brake, and they come out to the right-hander, and now up towards the Schumacher crest. Now Kunzabo can stay this close in the run. You can see up there, flashing his lights, trying to distract his rival in the run through the Schumacher crest, but Luna not taking any notice of it, and Kunzabo in fact dropping back a little bit here. 2 tenths as they made the way into the Schumacher crest. Now 3 tenths under braking, very close there, but no way through as he comes through turn number 11 into 12. They've got a little bit of GT4 traffic in front of them. And that is going to be Jason Provolone in front in the GT4 Camaro, as we understand it, as they make the way up towards Vidal here. But how's this going to fall for the 2 Porsche Cup cars? Well, Valune is going to give him all the run on the inside. It's going to cost him a lot of momentum. Meanwhile, Kunzabo there can't find his way on through, and he will be impeded a little bit. Valune loses the rear of the car, has to catch it slightly. It's Kunzabo up the inside there. Well, for Kunzabo, I think they've all gone from a bit of wasted time to a bit of a smile on his face, given the fact I think he felt as though he'd lost out. And as they make the way down towards turn number 1, and once again, well, Lune under that pressure right now, and I can only imagine how hard he's working that cockpit to stay ahead. Kunzabo backs off here. They do have a GT3 coming up there inside, and that's Sander Jacobs, and he respects the blue flags there as they make the way through turn number 1. And heading up towards turn number 2 right now through the Mercedes arena, and Kunzabo once again be hoping that his rival will have Sander Jacobs come up alongside him in the worst possible place, and he does into turn number 3, but he gets the door shut as Luna just in time as Kunzabo looks to now put the pressure on 3, 4, 5 and up towards 6, but this battle continues as meanwhile into the pits for what will be the second stop of the team. It's Riolo's Motorsports Joshua Allen who comes on in from the leader GT4 class. I look at my commentary box window. Meanwhile, we continue to look at this battle for what is P5 in the Porsche Cup class, and you can see here how Luna being given breathing room time and time again, as we do have one of our Porsche GT3s are making its way on through, and I believe that is White Tip picking his way on through in the number 19 car, and there he is, the TW Racing driver with a flash of lights, and we have official confirmation now, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be within the next 10 minutes heavy rain, so in the next 5 minutes the rain will come, and it is going to get heavier all the way to the very end of the race, or at least for the final 10 minutes it's heavy rain, and it is only going to get worse. So now the pressure is on, but speaking of the pressure, as we see Kunzabo there makes the move on Luna, and I think Luna there with a little bit of a moment as they make the way up towards Vidal, just a rear snap it loose, and Kunzabo gets it done, and as they come roaring on through, we take a look back. Then the run up towards what was turn number 11. You can see here how Luna being flashed by a tip, and I think that in the aftermath of tip coming on through, you can see Kunzaba comes in hot up the inside, and tip there with what was a move, which I think Luna's not too pleased about as he flashes his lights, but still Kunzaba gets it done and gains what is P5 in the Porsche Cup class as we very shortly return to those live pictures. And well, now Kunzaba will go hunting after Nurbs if he can, of course, having cleared all 3 mandatory pit stops. As we see Luna, they're going very deep as we return to the live pictures, going overly deep into the opening corner. And will the half practice hero driver now, I think, running in P6, will be thinking about there's still some strategy to go here, and he may be able to get himself back into the mix. There's still plenty of time. It's not over yet. As they make the way up through the Mercedes arena and onwards once more, we do look from the Porsche Cup cars to what is our GT3 cars, and in particular to our race leader at the moment, albeit given the spin he had on the exit of what was the first part of the Schumacher S moments ago, about 4 laps ago in fact. You can imagine that Hanen right now with track in front of it, this is only compounding a degree of frustration as that's the Revolution Sim Racing Porsche Cup car finding its way around the outside of the 112 Snow Racing GT4, but Hanen being patient and also considerate of the other classes, to be fair, and he'll be respected for that. But right now he is being bared down on it by Lovering. The gap just shy of 18 seconds. It's 18.2 to be a bit more precise, and that gap continuing to come on down as we are hearing that rain may lessen towards the very end of the race. We are getting a little bit of mixed reports as to what the rain is going to look like for those final 10 minutes at the moment, but we will wait and see. But the rain is going to be here soon. Within the next 3 minutes, we believe we may start to get a few drops of rainfall on the circuit, and that is going to be the big question. Who then reacts to it first? We've already got the clouds really starting to build up here, although we can't really see them too well given how dark it is, but rest assured the weather radar says we've got a lot of heavy cloud and the skies are going to open soon, as Hanen right now with 2 more stops to go needs to think about how he deploys those 2 stops. It's the drivers with 1 stop to go who could go at least another 10 minutes who are going to find themselves in a very advantageous position all the way to the end of the race, because they will know on that final stop they go to wet, and unless there is a huge reversal in weather conditions within the next 30 to 40 minutes, they are going to be safe and dry, albeit safe and wet tyres we should say, all the way to the end of the race. And Lovering right now, you would imagine with 2 stops done, 1 to go, and with an advantage of 7.4 seconds, albeit over a charge in Sander Jacobs, who is lapping half a second faster a lap on average. Lovering and Jacobs are the 2 rivals for the win in this race, but I think Lovering will feel as though he's got enough in the tank here as he makes his way down towards turn number 8. Heading towards the braking zone, we are still getting conflicting reports on what that rain will look like in the final 10 to 12 minutes. We're now hearing that it may actually be very light rain by comparison with what we heard only moments ago, where it's going to be heavy rain, so that could really mix things up. And who will gamble potentially on staying on dry tyres and trying to survive until that rain potentially stops falling? That could be a concern for drivers as well. But meanwhile, one driver who will be not too concerned about it right now, because the one thing he's got to do is try and hunt down what is Joshua Allen and also Peter O'Brien, as well as Gabriel Fortea from Wild Things Racing here, who continues to charge on in P3 in the class, with Richard Pixley behind. 1 mandatory pit stop to go for the pair of them as they make the way on through. Meanwhile, speaking of pit stops that's recently occurred, we have had Ryan Cooper coming in recently for Coach Anna Academy, running P5 in the GT4 class, and Cooper carrying on here, but only 1 more stop remains. So a lot of our GT4 drivers now clearing 2 stops already, although some have yet to clear their second stop, including the likes of Peter O'Brien and also what is Stan Gibble. And as we make our way up towards what is the remaining half an hour of this race, we do still have 40 minutes to go. Well, we are waiting for those heavens to open up in the next 1 to 2 minutes, and when that rain comes, in fact the rain is starting to fall now, ladies and gentlemen. As soon as I say it, it's like a magic trick. I can assure you, however, I'm not able to change the weather on a flash, but already we can see the track condition has downgraded for optimum to fast. It's going to downgrade quite rapidly, and that rain is going to fall quite quickly. And who will dive into the pits here? The drivers yet to take 2 of their stops, I think, will need to react as soon as possible, and Cooper is into the pits. He will be one of our first drivers on in. We do have a car that's around, in fact, and that is Ricardo Maciera, the Revolution Sim Racing blue driver, who's gone round on the exit, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. That's the exit of turns 4 and 5. Yes, that is indeed coming out of the Mercedes arena. We've also got a couple other cars. We've got Johan Huben, who's also gone round in the Curry Belgium BMW M4 GT3. So I think 2 drivers already being caught out with a sudden opening of the heavens. And the circuit already been downgraded to greasy conditions. It's going to get damp, and it is definitely going to get wet. I don't think we're going to see a flooded circuit here today, but also ambient and track temperature down to 9 degrees centigrade here. So these conditions are not the conditions that anybody wants, for the simple reason they're only going to get worse and worse. And we could right now see some drivers come a crop up with everything that's going on. As meanwhile into the pits is Nicholas Hoffman. We've got more drivers coming on in here. We have got a reaction for a good number of drivers, and it's those who've only got 1 stop remaining who may just find themselves gaining sufficiently. As Hoffman being serviced, they'll be putting wet tyres on, I'm sure of that. And Matthias Alves here, I believe, has recently had an off-track or a spin. And, well, the Belgian, not the Belgian, my goodness, so I can't get my good nationalities right here. The Brazilian, I should say, right now, with a brief off-track as we've just had it updated to us, making a small mistake. Still running in P4 in the class, albeit they do have what is Sander Jacobs into the pits at the moment, and Philip Hayne into the pits as well. Skylar Lovering, meanwhile, stays out another lap. And I think that may be a missed opportunity here from the Ferrari driver as they make the way into the Mercedes arena, because that rain is only intensifying unless they're planning to stay out on the tyre until the rain really comes down. But then what would be the value of it is the question here, given they continue on. But Hayne into the pits, so they've got 1 more stop to go after this. But as you can see him making his way through the right-hander of what is turn number 4, 5 down towards 6. We say hello to a Rapid Transit there in the YouTube chat, and unfortunately we appreciate those spam bots are a little bit annoying. Unfortunately can't make you a moderator at the moment. Transit would love to, but we'll definitely consider that for future broadcasts. But Loving right now heading on down through turn number 7 up towards 8, and well, has he gone 1 lap too far? That is the big question as they make the way through at turn number 8. But coming through the right hand here, we can see the Ferrari driver right now thinking it's the right decision, as meanwhile Sander Jacobs emerges off of the jacks and down the pit lane they go, and they re-emerge in P4 overall, and that is going to be the lead car in terms of cars that have taken all 3 pit stops here. And I think the Honda NSX driver and the Dutch Endurance team have nailed this as a strategy, because Hennis still needs to take 1 more pit stop, so effectively they will fall behind. But look at that as well in the top right, in the final 5 to 6 minutes we are going to be seeing a drying circuit. We will not see any rainfall here. Could we potentially see the rain change ways in terms of, will it go away a bit sooner than anticipated here? Could that final pit stop be on the cards for everyone to go back to slicks right at the end? Will anybody try and survive on a wet tyre that's not going to have any water to cool it? That is going to be the challenge for so many, as we do see here Jacobs making their way through turn number 7 here, and you would argue right now it is advantage Jacobs as they press on. We're heading on down towards turn number 8. Of course, Skylar Lovering stays out again. The Ferrari driver here really gambling that they'll be able to drive on a slick compound with 1 more pit stop to go. And I think for the Ferrari driver here, unless what their gamble is they go overly deep into turn number 1, I think that might just be the warning signs there. But you can imagine their gamble must be that they're expecting that rain to only really be a shower in terms of how long it lasts for, and they can make it to the end of the rain spell on slick tyres. But just look how deep they're going. The pace is falling out the car. I think the Bricks Racing driver has just gone a little bit too deep. In fact, the Bricks Racing team have just made one erroneous call, and it's unfolding before their eyes as the rain is getting heavier right now, and it's going to only get heavier in the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, in the Porsche Cup class, we have Alex Nunes leading the way currently, albeit going on through and going very deep there in the run through turn number 6 into 7. Still yet to take 2 stops for Nunes. He's only taken 1. And the Porsche Motorsport driver here with Whitehead having made all 3 stops. And well, Whitehead, I believe, has just had a bit of a moment. In fact, caught up behind another Porsche Cup car and also GT4. And Whitehead having to pick his way through what is an absolute plethora of traffic as he makes his way out of the corner and almost losing the rear of the car there. And it's becoming an ice rink for so many drivers. And Whitehead right now being stuck behind, I believe that is Jeroen Jongen who is caught up behind with Adam recently pitted. And indeed, that is Jongen, who is a lap down in P3 in the Porsche Cup class, as he's got Adam on his inside. The two of them there making a brief bit of contact. As you can see behind, we've got one of our, I believe, that is the Walkenos Motorsport BMW M4 GT3 trying to pick its way through of Bolonakov, and as they make their way, and that's not Bolonakov, my apologies, that would be from the RGT team, but you can see how now so many drivers are going to try and pick the way between one another, and as a result it is getting worse. The circuit is now wet officially in terms of condition, and it means that anybody who's on dries right now really is trying to survive, as Jan Duffer gets it wrong right towards the end of their lap and go, oh goodness me, Duffer straight on in the run. In fact, no, that was a bit of a different perspective there. Apologies. We thought they were the car that was going straight on out of Vido. That not to be. But the Walkenos Motorsport driver here trying to soldier on all the way through and made a full pit stop. In fact, only 3 pit stops also having started from the pits. Nunes into the pits to take what will be a set of wet tyres. He cannot go any further, and that will release Luke Whitehead back up into the lead of the Porsche Cup class. And also into the pits is Skylar Lovering. He can't go the distance in terms of staying on those dry tyres. Sebastian Erdmann right now, and still with one more pit stop to go on wet tyres currently, but slides his way through Vidal there and brings it together. But you can imagine for Erdmann right now, what is there to gamble on? Well, I think the only thing he can do is gamble on coming off the wets onto slicks when the rain is on the verge of starting to ease up. But then will there be enough of a drying line right to the end for Erdmann to make that tyre count? Plus, more importantly for Erdmann, with one more pit stop to go, that is going to cost them at least 40 seconds in race time that they'll then have to suddenly make up. And, well, I don't think that's going to come in time. I think if the rain was to stop in approximately 20 minutes time, no, sorry, about 10 minutes time, then the time would be there. But Erdmann right now batting against the current, and the driver who we think now is on course to win this race effectively could be Sander Jacobs, although I say that, and now look at Skylar Lovering, who's just come out in front of Sander Jacobs, so we've got that call slightly wrong, as the Bricks Racing driver has re-emerged only about 1.5 seconds ahead of Sander Jacobs, and now it's a showdown to the finish here between the Ferrari from Bricks Racing and the Honda of the Dutch Endurance team. As they make the way on through turns 4 and 5, and we take a brief sip of water because this racing right now is absolutely intensifying. We can see that Sander Jacobs really pushing on here. He's got to get the move done on the circuit. We thought the move may have ended up coming through the pit stops given how long Lovering went, but Lovering gambling on going deeper into the transition to the wet on the slick tyre, and it's worked for Lovering despite it. And you can see, look how wet the track surface is already becoming, and that rain is intensifying over the next 10 minutes. Meanwhile, we've got a spin there for what is Nurbs. He's gone on around what we believe is the run out of turn 7. We're taking a look back at exactly what happened onto the brakes here for the Porsche Cup driver. Comes on through turn 6, okay, brings it into 7. It must have been on corner exit then. Gets it nice and tight initially, gets the power on, and, well, the car on the curb there. No grip on the exit curb, and it just slides loose there with no traction control as well to settle the car down. And well, you can understand why there's he reversed it back out in order to get it spun around on the grass. A frustrating moment for the Czech driver, but still plenty of time to go. But he's going to fall a long way back off Joran Jongen in the hunt for P3 in the Porsche Cup class now, as he brings it back up to pace with 30 minutes remaining. Meanwhile, in the GT4 class, Peter O'Brien is your class leader at the moment, ahead of Jack Alexander, who's got back in the other Alpine for what is the Rioluna Motorsport outfit. But the Rainbow Crash Racing driver, Peter O'Brien, he may be leading, but as you may have noticed there on the timing tower, there's one thing that undermines that whole advantage that he has right now, and that is there's still one mandatory pit stop for him to do. Now, much like with what is our driver in P1 in the GT3 class, Sebastian Erdmann, how can they make that final pit stop factor in here? Well, they'll need to go to the slick tyre when the rain starts to show signs of easing up, but it is such a gamble to do so, given the fact this track surface is going to be so slippery. And as we see here, O'Brien letting the Jota McLaren, as piloted by Nick Stick, goes running in P7 in the GT3 class, P9 overall. You would imagine here that for Peter O'Brien, it's one pit stop short of victory. Well, that's our prediction, albeit our predictions have not been right so far over the course of this race, we can tell you that, but we'll have to wait to see what plays out in practice here. But meanwhile, where is Alexander by comparison? And Jack Alexander is making their way through turn number 7 currently, and the early competition driver here, the gap may stand approximately 33 seconds, but that 33 seconds very quickly switch and flip when O'Brien comes into the pit lane. Then for O'Brien, it's about making a pit stop and then trying to push on with pace to make the move on track right at the end of the race. But as we do see here, Alexander making the way back uphill now, heading up towards the Eifel Mountains, albeit never going into them on the Grand Prix loop of the Nürburgring circuit. With the Nordschleife loop, seeing drivers go all the way through the Eifel Mountains and onwards. We do look to Richard Pixley in P3 here for Wildfix Racing, the GT4 class, running a solid race, and we're holding on right now with Lucas Ziege a whole 23 seconds back, albeit I think for the German driver from Coach Anna Academy, he's got something much more pressing behind, and that is where is Gabriel Fortea, who is closing hard and fast here and really trying to put in that lap time to get into the hunt for P4 in class. With Mark Gibson a bit further back, Gibson being 11 seconds back off of this pair, but he could be brought into the fight if they fight one another tooth and nail all the way to the conclusion. But meanwhile, we look at Evan Latafas here, who in fact we believe has had a bit of a spin coming out to the final corner. In fact, that's him returning the car to the right direction there on the inside. You briefly saw the lights and has had to take a jump to the pits there, Evan Latafas, with damage to the car, and that's going to put him a further lap down. As meanwhile, more drivers here trying to navigate the way around one. Another bit of contact there between Michael Kernberger for CamEdge Esports Endurance and the number 20 GT4 of what is there, the Wild Things racing car being piloted by Alex Curto. Has definitely had his day of moments with other classes trying to pick the way on through, but meanwhile we have to look up to the battle for P2 here, and this is Sander Jacobs, and ahead of him that is Skylar Lovering. They're within a second of one another, and we ride on board here with Sander Jacobs, who has to find his way past the RevoSim Revolution machine, or what is there being piloted by. We're just trying to see who that was. We'll have to come back to that in a brief moment, as we also see they're both GT3 drivers picking the way past one of the snow racing GT4s, and as they make the way out of turn number 7 and down towards 8, the Dutch endurance team driver here doing everything in his power. But look at that on the radar. In the next 10 minutes the rain is going to start to lessen in terms of its intensity, but it's not going away. But with 30 minutes time, by the time we get to the end of the race, we will have drying conditions. We'll have no more rain falling, and right now Jacobs doing everything to try and find a way past Lovering here. This could be important in terms of if they do have to make one more switch on the strategy, as Jacobs there has to back off in the run through the Schumacher S, just carrying too much speed in the car and we're snapping loose. Lovering meanwhile able to carry the speed on through. He's got to make the move now. Meanwhile, Erdman in front. If these two battle one another hard enough, Erdman could find a way back into the fight, albeit the gap to Erdman stands at 11 seconds. So Erdman's got to go some to open that gap up, and Jacobs and Lovering have got to really push one another in order to lose that time to the race leader. So effectively, this battle for P2 overall is the battle for the overall winners. We have to understand it currently, but again, anything can happen before it's all said and done as both drivers make the way on through. Meanwhile, speaking of anything happening, we've got Forte and Lucas Ziege here both in contact with one another. What exactly happened? We believe they've been in contact with one another. We take a look back here. This is in the battle for what was P4 at the time in the GT4 class. Onto the brakes they went, and well, Forte is coming very hot and tap the rear of Lucas Ziege, and then it's sent each round, and then we've had everybody stack into the scene of the instant there. That is also, I believe, Dwayne Jones in the 777 Huracan. Also, we saw there, I believe, it was Jongen coming into the instant, and with that, Mark Gibson briefly found his way ahead before falling back behind Forte as well for the Mercedes Arena. Meanwhile, we look back to the battle for P2 here in the GT3 class, and Lovering under major pressure in the wet as they make the way out of 4, 5 and down towards 6. We ride on board and look back from the British Racing Machine as they head towards turn number 6. And what's very interesting here is the Ferrari does seem to have the ability to break away on the extended straights versus the Honda, but just look at how much time the Honda takes out the Ferrari through these medium to low speed apexes. It's almost as if the Honda's got a completely different grip level by comparison, as Lovering here defends into the hairpin, and Lovering knows he's got to defend it. This is the race win he's looking at right now as they make the way out of the hairpin and up towards the Schumacher. Of course, every defence he plays, Erdman will gain in the lead, but Erdman would need to gain 30 seconds approximately, we believe, in race time right now to jump back ahead of these guys. And again, for the leader, he's got to gamble and potentially switch into slicks with about 10 to 15 minutes to go. We We've only got 24.5 minutes to go. We'd love to give you a recap of the whole field, but right now there's battles are plenty happening, and that's what we'll focus on. And speaking of another battle that's arising at the moment, it's the battle for P13 overall between Julian Bruns and Kurt Peters. Peters just behind the Belgian there, and the German there, as the Salty Mountains Racing Audi R8 continues to soldier on in the GT3 class. Peters not too far behind, and the Curry team racing the Belgian BMW M4 GT3. And they are battling in class, so what is effectively P12 in the GT3 class. They make the way on through. Meanwhile, we look back to that battle for P2 in the class, and we can see here the Jetta G55 moving out of the way in the GT4 class. But meanwhile, Lovering here will pull run out the final corner, and now it's the Honda to play its strength in the run down towards turn 1. But Lovering makes sure that Jacobs has to go all the way to the outside. Jacobs tries to go around, he turns, and he finds the side of the Ferrari there. And Lovering defends as they make their way into turn number 3. Parks at apex again there, and there's more contact between the two of them, it would seem. And I think Sander Jacobs at this point now really started to get a bit frustrated with the fact that Ferrari's so slow into the corners, he would argue. But then again, it's one thing to catch, it's another thing to pass. And right now, Lovering trying to put that car everywhere inconvenient, and Jacobs flashing his lights. I think feeling as though there he was blocked off a bit too much. But right now, Lovering only focusing on one thing and pushing on. And I think he'll deal with the aftermath after the race as they come on down into turn number 7 in the battle between Bruns and Peters. We can give you an update. Peters has recently had an off track, and as a result has fallen away from Bruns in the battle for P12 in the GT3 class, so that means no change in position at the moment between them. Under braking here, and you can see how the Honda just able to come into the braking zone so much more boldly by comparison. And Lovering here, I think, really having to try and take all the pace out the racing. But meanwhile, whilst this is going on, Erdmann up front is not pulling away. Erdmann, if anything, is coming towards these guys. The gap almost down to 10 seconds now, whereas over the last couple of laps, it starts off at 11 seconds. And Erdmann having an absolutely terrible time up front, albeit off camera. And right now, you'd imagine as we have a car off circuit, I believe that is Jason Provolone's decided to go off circuit to stay clear of this battle for what we believe is the win in the race. Well, Lovering holding on, but Jacobs close behind as the Bricks Racing Drive doing everything in its power to push on as they head into the Vidal chicane once again. 22 minutes still to go. The gap opens up for a brief while, but I think here Sander Jacobs may just be regrouping before he goes on the offensive once again. And as they come through the right-hander to go onto the start-finish straight, we've got White Tip with a brief moment, we believe, in the run out of what was turn number 11 into 12. And behind him there with a spin, that is, I believe, a car that is a lap down. In fact, the BMW M4 behind. So we won't be able to quite give you an update on who that is specifically at the moment. We will try and find out for you. In fact, it is the 77 car of Kurt Peters there. That's a lap down P14 on the P10 overall drivers. They come on through turn number 16. And they're making their way on through the corner. Meanwhile, we've got Peter O'Brien here, the leader of the GT4 class, who recently has had a brief moment in the Mercedes arena, and with an advantage of 32 seconds at the moment over Jack Alexander. You'd be forgiven for him thinking that he wants to push a little bit harder to try and break away. He's got one more pit stop to go, and can Peter O'Brien hold on with that final pit stop still needing to unfold? And we can see there within the next 10 minutes the rain will lessen. It won't stop, but it will start to lessen, and that will mean some drivers may consider where they've got a pit stop remaining, they will consider that switch to the slicks, or potentially taking on just a quick splash and dash of fuel to get to it. There's a brief bit of contact there between what is O'Brien and the number 79 car of Joran Jongen as they make the way up towards the Schumacher S. Meanwhile, looking back up to the battle for P2 and what we believe is overall the win of the race, Sky Lovering continues to hold off Sander Jacobs. The gap now 1.4 seconds as they make the way up towards turn number 11. But you can see here there's a huge amount of traffic for Lovering to pick his way up for its GT4s are plenty here, and that the first one is the I believe that is the number 28 car of Mark Gibson who comes on through, and Gibson in the McLaren 570S here stays clear for Jacobs, but a little bit of a challenge there for Lovering by comparison. And the Fast and Furious driver here just lets it go. Meanwhile, ahead, we can see here how Lovering closed up behind one is Lucas Ege and picked their way past where is Gabriel Forteo, who's trying to hunt down Lucas Ege in return. So right now, the GT3 is count behind a critical GT4 battle as well in the battle for P4 in the GT4 class. And as they make their way out the final corner, Sander Jacobs has gained for all of this as Ziege here pulls over to the left-hand side, stays on the racing line, lets the GT3s come off racing line for him. And as they make their way down to turn number 1, Jacobs will need to go all in on the brakes here to clear the GT4 traffic in a nice amount of time as they make the way through under braking. Meanwhile, behind, Gibson tries to make the move there on Voltaire. They both go deep into turn 1. The Fast and Furious Dutch driver looks to try and make the move now on the cutback into 2, but Voltaire just simply parks an apex and says, well, you can try it if you want, but I'm not stirring. And as they make the way into turn number 3 right now, I think Voltaire's got to look more and more towards his rear view mirror rather than ahead of him as he goes a bit deep into 3, brings it tight to 4. That's going to cost him his line out of the corner, and we ride on board here with the McLaren of Gibson, who looks now in the spray to try and find a way past the Wildwings Porsche in front. They're battling for P5 in class, of course, for Lucas Ziege, who you can see there just a little bit off into distance, P4 in the class. And as they make the run to the brakes here for turn number 7, Will Gibson looking a bit more comfortable in the run from corner to corner. But as they make the way out to turn number 7, losing out there, and now having to start all over again in that hunt as they come down. Meanwhile, as they make the way in towards the braking zone, we look a little bit further up. Kurt Peterson recently had a spin, as we're to understand it, coming from the Mercedes arena, still P14, albeit losing time to Julian Bruns by comparison. And then looking a little bit further up the road, Will Jacobs has dropped to 1.6 seconds off the back of Skylar Lovering. We can give you an update in that battle for P2. So that battle seems to have stagnated for a brief period of time. Meanwhile, one driver is absolutely flying right now in these conditions. He makes the move around the outside there. Roman Bolonikov is next it. The Jota McLaren driver gets the move done and moves up into P7 overall, P6 in the GT3 class, with Luke Whitehead, of course, in P5, the leader of the Porsche Cup class, intersecting the top 8 of what is the GT3 class. And as Nick Stick makes his way down towards turn number 1, really coming alive as the Jota McLaren in the wet here, right at the end of the race. His next target, 24 seconds up the road, is Kernberger in the BMW M4. I think that might be a gap to close down, but to be fair, he'll go for it. There's no question about it as he makes his way up through the Mercedes arena and up towards turn number 4-5 once more. But as he comes roaring on through, we do look to Matheus Alves here as we see the Brazilian driver heading through at 11 into 12. And as he comes on through, really having to fight at the steering wheel here and seemingly struggling a little bit with the front end of the car that comes on through. And right now, Alves, I think, really having to work it hard with regards to holding on to position. But it does look as though, for all intents and purposes, he'll be focusing more on consolidating P4 than having an opportunity to hunt down Jacobs and Lovering at the end of this race. But as he slides his way there through Vito and up towards the final corner, well, the rain will have stopped within the next 10 minutes, if not sooner, so we will have drying conditions right at the end. As we see here, Gergely Kunzabo parked up there on what is the exit. I believe that is turn 7. As in fact, Kunzabo with, I think that is a disconnection there, and Kunzabo out of the race with a late retirement, which means that the Revolution Sim Racing blue car, being piloted by Ricardo Messiera, has moved up into what is in class P4 in the Porsche Cup class right here, and the Portuguese here picking up a place, and that's why you stay in it all the way to the end. For the simple reasons that are in retirements, you could pick up places. But meanwhile, we look from him to what is Gabriel Fortea, who's recently found their way past what is Lucas Ziege, and we didn't quite see that move, but what we can see here is the battle for P4 in the GT4 class between the three belligerents of Fortea, Ziege and Gibson. And as they make the way up the hill towards turn number 11, we ride on board and look back for the Wildwings Racing Porsche Cayman 718 as it looks to break away from fellow Cayman piloted by Ziege, the coach and Academy driver, and Mark Gibson and the 570S McLaren getting very close to stay ahead for 11 into 12. Coming through the right hand here and down the round. Of course, some drivers yet to take those pit stops, including race leader of the GT4 class, but Patrick O'Brien, who still has one more pit stop to go and now has a 40.6 second advantage over what is Jack Alexander. And you would imagine that O'Brien might now start to take some confidence in terms of places he can take. But meanwhile, we look to them at a long distance now. We look to them a bit of a closer distance. Mark Gibson continues to try and pressure Ziege into a mistake in the run through the corners, and we are hearing from what is our Twitch chat there from Diamante Clompier that we've had a spin for Skylar Lovering off camera, and that spin has cost him P2 overall, and Sander Jacobs now up into the lead we believe, the effective lead of the GT3 class, and overall as the Bricks Racing drive brings it back together. The gap between the two of them, 4.8 seconds. It's happened on the previous lap, but we won't be able to get that for you while focused have been back on the battle for P4 in the GT4 class for a bit of time. But right now, Skylar Lovering definitely trying to pick it up again and go hunting. Now on paper he has proven to be the thorn in the side of Jacobs, with Jacobs now clear of the Ferrari driver. Will Jacobs just be able to sail off into the distance? No pun intended with the water on the circuit, of course, but as they make the way on down, there's Lovering and Sander Jacobs already heading down towards turn number 8 by comparison, and it is his to lose, we believe, with Erdman due a pit stop, and Erdman's got to gamble surely. As soon as he sees that rain is starting to lessen, he's got to come on in, because otherwise he's going to lose out on the top. Well, he's going to lose out on the top two, and will he just settle for P3? That will be the question. They'll have to wait to find out for the BMW M4 drive, because only 2 stops registered, 1 more to go. Otherwise, it will be a late race penalty, a post-race penalty. In fact, it'll be a sizable one, as will be handed out by our stewards. As we see the Dutch Endurance Team driver here, Sander Jacobs continue on. Lovering now starting to get the hammer down, but a bit of a change in front. Porsche Cup car in front there. That is in P12. That is Joran Jongen with a very difficult X out of 11, and Lovering will really not want any of this right now. He effectively, as he flashes his lights there in frustration at Jongen not giving way. Of course, Jongen would argue one the faster of the 2 cars that let me lift off, and then the time's right and when I can afford to. But meanwhile, Lovering comes on for in the end. Jongen backs out to the kink of 13, and as they make their way out Vito and up towards turn number 16, that is another half a second put over Lovering on Jacobs, and now it's 5.2 seconds is the gap as he heads towards the timeline here, and Jacobs definitely trying to seize the opportunity here to just disappear off into the distance as they make their way down towards turn number 1. But on that final sector, Jacobs having a bad sector, and as a result now the gap drops back down to 4.9 seconds. So it does seem to be oscillating, but the challenge will be that Jacobs just needs to keep his head down. He doesn't need to do anything fancy now. He just needs to get the car to the end of the race and maintain some semblance of pace, and surely it will be his. As he comes on through the arena, of course, the traffic could throw a spanner in the works on that as he makes his way on around. Meanwhile, looking to the GT4s once again in that battle for P4. Well, I think the battle for P4 itself has calmed down, but meanwhile, Mark Gibson has picked their way on past Luca Ziege on that previous lap, a 2:25.610, Gibson a 2:27.5. I think we might have had an error from Ziege. Now, whether there was a bit of contact between the two of them or whether it was just an unforced error for Ziege, we're not sure. But what we are sure of is that Mark Gibson has moved up into P5 in the GT4 class, and I would say I may not be contact at all, as meanwhile we see here haven't been talked about for a little bit of time, but now trying to chase his way after what will be P7 in the GT4 class. It is Ilpo Ruutasalainen, the Finn. He's chasing down Stanek Gebel as they make the way in towards turn 1. Looks up the inside here. The apex not found. Driver goes here with the overspeed on the brakes here versus the Porsche. Does he get it stopped into the hairpin? He does get it stopped there. The Yokohama S hairpin gets it nicely parked up and makes the move there versus the Snow Racing driver. And that is now P24 overall, P7 in class for Ruutasalainen. Meanwhile, Stan Gebel drops down to P25, P8 in the GT4 class. The German driver there, not quite on the pace it was soon, perhaps not fighting it, hoping that it'll come his way right at the end. But also one more pit stop to go for the Porsche driver. So therefore, the fight is not really worth it, given he's going to lose a lot of time when he eventually takes that final pit stop come at the finish. But meanwhile, speaking of pit stops, we are still waiting on. We look up to Erdman here, your race leader over in the GT3 class. Advantage to Jacobs, currently standing at only 9 seconds. And right now, Jacobs is flying to close down Erdman. And I think for Sebastian Erdman here, whether he decides to run it all the way to the finish and then take a post-race penalty or alternatively pit soon, there's no way back from this other than that lead is going to go unless something absolutely unimaginable happens. But meanwhile, Alves gets it slightly wrong, a lap down on the top 3. Also the GT3 class coming through turn number 6 and has to release there what is the GT4 class of Alexander into position. In fact, I was coming for 11 into 12, and we do have a drive-through penalty for Lucas Ziege for track limits. And track limits do seem to be starting to bite a couple of drivers. I wonder if there's any more track limit penalties which will come in right at the end of this race. But Alba's right now in P4 here, just running his race to the conclusion. What has been a real best of the rest performance. And meanwhile, a little bit further behind him, Luke Whitehead here, making his way into the final corner right now. The Porsche Cup car leader, class leader P5 overall, has just been absolutely untouched with Alex Nunes, his next closest rival. The best part of what is 30 seconds back as they continue to charge on. Remember, Nunes has yet to take his final pit stop as well, so Nunes could be losing out to Jongen as well and dropping to P3 in class. But as they make the way on around, we do look to the back of the field right now in the pit lane. In fact, parked up for some time, I believe. That is Chrome Dome Racing Dwayne Jones, our 31st driver. And we have also got into the pits Alex Curto. I believe Curto on a final stop with some repair work. But otherwise, we only have 30 runners right now. I believe Jones may have retired because they've been in the pits for almost 4 minutes. And meanwhile, Curto, by comparison, P30, but having repair work done. 40 started, 30 still running currently, classified. And meanwhile, as we look from the pit lane to a bit further up the road, we do look to what is Provolone here, who makes his way down towards turn number 8, and the Dirty 630 car, the American Camaro driver, making his way into turn number 8 at the moment. 4.2 seconds off of Funman, and we're trying to find a way to close up to Ginetta right at the closing stage of this race. We've still got a little bit of rain falling at the moment, but that rain has calmed down to a bit, so a dry line is starting to form, albeit a slight dry line, not a full dry line. But we are expecting the rain to stop within the next couple of minutes, and then it'll be about who can adapt to the growing dry line and really push it all the way to the end. Of course, we do have pit stops still to come on the schedule here for some drivers, including race leader Sebastian Erdmann, the Norwegian driver here, making their way into turn number 6 at 9. The BMW Motorsport Heritage outfit did everything right, just not taking the third and final pit stop, it would seem, currently. And as they make the way on down and around, it is Sander Jacobs not too far behind here, the Dutch Endurance Team driver, who is your effective leader as it stands. And as they make the way down towards turn number 8, a flash of lights there for a car behind. I believe that was the number 7 car, which they're flashing the lights to, of Richard Pixley in the GT4 class, saying thank you for giving me the space to come on through. But making their way through turn number 8 at the moment. And is anybody else pushing up the wick? We've got Kurt Peters with a bit of a moment, and Julian Bruns. They're battling side by side as they come on through at turn number 2 into 3. And well, both drivers there made on through, and Peters gains the place, but I think there's more to it than that. We take a look back. And onto the brakes they went into turn number 1, and well, going overly deep there, but defend on the inside here did Bruns, and there was contact with Peters into the corner, and Peters there being given the tap round and rejoined as Bruns then took to the outside line to avoid the rejoining Peters. And well, that little bit of a tap there from Bruns to Peters, I think, was the difference between the two of them, and what led to both drivers having a yellow flag come out briefly, but Peters in the end rejoining and taking that track position. Now I think Peters would argue he gave me a knock-off circuit when I was practically ahead of him, and I think Bruns decided to back off there and let Peters take the place in order to settle their differences and not have it go to the stewards, as we have had a recent confirmation, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, it's just been confirmed in the Twitch chat as well from Nunes, or Alex Nunes himself. A game crash and a technical issue therefore for Alex Nunes has dropped him out of the running. So it's now Luke Whitehead who leads the Porsche Cup class, and it is Jeroen Jongen who is P2, and Ricardo Messiera who has taken P3 in the class at this time with 6.5 minutes plus the final lap to go. There's still more spins in the yarn and more twists in the towel, as now the rain has stopped falling with 6.5 minutes remaining. And Bruns here coming on through, and there's contact with, what is there, Mark Gibson, as the two of them come together. And I think Bruns there in a rush to try and chase down Peters, giving Gibson the elbow, and I think Gibson there would have let him go on the latter half of the run after the kink, but I don't think he expected there Bruns to force it through the kink. And the Dutchman right now, I think, will be more furious than fast as he makes his way out to the final corner here and makes his way onto that start-finish straight 9. That is chase after Voltaire has just been severely compromised. He's still ahead of Ziege, to be fair, but now he's 13.5 seconds off of Voltaire as he makes his way down towards turn number 1. As he comes roaring on down, Meanwhile, we look back up to a race leader here, and he's showing no signs of pitting whatsoever. And I think he's deciding, you know what, I'm going to take the checker flag, albeit it's not going to be classified as a win at the end once all is said and done. And it will be Sebastian Erdmann who makes his way through turn number 11. But again, with things now starting to dry, will he gamble potentially trying to set a wets on in the final 5 minutes? But he's got nothing to lose. And with Jacobs right now matching him corner for pace, you would imagine that Erdmann may as well go hell for leather in terms of the gamble, but it's going to be a P3. Either way, looks at as he looks up the inside there, while the Snow Racing GT4s, the 112 car there being passed again. But as he makes his way past Dan Gebel, it is now for Erdmann to come into the pits, and where it's been a long time coming. It's unfortunate for the BMW Motorsport Heritage team. They played it all right, but one pit stop between them and success means that Sander Jacobs now takes the lead of this race with just under 5 minutes to go. And the Dutch endurance team with Loverink spin a few laps back. Sky Loverink going on around. It is now Sander Jacobs to lose all the way to the finish with 4.5 minutes remaining. Skylar Loverin comes on through as well, and you can imagine the Ferrari driver will give it everything to the finish here, but right now he's only a tenth a lap faster compared to Jacobs. And for Jacobs, that's more than enough to keep him safe as he comes through turn 1 into 2. Meanwhile, we have had a brief spin for Michael Geschwanta, as we do see here the Walker-North Motorsport driver in the 33 car's gone around, I believe, turn 11, but he's brought it back up to speed, and now turn number 12. And as he comes on through here, no more spins, hopefully for too many drivers, as we do see Sebastian Erdmann with the fastest possible pit stop here, comes out of the pit lane, but he has dropped to P3 as we predicted he would. He's well clear of Matthias Alves, but now as he makes his way into turn number 2, it'll be P3 at most, unless anything happens unexpected right at the end here. Again, you'll remember back to Indianapolis, what happened on the final lap, on the final 2 corners. Well, let's just put it this way, anything can happen until that checker flag falls. And can Erdmann suddenly find the miracle of bringing our home? Of course, Christmas is at the time for miracles, but will we see Erdmann have a miracle here? I don't think so. I think really the miracle drive has been from Sander Jacobs to fly as high as he has all the way through this to the Honda NSX after being elbowed down the order to a degree early on, but has come back into this through strategy, and one spin has been the separation between him and Skylar Lovering. As he makes his way into turn number 12, we do have Luke Whitehead into the pit lane here. And well, I think Luke Whitehead, well, with this, no more scheduled pit stops to go. Where is Jongen by comparison? Now he's made a quick stop here. I think that's just to take a quick splash and dash of fuel. Jongen, meanwhile, going through turn number 11 into 12, so there's no danger. And I can imagine right now, Alex Nunes looking at this, maybe thinking if he was still on circuit, well, Whitehead would have spent the best part of that little 6.5 second stop. But you can imagine for the LW21 coaching driver, that would have cost him at least 25 seconds. Nunes could have potentially been quite close there as they came on out, but still, it is the way it is. And Whitehead trying to get himself back up to speed here, has pushed on through, and also with Nunes having another stop as well, as he just reminded us there in the Twitch chat, it would not have been a quick snap back to the lead of the class without having to relinquish it. And speaking of relinquishing class leads, here is Peter O'Brien yet to take his final pit stop for Rainbow Crash Racing. Still the only driver who's not cleared all the mandatory pit stops out of the circuit. And as he comes through Vidal here into the pits, he's gone all the way, but he won't be able to go the final lap without pitting. And that will now, we'll have to wait to see. This is going to be very close in the battle for the win in the GT4 class. We believe O'Brien will just take a quick splash and dash in the pit lane. Where is Alexander? Alexander making his way up towards turn number 11 at the moment. And in fact, with O'Brien making his way through the pit lane at this point, I think Alexander is going to be way too far back to get close here. More O'Brien in the pit lane at the moment, coming towards his pit box as he gets set to park up. And Alexander right now heading up towards Vidal as I look out my other commentary box window. But there is Peter O'Brien parked up. Alexander here heading up towards Vidal right now. And I think Peter O'Brien has cleared his pit stop. He has indeed. And the Rainbow Crash Racing driver, surplus to expectations, left it all to last moment. And the Rainbow Crash Racing driver takes the lead back of the class and carries on his way here with only one lap to go. And well, Jack Alexander is nowhere to be seen as he's only now just crossing the timeline. Sending Peter O'Brien has pulled enough of a gap, and he's made it work for him. The Rainbow Crash Racing driver has what is effectively a gap extending to in excess of 14 seconds and has got it done, and now carries it all the way to the finish with less than a minute to go. But meanwhile, with only a minute to go, we see Sander Jacobs here coming on through what is the Schumacher S chicane one more time, with the Dutch endurance team driver coming through. In fact, that's not the Schumacher, that's Vidal as he comes on through. He'll go on to one more lap now. He'll go on to a 71st and final lap, and as he charges on down now, not long to go, and well, Skylar Lovering by comparison heads on to his own final lap, 5 seconds back or just shy of it, and just not closing to Sander Jacobs. I don't think there's enough time in the day, as meanwhile Roman Belonogov has gone around there and is spinning in circles right now, and that is at the Mercedes Arena. I believe that's on the apex of turn 3 as he brings it back around. So what on earth has happened there? Well, he's brought it back together now, but not without losing a lot of race time. But Will Drive's heading on through here. Well, Sander Jacobs will, of course, be the first driver to finish the race. Our race leader determines when the race ends, and we do look from Belonogov to Sander Jacobs here as they make their way through what is the turn 6-7 complex. A while to go yet for the Dutchman, but still it has been a very strong performance. And with time abating at this point now, just keeping his cool, not long to go. Meanwhile, Luke Whitehead, by comparison, heading on to what will be his final lap shortly, making his way up towards turn number 11 at the moment, and will finish on what will be the lead lap effectively in the Porsche Cup car. He'll be the only Porsche Cup car to do so, which is absolutely incredible. And then in the GT4 class, Peter O'Brien here making his way through as we have a late drive-through penalty for Werner, and that is Marcus Werner in the number 110 GT4. That will drop him out of what is P8 in the class. Lucas Ege and a bit of contact there with a car in front. I believe that is Justin Luner. But meanwhile, we look to Sander Jacobs here, who making his way right now out of turn 12. He started inside the top 10 in the Honda NSX, and at the start of the race fell down a couple of places with all the chaos and carnage of the opening lap, but never gave up. In P2 at one point and chasing down Skylar Lovering, and it was the pressure of Lovering who went onto a spin, and Lovering went round. But the one driver who never went round, he always points in the right direction, is Sander Jacobs. And as he comes out the final corner, he will be your winner overall in the GT3 class here today in the Boxing Day special at the Nürburgring. Oh, congratulations to Sander Jacobs taking the win. 3.5 seconds clear as Sky Lovering come the finish. So close between the two of them. And then Luke Whitehead, who has already crossed the line there, the LW21 coach driver, taking the win in the Porsche Cup class in a fantastic and dominant drive. And then Sebastian Erdmann will shortly come on through to take P3 in the GT3 class. The Norwegian for BMW Motorsport Heritage, one pit stop being the difference for the team in the end, and it wasn't to be, but still a superb drive, and it was a gamble and strategy that wasn't to play out. We'll very soon see Jeroen and Jongen cross line. In fact, they have already P2 in the Porsche Cup class in a dogged drive all the way to the finish. Ricardo Messiera has just taken P3 in the Porsche Cup class, and then meanwhile Peter O'Brien makes his way round for the final time. And as he heads on down out of turn number 7 to turn 8, it's going to be some time before we see O'Brien take his checker flag. In fact, that was turn 12, we should say. Richard Pixley has already taken P3 in the GT4 class, a lap off effectively. And then we will very shortly have Peter O'Brien coming through here. And well, what can we say about the Rainbow Crash Racing driver? I mean, he's made the perfect call every time on the strategy, battled hard with Alexander and the Alpine rival team all the way through. But then there can only be one GT4 winner, and it is Peter O'Brien who takes the checker flag, your winner after 2.4 hours of racing, ahead of Jack Alexander, who I think will be scratching his head and wondering just how on earth did the Rainbow Crash Racing team get the one up on them, when in the end Real Competition did everything they could. They threw everything at the situations, they drift their way through. Well, making an error right there at the very end and trying to get the car to the finish, and they will very shortly come through. They'll be one of our last finishers on the lead GT4 lap. In fact, one of only two finishers on the lead GT4 lap, but Jack Alexander brings the car across the line, consisting of Jack Alexander and Joshua Allen, to come on home P2 in the class with a drive-through penalty and a 30-second penalty at that, but they have finished a lap up on Richard Pixley, so they will not be demoted from that P2 finishing position. We still do have Lucas Ege coming on home very shortly as well in what has been a very challenging race, and I believe they will be the last of our finishers here. We only have 30 finishers. Jason Provolone is in the pits, having retired 10 laps from the finish, but we do see them come across the line. And that is the race, ladies and gentlemen. What a fantastic race from start to finish, and well, congratulations to our race winners of Sander Jacobs in the GT3 class, Luke Whitehead in the Porsche Cup class, and then in the GT4 class, Peter O'Brien, who they're a bit morphed with the Jota McLaren of Nick Stick, but you can see him there just about, and we will very shortly be hearing from our class winners. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, we are just going to take a brief breather and give our drivers a breather, but we will be back in approximately 10 minutes time for what is our post-round interviews with our class finishers. Don't go anywhere, you won't want to miss them. Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, it's time for our post-race interviews with our class winners in what was a very dramatic race up and down the field across 3 classes, which had to navigate a very tight, tricky and tenuous circuit, and the weather didn't really add much favour to the mix. In fact, it made it harder by every single corner, particularly with the resurgence of rain right at the end. But I'm going to be joined this evening by our GT3 class winner, Sander Jacobs, who we'll hear from first, our Porsche Cup winner of Luke Whitehead, who we'll hear from secondly, and our GT4 class winner of Peter O'Brien, who we'll hear from at last and least. But we start off, of course, with our GT3 class winner of Sander Jacobs, and he joins me in the interview room now for Dutch Endurance Team. Sander, it looked tough out there from the very get-go. A very tight field, tricky conditions, and, well, in the end, you managed to pull it off in a car which really does not enjoy dancing around in the wet. But that Honda, it looked tricky, but you mastered it. You must be absolutely pleased with your performance today.
Indeed, Paul. It was a superb race. Big shout out to all the classes moving out of the way correctly, at least at my race. So big thank you for that. It was a great race. Yes, indeed. I qualified P3. Had a superb battle with Skyler Lovering the majority of the race. Unfortunately for him, he spun just a couple of laps before the end in the rain. Otherwise, it would be a really close call. And I think I got a little bit lucky with Erdman. He has to pit in the latest lap or 2 laps before the end. So yeah, it was a really good race. Indeed, the Honda is not the best car in the rain, but yeah, the setup pleased me really good. And yeah, I managed to keep it on the track in the rain. So P1 it is today.
Well, just dissecting that to a degree, of course, starting off with what was your qualifying session. Of course, qualifying for the GT3s was a bit different compared to the other classes because it started off with the rain and then the rain did a bit of a disappearing act right at the end, and that's where the ultimate lap time was. Just take us through the qualifying session from your perspective because it looked as though the lap time just suddenly arrived, but it had to be in that last minute.
Yeah, that's correct. I prepared the setup for the dry. I really hoped it was dry. But turns out it was raining at the beginning. So I a little bit cautious that the Cup cars would have driven faster than the GT3s, but that wasn't the point, luckily for the GT3s. But yeah, the later the qualifying session was, at the least rain was coming out. So yeah, the lap times getting faster and faster. I had a little bit unlucky moment with a really fast lap with someone also in his fast lap. So not blaming anyone. The full right of him to keep on the racing line, but yeah, it was a really good race, really good qualifying. Yeah, I loved it.
Oh, indeed. And then translating it over into the race, I have to ask, and given the fact that we saw the rain go away in qualifying and we started in rather dry conditions, did you plan around the prospect of rain coming back at some point in the 2.4 hours of racing?
Yes, of course, we know upfront that we have to pit 3 times. 3 times was mandatory with fuel. And of course, I think everybody at the beginning was doubting what to do if starting on the wets or starting on the slicks. But I saw on the indicator that weather indicator that this was only raining for 10 minutes and then it completely stopped. So I made the call to start on the slicks, and I think that was the best call today because the track was quite fast on greasy already. So that was a good call, I think. Yeah, and I hoped that it was at more at the end of the race it would be raining because I know the lap times were with the Honda were yeah very good. So that was my chance to get back to Lovering and Erdmann, of course.
Oh, indeed. And speaking of getting back to Erdmann and Lovering over the course of the race, starting off with your battling with Erdmann, because we did see Lovering run away with the lead of the class for quite some time until strategy played in effect. We saw the BMW M4 of Erdmann being driven by Erdmann at some points, and also his Swedish teammate at other points, really going hard on the pace. It looks as though you two were quite even on pace, but Erdmann wanted to go incredibly deep into every stint. Were you worried about that at all, or did you think that might come back to haunt them at the end?
Yeah, I have to agree. Indeed, Eben did a really good job. And as I told, I didn't I didn't thought I would get him at the end, but yeah, then we saw he have to pit in the last 3 laps or something. So that was lucky for us. So yeah, that's why we got him, I think. Otherwise, it wasn't possible today.
Oh, indeed. And then coming on to Lovering, of course, with Erdmann and his colleague having that late moment, Philip Heine having a spin midway through the third stint, but then coming on to a spin from your main rival to the finish of Skylar Lovering. You two very close together, albeit when you both came out the pits for the final time, you were 3 seconds down the road from him, and well, he looked as though he was your equal, and there's some very close battling between the two of you.
Yeah, yes, indeed, indeed. Really, a really nice shout out to Skyler. He drove awesome. And yeah, again, it was close. I was catching up. Of course, racing, Robbing is racing, and some mistakes really in the wet are easily made, of course. So sometimes I get a little bit back, then I got back to him. But yeah, no hard feelings about that. Was from both sides, so that was really good. Yeah, it was really close indeed. The last pit, he came out just in front of me, and I think if he didn't spin, we drove together to the finish line.
Or indeed, we were anticipating it was going to be a run to the finish line, but in the end, it was about you keeping the NSX points in the right direction that made the difference. And just coming on that run to the end, when we saw the rain start to come down again, and then it was going to dry up right at the end, did you suddenly think we might have to do another hot swap from dries to wets and wets to dries, where you sort of, you know what, I'm on wets now, I'm just going to the end on these?
No, it was just such a short amount of time left in the last stint. So no, I didn't think about going back to the dries, especially with Lovering so close behind me. If he didn't go with me in the pit for dries, then I lost the first position. So not a chance by that.
Oh, very true. And well, of course, our winner today in the GT3 class. But I do have to ask, in terms of what lies ahead in the new year, firstly, we do have the New Year at Paul Ricard special in a week's time. Will we be expecting you on the grid at Paul Ricard?
Yeah, I have to check. I love to race with you guys. We with the Dutch endurance team, we are driving more races with you. The 2.4 World Tour, we did a couple of races. I think 2 seasons now. So looking really forward to that one. So yeah, let me check, and of course, happy to drive with you guys.
We would look forward to seeing you out of the circuit, Sander, if you are able to make it. And just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to say a thank you to or give a shout out to this evening?
Um, Yeah, like I said, I want to shout out to everyone on track on the GT4s and the Cup cars, and also the back markers. You all did a really good job today by moving out of the way and on a good matter. So shout out to everyone, and hope to see this behavior on more races in the future.
Oh, glad to hear you enjoyed it, Sander. And well, thank you for joining us in the interview room. Congratulations on your race win, an intense GT3 class race. And we look forward to potentially seeing you on the grid in a week's time. But until then, we wish you and all the Dutch sim racing team a happy new year.
Thank you. Same to you.
So here and there from our GT3 class winner of Sander Jacobs from Dutch Endurance Team. And we now come on to our Porsche Cup winner, none other than Luke Whitehead from LW21 Coaching. And well, Luke, firstly, allow me to say it's been a pleasure since we last seen you racing out of the circuit here in Rapid Drivers Cup, but still absolutely rapid you were in the Porsche Cup and flying from start to finish. Must have been one of your strongest performances, and also from the back of the grid.
It was, yeah, first off, good evening, Paul. Good evening, all the viewers. Hope you enjoyed that. It was pretty intense, I think, for everyone, especially us guys involved in it. But yeah, it was good fun. Started from the back, and by the end of, I think, lap 3, we were already leading the Porsche Cup class, and we were, I think, P7 overall or something. Might have even been better than that. So we got all of the moves done pretty quickly. Obviously, it started off damp, and obviously there was a mix of people on slicks, mixed people on wets, and obviously that's just a recipe for chaos, especially with the multi-class. So it was all about just avoiding all the insanity in the first few laps, and yeah, just consolidating what we had when obviously the track went dry and then it went wet. But yeah, I mean, I made the race a lot more difficult than it needed to be. I underfueled twice, which was great, and that's why I had to let Sander go on the final lap, because otherwise I didn't have enough fuel to do another lap, which was annoying. But it's life, and I still managed to bring home the class win, so I can't really complain too much.
Oh, indeed. And just talking about the start of your race, because of course, not putting a qualifying lap in. And by the way, thank you for stopping us dead in the tracks when we were riding on board with you midway through your qualifying lap just to park it on the exit at turn 8. But my bit of this aside, the start of the race, we did see a lot of chaos in the run through turns 1, 2, and 3, where a lot of drivers seemed to part the seas, if you will, and you were picking up the pieces left, right, and centre. Any nerves going through that? Because it did look as though it was chaotic.
No, to be honest, I spent the whole first sector laughing, honestly, because obviously the Porsche Cup has no traction control, so even just doing it on its own is sketchy as hell. So with cars smashing into each other, spinning, going about 5 wide through the middle, I was yeah, it was quite a funny experience. So yeah, I mean, I tend to be quite chilled in races like these because again, like there's not any prize money at stake. If there was, then I'd be a lot more nervous and a lot more tentative. But there wasn't, so I'm able to go a little bit. Well, I'd say take risks with a little less at stake. But that's not to say I was driving aggressively or anything like that. But yeah, it was really good fun, really really good, and generally very clean, which is also quite uncommon in multi-class races such as this one.
Oh, indeed. And we saw you cleanly filter your way on through. And also a couple of close moments with GT3 drives where it seemed as though the Porsche had it on the straights, the Cup car had it on the straights, but in the corners, the GT3s were able to come back at you. Just take us through that dynamic of having to pick your way past the GT3s.
It was really difficult, honestly, because it was my pace was surprisingly even to the GT3s. It kind of surprised me. I think it's probably a combination of the cold temps and a lack of track grip. But yeah, and also obviously in the wet, the gap was even closer, which was quite exciting for me. But yeah, it was a really interesting dynamic because obviously the Porsche Cup is a lot quicker in the straights. Has no brakes really in comparison to the GT3 and has a lot less downforce. So it's obviously a lot more difficult to maneuver the car. You have to do a lot more work, and obviously with the lack of traction control, that's further exemplified. But yeah, it was very difficult because obviously the GT3s were quicker in the middle of the lap, and I was quicker in the first and third sectors. So I'd kind of have to consolidate in the middle of the lap and just hope I could just fly past them down down the straights. And obviously sometimes that wasn't possible, which was frustrating. And then of course the back markers made it even more difficult. They just added so much in the mix, so it was could get a bit chaotic, but luckily we managed to stay out of trouble for the most part.
Oh, indeed. And then speaking of trouble, there seems to be one driver in your class who was able to not be as fast as you on the circuit, but seemed to try and have an upper hand on strategy. Alex Nunes, who for most of the race, whenever you pitted, was the guy up front, trying to go one pit stop longer compared to yourself. Were you worried at all with regards to the fact he always seemed to have one less pit stop done compared to you?
Initially, I was a little confused because obviously I saw that I'd pitted and was like ahead of the guys I was battling on track in the first stint. And then I noticed that there was obviously Nunes who hadn't pitted. And I mean, I knew we had to make 3 pit stops. That was just how the strategy was. Like it was 3 mandatory pit stops. So I knew he'd have to make one in the end. But I wasn't entirely sure what his intentions were with serving that pit stop. And obviously, by the time I got on terms with him on track, then I knew that I had a pit stop in my pocket, which is obviously a nice thought. But then again, I had to make another pit stop at the end because I didn't put enough fuel in. So, if I'd had a little less pace, I don't really know what the outcome would have been. But yeah, luckily we had decent pace and stuff happened to other guys and they fell by the wayside. So we just kept out of trouble and everything went my way today.
Oh, indeed. And with it all going your way, I do have to ask, of course, we've had the Boxing Day special. Can we expect you to return for the New Year bang at Paul Ricard?
Let's see whether I'm busy. I don't know what the family's plans are. I'm very much at their beck and call. So hopefully, because Paul Ricard is a very good track of mine, I very much enjoy it. So fingers crossed. But if not, I'm sure it will be a corker nonetheless.
Oh, indeed. And just before we do let you go, Luke, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to or say thank you to live on the broadcast this evening?
So first off, I'd like to plug a bit. So I have a Discord server, and I also provide coaching. It's called LW1 Coaching, as you may have guessed. Um, I'm quite new to it, but I've already had quite a lot of interest. So if you find anyone that's talking about it, or know anyone that would be up for coaching, shoot them my way. I'd be happy to provide the service. Also, a massive shout out to Go Setups, the best setups you can buy, and I genuinely mean that. And I'm not biased, but they really are awesome, made by a bunch of esports guys, myself included. So you're in good hands. And yeah, also a massive shout out to the guys who won the other classes, Sander and Peter. So GG to you guys, and GG to all the guys racing as well. It was relatively clean and relatively not that chaotic, if I'm honest, which was quite a pleasant surprise. So yeah, thank you very much, everyone.
Well, Luke, likewise, we have to say thank you to yourself for joining us this evening, not just out of the circuit, but in the interview room. Congratulations on the class win. And, well, if we don't see you at Paul Ricard in a week's time, we wish you and all your family a happy new year.
You too, Paul. Take care of yourself.
All the best. So, having spoken to our Porsche Cup winner of Luke Whitehead there from LW21 Coaching, we now come on to our GT4 class winner from Rainbow Crash Racing. The number 14 car as piloted by Peter O'Brien. He's been patiently waiting in the interview room. Peter, It was a GT4 battle all the way from start to finish between yourself, the rival Alpine, as piloted by Jack Alexander and Joshua Allen. At certain points as well, we had a whole foray of other GT4s getting into the mix. The Wild Things Racing Porsches, we also saw getting in there one of the McLarens, one of the McLaren 570Ss. But in the end, you pulled it off on strategy and pace of the circuit. It must have been a thriller.
Yeah, Paul, it was a really good race. I think from a strategy point, it was really well played out, but also I think a lot of luck and well-timed traffic had to do with it.
Oh, indeed. And starting off with qualifying, we saw how close it was in that shootout for pole position. Of course, in the GT4 class, you guys had the best conditions available to everyone and end up only being 5 seconds on average off of the GT3 mid-pack pace in qualifying, which is unheard of on dry conditions alone. What was going through your mind going into qualifying, given the fact you spent 20 seconds sat in the pit lane and then suddenly you're told, right, it's time to go out and the circuit's now dry and just watch out for the wet patches on the outside?
Qualifying was a little chaotic. Loading into the server, I seen the weather and I kind of thought, all right, so we're going to have GT4s mixed in with all the GT3s at the front of the grid, because by the time everyone goes out, it might be dry. Luckily, that didn't happen. I'm happy that there was at least some separation between the classes. We had a few stragglers, like I think there was a P cup in the middle of the GT4s, and there was probably a couple P cups further up towards the GT3s. But all in all, it was pretty okay.
Oh, indeed. And then translating that through into the race itself, of course, starting towards the front of the GT4 class and everything that played out into the opening couple corners, wet surface, everyone trying to break into turn number 1, and the GT4 is getting knocked about a little bit.
Yeah, the GT4s definitely had to bear the brunt of everybody missing the first corner. I think that I'm fairly certain almost everybody on the grid was out on dries at that point. We all seen that the track was damp, but drying out. It was sunny. All the GT4 cars way at the back. I sort of outbroke myself, almost collected a car in front of me. But after going through the first corner, it was just like playing Wreckfest. There was cars flying into the walls and people spinning in front. There was just a lot of chaos. Somehow I managed to get through everything and only have like a second and a half of damage, but it was a bloodbath out there in the first couple corners.
Oh, but going from perhaps one of the lesser positive sides of the opening lap to something which was an intense round of racing in that first stint, battling your way up through the order, running in P3 and finding yourself caught up behind race leader Reyes Gabriel Forter in the Wild Things Racing Porsche, but also in amongst there was Fast and Furious 2.0's Mark Ham behind you, and I also believe just in front of you, also getting stuck in quite hard and fast, was at one point Drive Car Vroom's Jordan Nixon as well. The 4 of you all battling on circuit. Just take us through that, because you managed to find your way through all the traffic with the GT3s and the Porsche Cups going through to take the lead and never really give it up.
That battle was pretty insane, actually. I quite vividly remember going up through the Schumacher S 3 wide with 2 GT4s, one on each side of me, and then a GT3 trying to like half on the grass drive by all 3 of us. It was really interesting, I think, just to see how well everybody can race together in GT4 cars. I mean, everybody knows that, or I think everybody knows that GT4 cars usually produce a little bit tighter racing. They're a little slower, a little bit less downforce, require a little bit less downforce for their grip. It was just, white knuckle driving. Try your best to find the gap, brake a little later than everybody, and do what you can to hold your track position.
Oh, it was absolutely thrilling. And after taking the lead, of course, we then saw the charge of none other than what was the car piloted by Jack Alexander and Joshua Allen, the rival Alpine. They looked to be equal in pace for you. At certain points, a little bit faster, other points, a little bit slower. Just take us through that dynamic, because, of course, in GT4 class, it's different when you're in one car and somebody else is in a completely different car, because then you know the strengths and weaknesses. But then you're battling with an identical car, albeit it's the change of driver and the setup on the car.
Yes, sir. Jack Alexander and Joshua, they were really, really quick in that Alpine. I think in the dry, they definitely had a couple tenths on me every lap. In the wet, though, I feel like we were roughly about equal pace. When I seen they pulled about a 10-second gap on me, I was a little worried, kind of questioning whether or not I'd be able to keep up. At that point, I honestly kind of thought the race was over, but I was just cruising around anyways in second, so I thought, what's the harm in pushing? Ultimately, I guess it played out on a little bit of combination of strategy and traffic. I think definitely played a big part. Overall, just really happy that the rain came to the rescue at the end of the race to kind of mix things up towards the end.
Well, indeed, and speaking of the rain coming, did that make you change your strategy at all when you saw it was on the radar 30 minutes out, or did you think to yourself, you know what, just play it by ear?
That rain actually worked perfectly. For my strategy, I went out on dries at first, kept racing until I felt the track was dry enough to warrant actually pitting for a new set of tires and hopefully getting back a little bit of that pace. After I did that, I filled the car with like 80 liters of fuel and went out. The rain popped up, and I think I pit as the rain started with 1 lap of fuel left. So it worked out just about as perfectly as it could. Threw on wet tires, and then from there, all I had to do was drive through the pits and park the car and up on the jacks, and then drive back out.
Or indeed, it all came together right at the end. We weren't sure how it was going to play out with that final pit stop, but nailed it to the finish and then crossing line the winner by a comfortable margin, a well-deserved one. And with that in mind, Peter, of course, I have to ask, of course, the winner of the GT4 class today, can we expect you to be coming back in a week's time for the New Year's bash at Paul Ricard?
I'll have to see. This was honestly my first race with you guys here, and I had a pretty good time. It was interesting to see how the GT4 class could get on at kind of a notoriously tight track. But all in all, I think other than a few specific drivers, it wasn't bad at all, and I think I enjoyed it quite a bit. So probably, yeah.
Well, we would love to see you out of the circuit if you can make it, but if not, we completely understand. Glad you had a good time. And just before we do let you go, is there anybody you'd like to give a shout out to or say thank you to on the broadcast this evening?
Yeah. So first off, want to shout out, similar to Luke, everybody else on the grid. Some clean racing, especially through some quite treacherous conditions towards the end of the race. I also want to shout out my more or less race engineer, Javier Marquez, and the drive car room team of Jordan Nixon and Loic Michal. Uh, just wanted to say thanks to all of them.
I'm sure they do appreciate it, Peter, just like we've appreciated you joining us for a post-race interview, but congratulations once again. And well, if we don't see you on circuit in a week's time, we wish you a happy new year.
Same to you, Paul. Thank you very much.
So with that, ladies and gentlemen, we have heard from our 3 class winners here. The GT4 class, the number 14 car, Rainbow Crash Racing, is piloted by Peter O'Brien. The Porsche Cup car winner is piloted by Luke Whitehead for LW21 coaching in the 21 car, and also in the GT3 class in the Dutch endurance team, the 87 car of Sander Jacobs. But that concludes our post-race interviews for today. And well, with that in mind, it is now time for us to wrap up. Thank you very much for watching, and if you do want to know more about the Rapid Drivers Club community, then why not check out our official Twitter firstly. That's twitter.com/Rapid Drivers Club, where you can find out all the latest information with regards to our upcoming event, the series that we're participating in, and everything in between. Or if you don't want to go to Twitter, but you'd like to check out all of our other socials and web addresses, you can always go to our official link tree, of course, and that is linktr.ee/Rapid Drivers Club, the place to go to if you want to see every social for the Rapid Drivers Club outfit and team. But also a big thank you to our partners, including, of course, the sponsors of this event and the sponsors of the 2.4 series of 2022, and that is Wild Things Racing. And Wild Things Racing, just to remind you, the professional sim racing team as founded and owned by Denise Pope, which competes in both sprint and endurance series and a set of course of competizione at the pro, silver and AM levels. And well, you can see that we talked about their Twitter earlier on, but they also do have an official link tree, and that is linktr.ee/Wild Things Race. And also, if you are looking for a set of sim racing gloves, perhaps you're looking to spend a little bit of Christmas money that you receive from family or relatives, did you know that there's a recent collaboration between SimHound and Wild Things Racing? And if you do go to gloves.wildthings.team, you can pick up this special set of SimHound racing gloves in the official livery of Wild Things Racing. And well, why would you want to buy it off of SimHound? Well, SimHound is the brand committed to providing the best value in sim racing equipment on the market, and their website is simhound.com. And of course, these Wild Things Racing gloves in the special purple, pink, black and white liveried glove outfit, and well, taking your racing to the next level. And I can definitely recommend a good set of sim racing gloves and why not get some of the very best? And when these gloves are being used by the likes of esports professionals such as George Boothby, you know they're the #1 out there. So that web address, once again, if you're looking for an awesome set of sim racing gloves as part of a special collaboration between Wild Things Racing and SimHound, it is gloves.wildthings.team. Medal as well. With Wild Things Racing being our sponsor for this series, it's also fair that we do need to give a shout out to our partner, the SimGrid, and their web address, thesimgrid.com. And the SimGrid, for those not in the know, is a place for amateur and professional sim racers to compete against fellow drivers in leagues and endurance events for Assetto Corsa Competizione, but also recently expanded into the world of iRacing at Formula 1 2022 and also R Factor 2, to name a few. And well, the SimGrid is where we do host all the events for the Rapid Drivers Club community. Indeed, this event was hosted through the SimGrid as well, from the initial sign-ups through to the completion and conglomeration of the race results. And thank you to the SimGrid, definitely worth checking out, as it is the ultimate hosting platform for any series on Assetto Corsa Competizione. But now we must look forward, ladies and gentlemen, because it has been 2 out of our 3 specials, and we have 1 more to go, and that is in a week's time. It will be the final one of the 3rd as we transition over into 2023. It will be the 2.4 New Year at Paul Ricard, where our drivers will take to the French tarmac to open up a new year of sim racing. And what better circuit to do so than perhaps the ultimate BOP circuit, which the GT World Challenge visits every year, as I mince my words, at the very start before the official season gets underway to conduct the initial BOP testing for the GT3 class. We're going to be seeing another multi-class 2.4 extravaganza, whereby we'll have 3 more classes on the circuit. It will be the GT3s returning, it will be the GT4s returning, but instead of the Porsche Cup returning or the BMW M2 CS class returning, we're going to go one step further and bring in the Ferrari Change 488 Evo Change class, and our drivers will be taken to the circuit in those 3 classes. It's going to be intense, it's going to be furious. Will it be dry, will it be wet, or somewhere in between? We'll have to find out, but we hope to see you join us there on Thursday the 5th of January 2023 for some superb racing action to open up a whole new year. Now, whilst it won't be brought to you by myself, unfortunately, I won't be able to bring it to you. I'm sure there will be official broadcasts and details on that will be made available in the coming days. But until then, ladies and gentlemen, it has been our pleasure over 2022 to bring you all the racing series, from the 2.4 to the multi-class endurance series and the multi-class endurance mayhem series in collaboration with some of our fellow sim racing partners. But we do need to bring the curtain down on 2022, and today's racing has been absolutely superb. So it is goodbye from us at Rapid Drivers Club until we enter 2023. It's goodbye from me as your host and commentator, Paul TX141 Walsh, also known as Britain a Spit. And until next time, I wish you all, on the behalf of everybody at Rapid Drivers Club, a happy new year. May your dreams come true, whether they be in sim racing or further afield. And most importantly, as you get ready to go into 2023, remember to stay safe, stay well, stay smiling, but most critically, remember to stay on track. Good night.